Jackson's arms around me. The second part of that recipe was easy enough to remedy. Either way, I'd done it. I slept without the video. I smiled as a chunk of weight lifted from my chest, and I took a full, deep breath. You slept without the video. Sam squeezed my hand. All night, in Jackson's arms. Oh God, what time did he leave? Had he spent the entire night with me? I heard the door around 6 a.m. She grinned as she reached for her coffee. That man has it bad for you, Morgan Bartley. I scoffed. After watching me beat the tar out of Will's truck, then blasting him yesterday when his ex showed up and subsequently making him carry me home drunk and slept next to me, I have a feeling that man is running just as fast as he can. Or he would be if he didn't live next door. You didn't make that man do anything. He chose to be with you during all three of those. She struggled for words. Tantrums? I suggested. I was going to say outbursts, but you get the point. She reached toward a small box at the end of the counter and brought it to me. And besides, a man who's running away isn't leaving a woman gifts. He left this for me? I stared at the small white box in my hand as Morgan held out a folded piece of paper. And a note. She waved the paper over the box. And I've been waiting hours to know what's in that. So read. Stunned, I put the box on the counter and unfolded the note. Jackson's handwriting filled the page. Morgan, Finn helped me design this, so I hope you like it. This used to be a jar or a glass of some kind. All I know for certain is that it shattered at some point. It broke apart, then spent years in the waves and sand until it became something entirely new. No longer clear and sharp, but soft and opaque. When I saw this piece, it reminded me of you. Beautiful, resilient, and unique. I don't mourn what it used to be in its former life because it's precious to me exactly how it is now. I can't imagine it ever having been more beautiful, even whole. But I also know that at the center, it's still the same clear glass it always has been. The same glass, just made rare, not despite all it's been through, but because of it. Jackson. My breath abandoned me, and a spark flared in my chest. Hope. It was hope. Well, what does it say? Sam asked. I handed her the note, then opened the little white box. It was a teardrop-shaped piece of turquoise sea glass, a little bigger than a quarter, set in gold. My fingers trembled as I lifted it from the box that bore Christina's store's logo on the inside of the lid. The chain was long, a necklace, a stunningly beautiful necklace. Oh my God! Sam dragged out the last word. I stand by my earlier comment. That man has it bad for you. And he could definitely teach Grayson a thing or two in the letter writing department because, damn! I told him he would have liked me better before. I swallowed, then tried again. He would have liked me better the way I was before Will died. You know, when I was all sharp-tongued and vivacious without the alcohol? She snorted. If you think your tongue isn't just as sharp, then it's only because you haven't been on the receiving end of it. She set down the note as I put on the necklace. Did losing Will change you? Absolutely. But at your core, you're the same person you always have been, with the same big, beautiful heart. The fact that he sees that heart earns him my approval. But my opinion doesn't really matter here. Yours does. I stared down at the pendant that rested just above my breasts. I really like him. I know. I'm really scared. My eyes found hers. I know that too. Anything new is scary. And that's without you already knowing the cost of risking your heart. I'm not sure I have a heart to risk. But that little flare of hope in my chest argued otherwise. If you didn't, you wouldn't be so scared. She gave me an encouraging smile. Now, are you ready for morning homework? The recording. The usual dread settled on my shoulders, but it was lighter today, easier to bear. Every day this got a little easier. The improvement had been so small that I hadn't seen it to start with. But now that we were 7 weeks into the treatment, almost halfway, the progress was obvious. Hope. There it was again. It's not really morning homework since it's afternoon, I quipped. Don't be a smartass, Sam shot back, already going for the tape recorder. But there was a grin on her face. For real. Are you ready? I really was. Let's do it. I paired my new necklace with simple gold studs, put on my favorite cream dress, and walked into the school district office on Monday at 10:45, exactly 15 minutes early for my intake meeting with the superintendent. In less than 4 months, I would be a 5th grade teacher. The house renovations would be complete, and then... What then? I was supposed to deliver a list of long-term goals to Dr. Searcy tomorrow, and I was drawing a big, fat blank. Did maintaining my sanity count as a goal? Or maybe trying to ease into a relationship, I mentally stumbled over the word, with Jackson? Jackson. A texted thank you wasn't enough, though he'd sworn it was. I wanted to see him, but he'd gone to nights this week, which meant whenever I was awake, he was asleep. Complicated indeed, but there was something to be said for anticipation. I signed in at the front desk, but I was too antsy to sit, so I passed the giant stand that announced Mother's Day tea was today, in honor of yesterday's holiday, and perused the artwork on the bulletin board in the hallway. The district offices shared this building with the preschool, so I searched the pretty painted rainbows until I found Finley's. I snapped a picture with my cell phone. I'd send it to Jackson once he was awake for the night. The door to my right opened, and an older woman with blonde hair ushered a little one into the hallway. Why don't we try giving her a call one more time? The teacher suggested. A very familiar pair of vans kicked at the linoleum floor, but I couldn't see the child's face. Why bother? I knew that voice, though. Finley? I walked around the teacher to confirm my guess. Her head lifted, and I was unprepared for the flare of disappointment in those brown eyes. Ouch. It only lasted a second before she tried to force a shaky smile. Hi, Morgan. Did Daddy send you? The teacher eyed me warily, and I checked her name tag. Mrs. Kosher. Hi, Mrs. Kosher. I'm Morgan Bartley. I'm Finley's next-door neighbor and the new 5th grade teacher over at the elementary school. I said so she wouldn't call the guards on me. Then I sank down on my heels so I was eye level with Finley. No, honey, I'm here for a meetin'. What's wrong? It's Mother's Day tea, she said softly, her eyes falling away. Guess that explained the sparkly dress. Well, that sounds fun. I took her little hand and gave it a squeeze. Everyone else has their mom, she whispered, staring at the floor. My gaze flew up to meet Mrs. Kosher's, and she shook her head. Claire hadn't come? I swallowed the ball of rage that was working its way up my throat. And you gave her a call? I asked quietly. Finley nodded, then sniffed as 2 fat teardrops fell from her cheeks to the checkered floor. Well, how late is she? Maybe she's just running a little behind, honey. God, please let that be the case. Do not let Claire break Finley's little heart. Finley brought her face up, and I wiped away 2 more tears. She's really late. There's only 2 kids left to read their poems. My heart ached, but I managed to smile. Let's do what your teacher suggested and call her again. She lunged herself at me, and I caught her, keeping careful balance on my heels. She's not coming. She never does. But this time, Claire had told her she would. Otherwise, Finley would never have expected her. My dislike of the woman exploded into pure loathing. How the hell did you not show up to Mother's Day tea at your daughter's school? The same way you walk out when she's a baby. Why didn't she come? Her little face tucked into my neck as I rubbed circles on her back. What can I do to help you, honey? I didn't know how to answer her question, so I asked one of my own. She shook her head and pulled out of the hug, but as her eyes fell, she paused. You have the necklace! A smile lit up her face as she snarfled up the snot her tears had brought on. Do you like it? I love it, I assured her. I just haven't seen you to say thank you yet. So, thank you, Finley. It's beautiful. I picked gold, she announced with a solemn nod. Dad found the blue. You chose perfectly. It's the most beautiful necklace I've ever seen." She batted away the last of her tears with the back of her hand, and I dug into my handbag for a tissue, then held it up to her nose. She blew, which solved the snot problem. "Finley, we should really call your mom, or we need to head back in there, sweetheart," Mrs. Kosher said gently, glancing at me with an apologetic look. "Morgan, do you want to come to tea?" Finn's eyebrows popped up as she asked. Oh, my heart. "If you want me to, honey, I can come in. I'll just tell the desk that I'm running late for the meeting, okay?" Finley nodded exuberantly, taking my hand, and her teacher sighed in obvious relief. The doors swung open behind us. "I'm here! Finley, baby, I'm here!" Claire exclaimed, her heels clicking down the hall in an obvious rush, flying right by the sign-in desk. "Ma'am, you have to sign in." I stood and turned to face her, Finley's hand still firmly tucked in mine. It took every ounce of class in my body, but I channeled my manners and schooled my features to hide my disgust. "What? But, okay." Claire stopped at the desk and signed in while I tossed Finley's tissue in the trash can. "Look, she's here, honey. She came," I reassured Finn, whose expressions flitted from joy to anger and back again. Claire's gaze flickered between the three of us before settling on me as she reached us. "Morgan, so lovely to see you again. What exactly are you doing at my daughter's school?" "I have a meeting with the superintendent at 11, I answered, sweet as pie. "I make it a habit to arrive early to important events." Claire arched a single eyebrow. "Mrs. Montgomery, our program began 45 minutes ago," Mrs. Kosher chided. I tensed. I know," Claire answered, but didn't correct her name. "But I'm here now, so can we just get going?" "Montgomery?" "Nope, not today, Satan." A wave of possessiveness I had no right to feel smacked me square in the chest and erupted out my petty little mouth. "Lewis," I corrected Finn's teacher. "Her name is Ms. Lewis." Claire narrowed her eyes. "I'd hate for your mail to get mixed up," I offered with a tiny, apologetic shrug that wasn't apologetic in the least bit. "You're late," Finley erupted at Claire. "I know, baby. I'm so sorry, but I had a call with my agent that just wouldn't end, and well, I'm here now." Claire nodded and smiled, sticking out her hand for Finley's. Finley looked from that hand to me. "Well, let's go," Claire insisted. "I can't wait to hear your poem." "I invited Morgan," Finn said so quietly it was barely a whisper. "That's okay, Finn," I promised. "Finley Montgomery," Claire chastised. "Why on earth would you do such a thing, especially when she has an important meeting?" "You weren't here," Finn shouted. "I'm here now." "You can both come in. There's more than enough cookies," Mrs. Kosher assured us, no doubt seeing the same storm brewing that I did. "Morgan?" Finn looked up at me, clearly torn. "Are you suggesting I share my daughter with the next-door neighbor? It's our first Mother's Day tea," Claire sniffled. "I've already missed so much because I work all the time." I didn't mention the 5 Mother's Days she'd skipped out on. Finley's eyes welled up again. Of course she was scared Claire would leave. That was all she'd ever known. My posture stiffened, and I tipped Finn's chin up. "Go ahead and take your mama in for tea, you silly girl. You have a poem to read. And last time I checked, it's Mother's Day, not Neighbor's Day." I tweaked her nose with a grin and let go of her hand. Her shoulders dropped in obvious relief. "You're not mad?" "Of course not. The understudy doesn't get mad when the star shows up. We'll go shell hunting later to make up for it. Okay?" She nodded enthusiastically. "We'll hunt glass, but Daddy already got you the prettiest one." My fingers grazed the necklace as I smiled down at Finley. He sure did. "Off you go, honey." "Well, let's get inside, baby," Claire urged in a sing-song voice, taking Finley's hand. Her gaze lingered on my necklace as the teacher ushered them inside. "Ms. Lewis, right this way." "Later, Morgan," Finley waved as they disappeared. I held that smile like a shield, then walked back to the reception desk and sank into one of the empty chairs along the wall. Complicated. That's what I'd call my exclusive non-relationship with Jackson. And that right there had been the perfect example. What I needed right now was easy, supportive, and easy. But Jackson? What we had was intense, emotional, and messy. Claire was a tie for the biggest complication between us. I'm not with Claire. I want you. I held on to Jackson's words as my fingers toyed with my necklace. I had two choices here: believe him or run as fast as I could. Either way, the thought of losing him to Claire sent a knife straight into my stitched-together heart. She wasn't good enough for him. She'd had his love and still hadn't chosen him when it mattered. Just like Peyton hadn't chosen Will, and yet he'd still loved her until his dying breath. He'd loved Paisley, too, even when she'd chosen Jagger. But he'd never loved me, even though I was the only one who had ever chosen him. My chest tightened. Fucking Will! "Ms. Bartley," the secretary called my name. "Yes, ma'am?" "Mr. Patterson will see you now. I'll take you to him." She rose and led me toward his office. I passed by Finley's room, but didn't look through the window. She wasn't mine. I didn't get to be jealous. So why did I feel that swirling green monster in my belly? I was in deeper than I'd wanted to admit, especially after that display I'd put on about Claire's last name. Whatever, she'd taken off his ring. She didn't get to claim his name now just because she obviously wanted him back. I wasn't giving him up without a fight. Oh, God. At what point had I decided that Jackson was mine to lose?
Chapter 15. Jackson. "Because it's a school night," I said, as calmly as I could possibly manage, folding my arms across my chest. 7 p.m. on a school night, to be precise. I'd been on nights for the past 5 days, and I didn't want to spend the only night I had off this week arguing with Claire, but here we were. I wanted to spend what time I had with Morgan, especially since I hadn't seen her since I'd crawled out of her bed Saturday morning. It had almost been impossible to make myself go. "So let her skip tomorrow. It's preschool, for God's sake, not Harvard." She walked past me into the living room. Absolutely not. It wasn't the first time she'd been in my house, but it still threw me to see her taking in the pictures of Finn I had scattered around. "But I'm making up for lost time, Jax. It's just a sleepover." Claire sank into my couch, kicked off her shoes, and tucked her legs under her, sitting like she always did. A few years ago, that familiar sight might have stirred up long-dead feelings, but not anymore. I leaned back and shot a glance up my stairs to be sure Finley wasn't eavesdropping. It's not just a sleepover, it's a complete disruption in her schedule. Her lips pursed. "She's 5. She doesn't need a schedule." "She's 5, which is why she needs a schedule. Kids like boundaries and predictability, Claire. You coming home is great, but Finley can't just bounce around like a tennis ball." "I came back to spend time with her," she argued. "How can I do that if you won't let me?" Her face fell. "Who says I'm not letting you?" I rubbed the skin between my eyebrows and prayed for patience. Claire had thrown everything into upheaval in the last 10 days. "You just said I can't take her tonight," she snapped. "First, keep your voice down. Finn doesn't need to hear any of this. Second, no, you can't just pick her up and take her when it suits you. You had her last weekend. This is my weekend, and weekends don't start on Thursday nights." I queued up a playlist on my phone and Mumford & Sons played through the speakers. Hopefully that would keep Finn's ears from hearing much. A slow smile spread across Claire's face. "You still listen to this?" "Apparently." Her smile faded at my tone. "Why aren't you happy that I'm home, Jax? Isn't this what you wanted?" I blew out a breath and sat in the love seat across from her. "I'm happy you're home, as long as you're actually staying." She had the nerve to look hurt. "This time is different, Jax." "Really? And why is that?" I leaned forward, bracing my elbows on my knees. "Because when Brianna called and said she thought you were really moving on, I realized that I needed to be here." Her eyes searched mine for something I couldn't give her. My stomach twisted. "You're home for Finley, right? because that's the only relationship you can improve. She drew back and blinked quickly, looking away. Shit. The hardest thing about arguing with Claire was not knowing if she was showing her real emotions or acting. Claire, tell me you're here for Finley, I repeated, softening my tone. I don't want another woman raising my child, she admitted, not meeting my eyes. Morgan. This was all about Morgan. I am in full support of you helping to raise Finley, I told her honestly. You're her mother. She brought her gaze to mine, and the vulnerability there caught me off guard. I know I'm Finley's mother. What am I to you? Shit. You're Finn's mom. That's it, Claire. I gentled the words as much as possible, but she flinched. You used to love me, she argued. Yeah, I did. But I don't anymore. I care for you deeply, and I always will, but there's no chance for us. If you're staying in Cape Hatteras, you have to accept that. Each word was clear in the hopes that my meaning was too. But, she shook her head. This is what you wanted. Her legs slid off the couch and she leaned toward me. You told me you'd wait for me, that I could come home and we'd be a family again. You left 5 years ago. I cringed, then got a grip on my temper and my tone. Finley was 2 the last time I told you that. I held on to the hope that you'd come home for years, Claire, but eventually I let you go. I never let you go. My eyes flew wide and I stood. We can't do this. Not today, not with Finn right upstairs. Jax, please. She got up and came toward me. I gave it all up for you. For us, so we could be the family you wanted. Are you seriously telling me that you don't want Finley to have her mom and dad under the same roof? Happy? In love again? That's exactly what I'd wanted, what I'd prayed for, but not anymore. You're too late, I said simply and backed away from her. There was zero chance I was getting into any position with Claire that I'd have to defend to Morgan. None. What Finley needs are a mom and dad who are happy and love her. Loving each other isn't an option anymore. You really mean that? Her face crumpled and a single tear slid down her left cheek. My jaw ticked. That was the side she cried out of for every play I'd ever seen her in. Yeah, I do. And I'm sorry if it hurts you, but you need to know the truth. Her tears dried as she studied my face. You'll change your mind. I won't. Now, if you'd like to discuss a schedule to see Finn so she knows when she'll see you, then let's do that. But this topic is closed. She took a steadying breath. Okay, why don't we just split time? 1 week at my house, 1 week at yours. I blanched. Out of the question. I'm her mother. Claire, I can't even trust you to show up to Mother's Day tea on time, and you think I'm going to give you every other week with her? I turned and walked into the kitchen, knowing she'd follow me, which she did. Of course your little girlfriend would run and tell you that. Actually, it was your daughter who filled me in. You know that I've never been good with appointments. In fact, you used to love that I was impetuous and impulsive. Remember? She leaned against my doorway. Yeah, and I also thought futons made great beds and ramen was a food group because we were in college. I grew up because you can't be careless with a kid, Claire. I grabbed a bottle of water from the refrigerator, twisted the top and chugged. Then I offered her one because she gave me my favorite human on the planet. No thanks. From what I remember, you used to like a beer right around now, she replied. I don't drink unless Finn is at your mom's. Because you're so responsible now? She crossed her arms. Yes! I became a parent. I never put myself in a situation where I can't take care of her. Are you ever going to stop taking digs at me? She fired back. I'm here now. Isn't that what matters? Fuck, this was exhausting. I finished the water, hoping it would cool my temper. You can have every other weekend and every other holiday. My heart screamed at the thought of not having Finn on Christmas morning, but wasn't this what adults did? Not enough. I may as well stay in L.A. and fly back twice a month for that. She brushed invisible dirt off her blouse. That's as good as you're going to get. If you want to schedule some dinners, we can make that happen too. But Finn's stability is the most important factor in all of this. Claire huffed, then stood to her full height. Fine. Then fire her nanny. I'll pick her up from school and keep her until you're off work, and I'll stay here on nights you're flying. I'm not firing Sarah. I kept my hands on the counter so I didn't rip my own hair out. You'd rather she spend time with a stranger than her mother? She fired at me. Sarah isn't a stranger, and she's proven herself way more dependable than you have. You can't have that time with Finley because I can't trust you. Don't you get that? Trust isn't something you get because you finally deigned to show up and parent. Trust is something you have to earn, and you haven't earned it, Claire. She sucked in a breath. Watch it, Jax. I might just file for full custody, and then we'll see who's begging for a little time. Every muscle in my body locked. After all, I'm home full-time now, and you're still a Coast Guard pilot, right? Not exactly a good, dependable, predictable schedule for a little girl, is it? She tilted her head. Get out. She raised an eyebrow. Just something to keep in mind, baby. There are easier ways to do this. Think about it. She walked out of the kitchen and left through the front door without saying goodbye to Finley. I calmed myself down and got Finley bathed and put to bed while she told me all about the field trip to Roanoke she was going on tomorrow. Once she was tucked in, I kissed her forehead, then put her walkie-talkie on her nightstand and told her I'd be at Morgan's place for a bit if she needed me. Switching my cell phone to our indoor cameras, I activated the zone right outside her room as I walked over to Morgan's in the dark. The sound of banging came through the front door as I knocked. Sam opened the door, but her face wasn't welcoming. Tonight is not a good night. I took a deep breath and reminded myself that Sam wasn't responsible for my shitty mood. There was another bang and the sound of cracking wood. What the hell is going on? She's trying to demo. Her lips flattened. Okay, then I can help her. Hell, breaking shit sounded great right now. Not tonight, you can't. You look all pissy, and that's the last thing she needs. Another bang, followed by a curse. Sam, I haven't seen her since Saturday morning. This is the only night I have off for 2 more days. Please don't stand there and tell me I can't see her because I'm in a shit mood. My jaw flexed. Sam sighed and let her head roll back in frustration before looking at me. Okay, here's the deal. It's May 16th. Right? Her eyes widened like I wasn't catching on. It's May 16th, which is the day Will died, I guessed, then cursed when she nodded. So my girl is in there breaking some shit under the guise of it being demo, and you can't go in there all pissy. Got me? She stared me down good for being such a little thing. I've got you. I ran a hand under my hair and tried to get my head on right. Okay, then come in. Just watch your feet. She led me inside and we walked through the foyer and turned the corner into the kitchen where Morgan stood with a sledgehammer wearing Will's baseball hat. She was covered in dust and breathing heavy as she surveyed the row of upper cabinets she'd brought down. Hey, I said softly. She turned quickly, clearly shocked. Hey, I'm just, beating the shit out of your kitchen because it's the anniversary of Will's death, I offered. Her shoulders relaxed. Exactly. I took in the destruction of the room. She'd gotten the easy stuff, but there was a crapload more to do. Look, I might be the last person you want to see tonight, and if that's the case, I get it. No judgment. I will head home the minute you say so. She swallowed and moved her safety glasses to the top of her head. But I'm pretty good with a hammer, and I'd be happy to help if you want me to. Morgan stilled. Or I can just sit with you while you demo, I offered. Sam glanced between us as Morgan looked anywhere but at me, making her decision. Stay, sit, if you don't mind that I'm not myself. I'd take her any way she came. Okay. I clipped the walkie-talkie to my belt, set the notification so my phone would vibrate if the camera detected motion, and slipped my phone into my back pocket. In that case, Sam sang, I'm going to leave her with you so I can run to the store. We're out of ice cream, and that's not good for anyone. Morgan nodded and Sam gave me a half smile and a mouthed, good luck before she headed out the door. I grabbed one of the stools from the side of the breakfast bar and sat, keeping the bar between us to give her whatever space she needed. As much as it grinded my ass to admit, she wasn't mine tonight. She was his. She pushed the demolished cabinets to the end of the kitchen, and I locked my jaw to stop from asking her to let me help. This was the same girl who hadn't wanted me to screw down the plywood on her landing. She sure as hell didn't want me stepping in here. Then she put her glasses back on, picked up the sledge, and swung it at the row of cabinets next to the space where the refrigerator had been. A quick glance showed that she'd moved it to the dining room. "I bet you think I'm insane, right?" she asked, then swung the hammer again. "Not at all." She looked at me over her shoulder, then swung the hammer, getting it stuck through the face of the cabinet door. "Shit!" "Don't move." I folded my hands on the counter as I watched her struggle to free it, then let out a breath when she did. "You should. I feel insane half the time. Did you know that Will and I weren't even together? Not really." She swung again and the door fell. "You said something about a quasi-boyfriend," I recalled. "He never wanted me. Not really. I fell for him when I was in high school, and he only had eyes for Peyton." Another swing. Wood cracked. "And Peyton didn't want him. I never could understand that girl. Will followed her to West Point. That's how much he loved her." Another swing. The cabinet splintered at the bottom and the sledge fell through to the counter beneath. Fuck. I wanted her in a hard hat and some sensible boots, not shorts and sneakers. "He was a West Pointer, huh?" I asked, just to keep her talking. I hated ring knockers, as did every service member I'd ever met. Through and through. Her breaths were ragged as she pulled the sledge off the counter and let the business end fall to the floor. "And when Peyton died, he found the next closest person to her to love, who happened to be her little sister, my best friend Paisley." My eyebrows shot skyward. Holy shit. Morgan's ponytail swished as she raised the hammer and swung it through the cabinet next to the one she'd already massacred. "That had to suck," she scoffed. "It was what it was. He didn't want me. I was too loud, too brazen, too much everything. And Paisley is the sweetest person you'll ever meet, so it's not surprising that he fell for her. Everyone does. Hell, I love her more than I love myself." But this was the first time I was hearing her name. She put the hammer through the door again, then struggled to get it free. "I couldn't tell her that I loved him. That would have put her through hell, and her heart couldn't take that. She had a condition back then, the same one that killed Peyton. I mean, what was the point of staying behind for college with her if I just killed her because I was too selfish to keep my mouth shut?" She yanked the hammer free with a grunt, stumbling back a few feet. I stood, but quickly sat again when she regained her balance. She turned, leaning on the sledge as she looked at me with a mix of sadness and anger. "And then Paisley met Jagger, and she left Will, and he was so damned hurt, and she was so damned happy, and it slipped. I never meant for her to know, but then she did." Morgan yanked her safety glasses off. "And of course she wasn't mad that I'd been secret in love with her ex-boyfriend, but then again, I'd loved him for far longer than she ever had." I kept my eyes locked on hers and tried to appear as relaxed as possible. "And Will, God, Will, I was good enough to be friends with, good enough to help him study before he got all buddy-buddy with Josh. I was good enough to pin his wings on graduation day when his mama couldn't stand straight. And by God, I was pretty enough to kiss the night he took me to the flight school graduation ball. But I wasn't enough for him to actually want." She put her glasses on, turned around and swung 3 times, bringing 2 cabinets completely down to the counter beneath before she turned back around. Her chest heaved. "Heaven forbid the West Point, distinguished honor grad, perfect, moral, by-the-book Will Carter actually slum it with Morgan Bartley. I guess prom queen wasn't the resume he was looking for." Her head fell as her shoulders rose, and I stood. She gasped for a few breaths, and then shot me a glare that had my ass back in the seat. "And then he had the nerve to drive down right before he deployed and tell me that he wanted to try." She laughed, but it wasn't happy. "Finally, after years of loving that man, he wanted to try. But not then, of course. Heaven forbid Will act on a feeling. No, he wanted to try when he got home from that deployment. But I figured, hey, I've waited 8 years for him, so what does 9 months change?" "Everything," I answered myself, even though I knew the end of the story. I kept waiting for her to give me the happy ending that she deserved. "And he kissed me goodbye," she said softly. "And he went. Twice. I only ever kissed him twice. He died 2 weeks later, saving Josh and Jagger's lives. And as it happened, he told Josh that Jagger had to live for Paisley." She dropped the sledge completely. The man I loved with my whole heart gave his life so one of the women he loved could have her husband. Holy shit, Morgan. I'm so sorry. My fucking chest ached for her. She shrugged like it wasn't a damned tragedy. It was noble, right? But that was Will. I've spent the last 2 years wondering why I wasn't enough to make him want to live. I stood, unable to keep still any longer. That's on him, not on you, I said softly, more than aware that I was treading in dangerous territory. But what does it say about me that 2 years later I'm still so fucked up about it that I have to be treated for a grief disorder? Why? Because I still think it's so fucking unfair that everyone else in our group of friends got their happy endings at the expense of mine? What kind of person thinks that? What kind of person can't talk to her best friend because all she wants to do is scream that it's not fair, that everyone acted like my heart didn't matter? I didn't matter. Paisley didn't even tell me herself, or even think about me. Ember had to tell Sam to call me. That's how I found out he was dead. And I know Paisley's husband was wounded, but a lifetime of friendship didn't afford me a moment of consideration from anyone but Sam and Grayson. My jaw flexed as she tugged the safety glasses free and threw them on the counter. God, how can it still hurt so much after all this time? He never even loved me. I don't even have the right to grieve him like this. She cried, and I moved. A few seconds later, I was around the bar and in front of her, gripping her arms lightly so she'd look at me. Morgan, grief isn't a measure of how much someone loved you. It's the measure of how much you loved them. You have every right to feel however the hell you want to feel. Do you understand me? She swallowed and looked up at me from under the brim of his cap. The man who I'd never met and would never want to. How could anyone be stupid enough to turn down Morgan's love? I don't want to feel like this anymore. Her eyes filled with tears, and I pulled her into my arms, resting my chin on her head as she cried into my chest. I know you don't. I want to be happy, and to have a heart that's worth risking. I miss my friends. I miss him. But then there's you, and I want to be ready for whatever this is, and it all just jumbles in my head. Her sobs shook her shoulders. I'll wait for as long as you need me to, I promised her again. You don't have to factor me into your healing. I'm not going anywhere. She cried herself out, then stepped back and wiped her tears away with a dusty forearm that left streaks on her face. And still the woman was beautiful. I'm sorry. I probably should have asked how your day was, she muttered. Other than the fact that my ex threatened to sue me for custody of Finn, it's all good. I shrugged. As terrifying as the threat was, I logically knew that no judge would give her custody. Oh God, are you serious? Yeah, but it's okay. It won't happen. She swallowed. Do you want a hammer? It might help to break a few things. I grinned. Why don't you sit down over there and wait for your ice cream, and I'll demo the rest of this. She nodded slowly. I'd really appreciate the help. All you ever have to do is ask. Then I picked up the hammer and destroyed what was left of her kitchen, knowing whatever she rebuilt in the space would be even better. And I didn't think about the email I'd already fired off to my lawyer. I didn't think about it the rest of the night.
Chapter 16. Morgan. God, I wish I'd had the chance to take you up with me. I wish you knew the way it feels up there with the clouds. It's like you're an inconsequential human and a god all at the same time. You would love it. This is good, Dr. Cersei said, looking over my list of less than awesome memories of Will. As much as the anniversary had taken me down a notch, it hadn't thrown me backward as much as I'd prepared for. How did you feel filling it out? Guilty, I answered honestly, but lighter once I was done. Excellent. We have a tendency to put our deceased loved ones up on a pedestal, as if we can only remember the good things about them instead of who they were as a whole person. She leaned forward and put the worksheet on the coffee table. We're past the halfway point, and I'm incredibly pleased with your progress. Thank you. Heat rose in my cheeks. How is it going with the truck? My pulse kicked up. Okay. I can open the door and stand on the running board now. She nodded, jotting something down on her notepad. And the anxiety attacks. I had one the first day that I stood on the running board, I admitted quietly. But Sam was there, and she talked me down. I didn't have to use my rescue meds or anything. She smiled. Good. That's really good. And it might not feel like progress, but it is. See? She opened my folder, flipped to a page in the back, made a mark, and then turned it around so I could see it. These are your number of attacks a week. The graph was decreasing. And this, she flipped another page, is your reported level of grief. Look, you started up here at 10, and now you're down here at 5. It means the therapy is working. That's fantastic. I stared at the graph and nodded as a lump filled my throat. It was working. I was getting better. So for this week, I want you to put one foot on the running board and the other foot inside the truck. I stilled, panic rising at the thought of getting in it. For how long? Dr. Cersei glanced at her notebook. You don't have to hold it. Just see if you can put your foot inside. Remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. We want you to be successful but still make progress. Right. Maybe I should have left that damn thing in storage instead of having the flatbed deliver it. Also, it's time to start talking about the interpersonal dynamics you're struggling with. You've mentioned Paisley in most of our sessions. Are you feeling up to opening that dialogue yet? She watched me carefully, but there was no judgment in her tone or gaze, which was one of the reasons I liked her so much. I was actually thinking about inviting her, everyone, really, for Memorial Day weekend. I think I might finally have the words I need to say to her. Some of them had come flying out at Jackson that night in the kitchen, and others had trickled in while I filled out that worksheet. Bottom line was that I loved my best friend, and if I didn't at least try to explain my feelings, I was going to lose her. That's great to hear, and I know you're not quite ready for the imagined conversation with Will yet, but maybe next week? She smiled optimistically. Right, no. Maybe, I answered. I do have one question, since I know we have to get to the story before I head home. How can I help? She asked. Jackson. My mouth opened and shut a few times as I struggled to find the words. Am I using him? How? I shifted in my seat. I really like him, and my feelings for him get bigger every time I see him, or talk to him, or get a text. But am I just throwing my feelings for Will at him? Am I getting better because I'm rebounding? Her eyes softened. Are you in love with Jackson? I balked. No. At least, I don't think I am. I was wild about the guy, but I wasn't going to start throwing the L word in. But I could see myself falling in love with him. In the future, that is. That's fair. Now tell me, do you still love Will? Her voice softened. My heart hurt. It wasn't the same level of pain that it once had been, but the feelings were still there. Yes, I whispered. It's a little softer, though. Like someone turned down the stereo in the car and now I can hear other sounds, too. I don't think you're using Jackson. I'd be worried if you said that you were head over heels in love with him and you no longer felt anything for Will. But everything you're feeling is actually on track. You might have bigger feelings for Jackson because you're healing and becoming capable of them, Morgan. I'm really pleased at the progress you're showing in this area. So he's not just some kind of Band-Aid? I fidgeted with the sea glass necklace. Not that I can tell. And honestly, a Band-Aid wouldn't have touched you when you first came through those doors. You needed open-heart surgery. What you feel for Jackson appears to be genuine. But don't be surprised if a little misplaced guilt worms its way in there. Don't let it derail you or this new relationship. You're still a work in progress. Work in progress. I needed that tattooed on my freaking forehead. She reached for the tape recorder. You ready? I nodded, and she hit the record button. I'm in the grocery store, and I pick up a jar of jam. Okay, what am I doing here? I asked Jackson the next day as I stood between our cars in the parking lot outside his station. He had a devilish gleam in his eye that had me immediately suspicious. I have an idea. Do you? I folded my arms across my chest and ignored how good he looked in that flight suit. I want you to see what I do. He leaned back against his Land Cruiser and grinned. I already know what you do. Like hell was I going to watch him fly. I already had trouble sleeping on nights I knew he was on shift. Right. But I want you to see it. I know how much it weighs on you, and maybe if you... Stop. I put out my hand. You want me to what? Stand in your control tower and watch you fly the very thing that gives me nightmares? His grin vanished. Not exactly. I want you to fly with me. Blood rushed from my face, and my stomach lurched. You're kidding. Nope. I'm going to sneak you on board with my crew. And we're going to fly a quick, easy patrol. Skies are baby blue, there's not a cloud in sight, and there's zero chance of foul weather. It's the perfect day. He stared at me with an intensity that told me he was serious. You're not sneaking me on board anything, because there's zero chance in hell any of that is going to happen. I took a step toward him, shaking my finger. Big mistake. Have you ever gone up before? He gripped my hips and pulled me forward to stand between his thighs. Sure, it was a warm day, but that had nothing to do with the spike in temperature inside my own body. That was pure Jackson. No. And do not think you can charm me onto that death trap. I put my hands on his chest to hold him off, but that didn't help either. He was firm under my touch, and I knew exactly what he looked like beneath his flight suit. I pressed my thighs together and gave him my best glare. Do you trust me? He moved his sunglasses to the top of his head and hit me with those incredible eyes. Not fair, I whined, but I wasn't sure if it was over the question or his use of his secret weapon. Morgan Bartley, do you trust me? His hands flexed on my hips. With my life, I grumbled. I'm a damned good pilot. I graduated top of my class. His gaze bored into mine. Did you now? Just like Will. I pushed that thought right out of my head. Yep. And there is no chance I'm going to do anything that would ever put you at risk or put myself in a position that I can't get home to Finley. You know that. His hand rose and brushed my hair back just so the ocean breeze could whip it the other direction. That was true. He'd never jeopardize Finley's future. Give me an hour, Morgan, and you won't be as scared of what I do out there. I pulled my lower lip between my teeth and chewed lightly. Was I actually considering this insanity? Come on, Kitty. I'll give you whatever you want if you'll do this with me. I won't ask you for a single outdoor date for a month. We'll order in every night, and you can read while I rub your feet. The plea in his voice and his hopeful expression were priceless. I sighed. An hour. Maybe it was like listening to those damn tapes of me telling the story of Will's death over and over. Maybe doing this once would suck, but it would make the future easier, the future I wanted with him. I know what I want. I looked him in the eye. Anything. That grin was back, and damn if it didn't send my heart skittering. The man was too good-looking for his own good. I invited my friends down for the weekend. Okay, so it had been via text, but I'd reached out. Okay. His brows puckered. I want you to meet them. I pressed my lips in a line and held my breath. That's it. You just want me to meet your friends. He studied me. Yes, and before you agree, You should know that it has the potential to be the most awkward weekend of your life." His eyes widened. "Those friends." I nodded. "And they're not going to be easy on you. Sam is a cakewalk compared to Josh and Jagger." My fingertips traced the patches on his chest. "Deal." He didn't even hesitate. "You really should take a minute to think about it," I encouraged. "Morgan, you just asked me for something that's within my power to give you. It's yours. I'm yours. Awkward weekend and all. Helicopter ride or not. I'm there." He pressed a kiss to my forehead, and I melted. Oh, God, I was really fixin' to do this. "Take me flying." A half hour later, I was second-guessing my life choices as I stepped into the helicopter. I had on one of Sawyer's flight suits since he was shorter than Jackson, and my feet were stuffed into boots at least 4 sizes too big. My hair was tucked up inside a flight helmet, and the visor was down, shielding my eyes. It didn't shield me from the scent, though. That metallic tang was exactly how Will had smelled after he'd spent a day in the cockpit. "We've got choices," Jackson said through the headset as I stared at the relatively empty space. He pointed to the pair of seats at the rear. "You can have a more comfortable seat." He swung his arm toward the front, where there were 2 smaller, far less stable-looking seats. "Or you can be closer to me." Garrett clipped himself into one of the rear seats and patted the one next to him. "Got room right here for you, Morgan." The seats up front were perpendicular to Jackson's. I'd even be able to touch him if I needed to. "Closer to you," I answered. "That's my girl." He gave me a grin and got me buckled into the seat. My heart pounded to the rhythm of the rotors above us as Sawyer started the pre-flight. "Anyone see her?" Jackson asked Sawyer. "Nope. Told you it would be easy. Now you just sit back and relax, Morgan. We here at Coast Guard Air would like to welcome you aboard for today's flight." Sawyer grinned at me as Jackson tightened the straps of my harness. "We have a quick flight plan for you today involving a short pleasure tour of the Outer Banks. Unfortunately, no snacks will be provided. Please keep your hands inside the aircraft at all times and remember that vomiting is considered rude." My stomach turned. "I've got you," Jackson promised, cupping my cheek under my helmet. I nodded, gritting my teeth as I prepared to kiss the earth goodbye. In through my nose, out through my mouth. I spent the remainder of the pre-flight time concentrating on my breathing so I didn't let the panic win and send me running from the aircraft. "Here we go, Kitty," Jackson said as we took off. My stomach dropped as we rose into the air, and I squeezed my eyes shut. What the hell was I doing in this thing? I had nothing to prove and everything to lose. And the vibrations through my seat were going to numb my ass at best and rattle my spine at worst. They were even stronger at my feet. "It's no fun when you can't see anything," Sawyer teased, looking back from the cockpit. I opened my eyes and flipped him the bird. He laughed. "Your girl doesn't think this is fun." "If your ex-girlfriend went down in a bird and then died in a firefight, chances are you wouldn't think this was fun either," Jackson snapped. Sawyer's head whipped back, his eyes huge with apology. "Shit, Morgan, I didn't know. Take the controls," Jackson ordered. "I have the controls," Sawyer responded, his focus completely devoted to the aircraft. Jackson's hand reached back, and I took it. "You okay back there?" "I'm okay," I lied. "The view is gorgeous if you look out the window," he suggested, squeezing my hand. I leaned forward and gasped. The blue of the water against the sand of the beach made for a stunning contrast as we flew down the coastline, and I had to admit that he was right. The view was spectacular, entrancing even, and something I only could have seen from the air. We flew miles down the coast, and eventually my body adjusted to the vibration and motion of the aircraft. My brain was an entirely different matter. "Coast Guard 7539er, come in." The radio blared through my headset. Jackson's hand disappeared. and my comms went dead. Garrett nodded and his mouth moved, but I couldn't hear him. What the hell was going on? Had someone seen them sneak me on board? Was Jackson going to be in trouble? Just as I was about ready to lose my ever-loving mind, the comms came back to life. "Morgan, we have a distress call," Jackson said, not taking my hand because he was now the one flying. "What?" My voice cracked. "We have a vessel that's called in a mayday. Just a patrol," Sawyer muttered. "There's no injuries, and we're the closest rescue team. I need you to just sit tight back there. Okay, Kitty?" "Yeah, okay." My hands gripped the edges of my little seat as the aircraft changed course, pitching left. We were headed out to sea. I closed my eyes and concentrated on the rhythmic beat of the rotors and my breathing, hyper-aware of my throat. My heart pounded and my stomach dipped with the turn, but there was no looming anxiety attack. Yet. "This is fine. You're fine. Jackson does this every day. He's a great pilot. Top of his class, right?" "So is Will," my devil's advocate whispered in my ear, and Josh and Jagger for that matter. "Morgan, you okay up there?" Garrett asked. "Don't worry, we're the only ones who can hear you. They switched our comms to aircraft only back here." "I'm fine," I lied. I seemed to be doing a lot of that today, but my nerves didn't matter compared to what those people had to be going through. "You're faking it really well," he assured me as he unbuckled. "ETA is 3 minutes, Sawyer said through the headset. Garrett rose from his seat and kneeled before me. "I need you to sit right here and not move, okay? That's all you have to do. Tell me you understand." "I understand. Sit. Don't move." I nodded for emphasis. There was zero chance in hell I was moving from this seat or getting in the way of saving someone. "This is totally routine, so don't stress." He stood and got ready to do whatever it was he did. He took 2 gray blankets from the rescue litter and set them on the seat next to me. "Don't stress." "Right," I whispered. "Just keep breathing for me, Kitty." Jackson's voice was thick with worry. "I'm fine." I even pitched my voice a little higher to prove it. "You just fly this thing, okay?" The last thing he needed to be thinking about was me. "We have a visual. ETA 1 minute, Sawyer announced. Garrett unstrapped a wire cage from a tower directly in front of me and took it to the floor, where he formed it into a rectangular basket. Then he hooked himself onto a belt that attached to the ceiling and opened the door of the helicopter. The noise level skyrocketed. The wind whipped through the fuselage, and there was ocean as far as I could see. Whoever waited below us was out there all alone, and though I saw the helicopter as a death trap, I realized that for them, it was salvation. "I have a visual," Garrett said as he leaned out the freaking door. "The adult male and child are clear of the landing area." My chest tightened. There was a kid. "Do you need me back there, Harrison?" Sawyer asked. "No, sir, I've got this." The helicopter slowed to a hover. "Prepare to drop the basket," Sawyer said. Garrett got the thing hooked up to a wire that led outside the helicopter. "Basket ready. Deploy," Sawyer ordered. "Deploying." Garrett slid the basket out the door, and it hung just outside the helicopter for a moment before he pushed a button, sending it down. Then my stomach lurched as the man leaned out again. Any farther, and we'd be rescuing him, too. "Eyes on the basket." We lost a little elevation, but that had to be on purpose, because no one panicked. Well, no one but me. This seat would probably need to be reupholstered after I dug my fingernails out of it. My heart raced, but still no throat issues. "Hold, sir." Garrett's head swiveled back and forth at whatever was beneath us for a minute, maybe 2. "Prepare to take the load." Another pause. "Taking the load." I sucked in a breath as the hoist lifted the basket. We'd saved at least one of them. "Roger," Sawyer replied. Garrett dropped to his belly as his head hung out of the aircraft. "Load is halfway up." He rose to his knees and reached for the wire. "Basket is about 10 feet below the cabin." "Roger." 5 feet below cabin. Bringing the basket inside the cabin." "Roger." Garrett scrambled to his feet and hauled the rescue basket back inside the helicopter with a terrified boy and his father as its occupants. My breath released in an audible rush at the realization that we'd saved them both. We'd made it in time. "Basket is inside the cabin. Roger." He disengaged the wire and closed the door, then got the boy out first. Mercy, he was soaking wet, shaking like a leaf, and his skin was pale against the bright orange of his life vest. I grabbed one of the blankets and reached for the boy's hand. When he turned, I offered him a reassuring smile, tugged him closer, then shook the blanket once and wrapped it around him like a cape. "Is that better?" I asked, raising my voice so he could hear me over the beat of the rotors. He nodded, his eyes wide and pupils dilated. He clutched the blanket close, and Garrett led him to the seat he'd previously occupied. I handed the second blanket to the father, who took it with a grateful nod. The relief in his eyes was second only to shock as Garrett got them both situated in their seats. "We're good to go," Garrett said over the comms. "Roger." Sawyer replied again. The helicopter pitched forward slightly, then banked left, taking us back to the coastline as Garrett took the seat next to me. "It's a good thing we were close. That boat had another 10 minutes tops," he said through our comms. "What sank it?" I asked. "Not my business," he shrugged. "They're alive. That's my business. You did great, Morgan." I scoffed. "I sat here and handed out blankets." He grinned. "Like I said, you did great." The father and son held hands, the son's head fallen to his dad's shoulder as we flew back to the Coast Guard station. 10 minutes. That was all that stood between that family and the ocean. 10 minutes and Jackson's crew. 10 minutes that Jackson's parents hadn't had. How many lives had he saved? How many kids still had their parents because of Jackson, or Garrett, or Sawyer? Had this been scary as hell? Yes. But it was humbling. "You okay there, Kitty?" Jackson asked. "I'm great." I really was. "This is going to get a little complicated, so when we land, just stick with Garrett. I have to do a post-flight. Garrett, take her to the bunk room, would you?" "You got it," Garrett answered. Land-in was a blur, and I did as Jackson asked and waited with Garrett. First, I stayed right behind him in the hopes that no one would notice I was there as they offloaded our evacuees. Lucky for us, we weren't the center of attention. An hour after we landed, I sat on the farthest twin bed from the door inside the bunk room, staring up at the clock. My borrowed flight suit, boots, and helmet lay on the bed next to me, ready to be returned to their owners. "Is it supposed to take this long?" I asked Garrett. "Trust me, it's fine. We've had heard about it by now if we'd gotten caught." He leaned against the door, occasionally looking through the small glass window to the hallway. "A quick, easy patrol, Morgan." My voice dropped into a Jackson impression. Garrett laughed. "That was his plan. Trust me." A knock sounded at the door and he looked through the glass. "About time," he said as he opened the door. Jackson walked in, his flight suit unzipped just enough to reveal the T-shirt underneath. "Thanks, man." "No problem." Garrett gave me a 2-fingered salute and walked out, closing the door behind him. Jackson locked the door, peered through the window, and then came toward me with an apologetic smile. "So that turned out a little more adventurous than I'd hoped." He sat down next to me, close enough that our thighs touched. "You think?" I tilted my head. He grimaced. "I mean, it could have been worse. You could have gotten caught." "That too." He took my hand and laced our fingers. "I'm really sorry. I never meant for you to get caught up in that." God, those eyes. They made me want to swim in them, swim in him. "I'm okay," I assured him. "You sure?" "Because I'd planned on taking you for a pleasure flight, so you'd see just how awesome flying can be, and instead I landed you smack in the middle of a rescue operation." He faced forward and tensed. "While I'm really proud of the rescue, I fear that I may have failed Operation Reassure Morgan." The muscle at his jaw flexed. My heart lurched. Letting go of Jackson's hand made him startle, but I flat out shocked him when I turned and slid my knee over his thigh to straddle him. I settled into his lap like I'd always belonged there and cradled the back of his head with my hands. "I'm okay," I promised, looking him in the eyes so he'd know I really was. "I handed out blankets and didn't puke. You saved 2 people. I call that a win." "You amaze me." He gripped my hips lightly. "But I'm guessing it didn't do much to calm your fears." I slid my hands forward a bit so I could run my thumbs over his cheeks. "Does it terrify me that you fly?" "Yes." "That didn't change, and I don't think it's ever going to." "I don't blame you." His face fell slightly. "Shh, I'm talking." I placed one thumb over his lips. His eyes flared and he raked his teeth over the pad of my thumb, then swiped his tongue over it. My body flooded with warmth, and it took a second to remember what I was saying. "Yes, I'm scared. But seeing what you did out there, I understand it now, too." His grip tightened. "You do?" He looked so hopeful that I couldn't help but smile. "I do. There's a chance that family wouldn't be here if you hadn't been out there." I kissed his forehead. "I was so proud of you." He sucked in a breath, then pulled back with a smirk. "Wait, you were proud of me?" "I still am. Now stop fishing for compliments, Jackson Montgomery." His eyes dropped to my lips, and I barely parted mine before he kissed me. Mercy, I love this man's mouth. The first touch of our lips was soft, but it quickly deepened. I tilted my head as his tongue met mine, and a shock of electricity raced down my spine. He tasted sweet today, like orange soda and something uniquely Jackson. As he took my mouth in strokes that varied from hard and deep to swirling and lazy, he kept me leaning in for more. And the minute I'd get it, he'd change the pace. When he pulled back, we were both breathing hard. I caught his lower lip between my teeth and tugged it gently. I wasn't ready for this to be over. He groaned, taking full control, and I gladly gave it to him. I rocked forward and he grabbed my ass, bringing our hips flush. He was hard and made no apology for it as he threaded a hand through my hair and kissed me senseless. How is it possible for a man to rob me of every single thought? I whimpered slightly when he started on my neck, his lips teasing every one of my sensitive spots like he had a freaking map. His hair was soft under my fingers, and I gripped it, seeking something, anything that might hold me to the earth while my body felt like it was gearing up for flight. You drive me insane. Do you know that? He asked with his mouth at my throat. I arched to give him better access, and he took it. God, he felt good. You're all I think about, all I dream about. Jackson, I moaned in answer. Every kiss, lick, and nip sent waves of need through my limbs that pooled deep in my belly. Desire rose so fast and strong, it felt like a dam breaking all the way in my soul, flooding me with feelings I didn't need to keep locked up anymore. He pressed kisses down the center of my chest, and when he reached the buttons of my sleeveless blouse, I popped them free. Our eyes locked, and I rose slightly, tilted my hips forward, and slid down the length of him. Fuck, Kitty, he hissed. Then his mouth fused with mine in the kind of kiss that I had only read about. The ones that altered the universe and left you addicted. I wasn't even sure there was a universe anymore. There was only Jackson, Jackson's hands, Jackson's mouth, Jackson's body beneath mine. His hand slid inside my open shirt to cut my breast through my plain white bra. I suddenly wished I'd gone shopping, or simply cared enough in the last couple of years to own more than 2 colors of lingerie. Please, I leaned into his touch, and he lifted my breast from the cup, rubbing his thumb over my nipple so it hardened for him. Perfect, he murmured against my lips, then dipped his head and lifted me slightly so he could take the peak between his lips. I moaned at the sweet sensation, my fingers digging into his shoulders as I reveled in the pleasure his mouth gave me. His tongue was magic. and his teeth awakened every nerve ending with delicate scrapes. My hips rolled on instinct, seeking friction and pressure, seeking Jackson. He groaned, switching his attention to my other breast, and then he sent his free hand up the bare skin of my thigh. I rolled forward again, and he skimmed his thumb under the hem of my shorts, following the line until he dipped between my thighs. Oh, holy hell, yes. Morgan, A knock at the door froze us solid. Shit, Jackson muttered. My head hit his shoulder as I tried to calm my racing heart. 1 second, Jackson called, his hands already working at the buttons on my shirt. I tugged my straps to make sure the girls were put away and slid off his lap. He steadied me and searched my eyes. I'm fine, I promised. He nodded and strode for the door. What the fuck do you want? He snapped at whomever was on the other side of the door as he flung it open. You're going to be late for the briefing, Sawyer told him. Not sure I care. Jackson muttered a curse and shut the door in Sawyer's face. Then he closed his eyes and leaned against the door. Certain that I had everything put back where it was supposed to be, I grabbed my handbag from the bed and slung it over my shoulder. Morgan, Jackson started, apology filling his gaze. You owe me an entire weekend, I said before he could finish. I wasn't sorry about any of it, and I'd be damned if I let him be. His eyes flared in surprise. Yeah, I guess I do. Then I guess I'll see you at home. I kissed him gently. Now show me how to get out of here. He grinned, then opened the door and took me down the hallway and out to the parking lot, where he kissed me again. Guess he really didn't care about being late. When I got home, Sam sat at the dining room table, making a grocery list that included enough food to feed an army I'd invited for the weekend, an army we had to feed with the grill because I didn't exactly have a kitchen. Ember, Josh, Paisley, Jagger, they were all headed here in 3 days. Taking a helicopter ride suddenly felt like it was the easiest part of my week.
Chapter 17. Jackson. By the time I got to Morgan's on Friday, there were 2 cars I didn't recognize in the driveway. A bright yellow Defender and a blue Jeep Wrangler. Guess the friends were here. There were 6 vehicles I knew well parked along the right side of my drive, and from the sound of music coming over the dune, the guys had already set up on the beach. Sam's look of relief when she opened the front door told me all I needed to know. That bad, huh? I asked as she shut the door behind me. Not sure if bad is the word I'd use, but awkward is right up there. They're in the kitchen. We rounded the corner and found the group standing in the unfinished area. The floors had been installed last week, and now tile that looked like hardwood covered the entire floor. The cabinets were in, and Morgan's new refrigerator had been installed too, but there weren't any countertops yet. There was a redhead with a small baby bump and her arm around the waist of a guy who looked to be about my height, with brown hair and eyes, and another guy with blonde hair who was checking out the install job on the farmhouse sink. Next to him, a blonde girl stood with an equally blonde toddler on her hip, taking in the space with a smile. They were all the same people from the flight school ball photo on Will's Facebook page. Morgan stood on the other side of what used to be the bar but was now an island. So tense, she looked like she might snap. Even her smile was brittle. I wasn't sure what her friends knew about us, or if she even wanted them to know there was an us, but my apprehension fled the minute her eyes met mine. Her shoulders dropped slightly, and the relief that flooded her gaze was palpable. I crossed to the floor, and when she opened her arms, I took her into mine, tucking her against my chest. Whatever we were, she wasn't hiding it from her friends. Jackson, she murmured, holding me tight. Hey, kitty. My voice was low as I pressed a kiss to the top of her head. I'm so glad you're here. Me too. I would have been earlier, but I needed to drop Finn off at Vivian's. I hated this new every other weekend arrangement, but if Claire was going to actually live here, then I had to get used to it. Man, I forgot it was her weekend. She sighed in disappointment. I wish I had, but she'll be home Monday afternoon. Morgan pulled back and tilted her face up. Well, I guess that means I have you to myself for a couple of days, huh? I grinned. Well, you have to share me with Finn's pets since I'm on feeding duty, but other than that, yes.
I find that acceptable.
The silence in the room caught my attention, and sure enough, there were 4, make that 5 people staring at me with blatant curiosity. The blonde guy had a little skepticism in his gaze, too.
Everyone, this is Jackson. Jackson, this is everyone.
Morgan introduced me, turning toward them but leaving her arm draped around my waist.
He's going to insist that you call him Jax.
You're the only person on the planet who calls me Jackson, I told her with a laugh. And yeah, please call me Jax. The dark-haired guy was Josh, and his red-haired wife was Ember. The blonde guy was Jagger, and his wife was Paisley, Morgan's best friend.
And this is Peyton.
Paisley looked lovingly at her son.
Can you wave, Pay?
The boy tucked his hand into his mom's neck, but once I waved, he did too, opening and shutting his tiny fist. Had Finley really ever been that small?
So, you're the next-door neighbor,
Ember remarked with a slow smirk, glancing at Sam, who nodded. That would be me, I smiled. Pretty sure this was exactly how animals felt at the zoo, because they were all staring at me. The women wore curious expressions and the guys were flat-out skeptical. Morgan's hand tightened at my waist as the quiet in the room became stifling. The island felt like a no-man's land, with Sam, Morgan, and I on one side and her friends on the other. You were right, I told Sam. Awkward is a good word. She scoffed and smacked my arm with the back of her hand.
So did you 4 want me to get this swinging light bulb so you can sweat him out in an interrogation right here, or did you want to do it by the bonfire?
Paisley rolled her eyes, then elbowed her husband when he looked like he was considering it. I'd prefer the bonfire, since my friends are down there, I said with a small shrug. Morgan and I had set this up a few days ago, thinking it might be a little easier on everyone involved if we had a barbecue to kick off the weekend and break the tension, rather than waiting for Monday when we'd have another one, of course.
I second the bonfire, Sam added. Is that okay for Peyton?
Morgan asked, her eyes drifting to the baby.
There are still a couple of hours before sunset. Oh, sure, Paisley answered. We'll just grab his sunshade. Baby?
On it, Jagger answered, heading up the stairs. Guess that answered the question of where everyone was staying. Once Jagger had the shade, we took the back deck stairs to the path that wound over the dune, and Morgan laced her fingers through mine. You doing okay? I asked.
Of course. Why wouldn't I be?
She gave me a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I paused halfway up the dune and told Sam we'd meet them in a bit as she passed us.
What's wrong?
Morgan asked. Once the others were out of sight, I cupped her face in my hands and kissed her. She melted against me, and that simple kiss transformed into something far more intense than I had planned. When I lifted my head, her eyes were slightly glazed and her posture was infinitely more relaxed. That's better, I said, tucking her hair behind her ears so I could see her face.
What was that for?
To remind you that you don't have to put on a front for me. I know you're struggling with them here. She looked away and I tilted her head so she'd bring those eyes back to mine.
What if I can't do this?
You can, I assured her. And if it gets to be too much, you can head to my house and regroup. I'll say you have to feed the guinea pig.
Even if it takes me an hour to regroup?
She questioned, lifting an eyebrow. She has a fish and a turtle too. Trust me, we can find an excuse. She laughed and I kissed her nose. When we started back up the dune, I saw Paisley at the top staring down at us with a mixture of confusion and happiness. Then her face fell slightly as she turned to walk back to the beach. She misses you. I took Morgan's hand as we started climbing.
She misses who I used to be,
she said softly as we crested the dune. I'm not going to tell you how to feel or how to handle this. You tell me what you need me to be, and I'll be that, okay?
I just need you.
She squeezed my hand and surveyed the small gathering.
You know they're going to grill you, right?
They wouldn't be good friends if they didn't. Knowing that fact didn't make the next hour any less painful. While Morgan sat with her friends, sneaking glances at me every few minutes, Josh and Jagger fired questions at me from both sides. She was close enough to hear my answers, but trusted me to hold my own and didn't interfere. I'm 28. My daughter is 5. No, her mother and I aren't together. Yes, I like Morgan. We met when I pulled her out of her staircase. Yes, I know her contractor. Yes, he gave her fair estimates. On and on the questions came until I was pretty sure they were about to ask for my social security number so they could run a credit check. The only thing they hadn't asked. "And what do you do for a living?" Josh asked. Ah, there it is. "I'm a Coast Guard search and rescue pilot," I answered. Morgan's eyes locked with mine. "Are you shitting me?" Jagger leaned forward in his chair. "Nope." I winked at Morgan, hoping she'd relax enough to breathe. Her gaze flickered between the guys. "Been stationed here 5 years. "Best damn pilot in the Outer Banks," Sawyer remarked as he dragged a chair through the sand and sat on the other side of Jagger. "Other than me, of course." "And so humble," I quipped. Sawyer raised his beer in salute. "You're all pilots?" Jagger glanced toward the grill where Moreno and Garrett argued over timing. "Nah," Sawyer shook his head. "Javier's our best mechanic and Garrett is a rescue swimmer. His job makes us look like chicken shits, and that's good when over by the water. He's another swimmer. Hastings, the guy next to him, is a pilot, though. Those are their wives, Christina and Cassidy." "And she knows? Morgan knows?" Josh dropped his voice. "Morgan knows everyone. It's not like Jackson keeps her locked away or anything." Sawyer shrugged. Josh's eyes narrowed on mine. "That's not what he's asking," I said to Sawyer before turning back to Josh. "Yeah, Morgan knows." Appraising the level of tension, Morgan got to her feet and came around the timbers that we'd get around to lighting here in a few. "And you know," Josh started. "Everything okay?" she asked, taking a seat in my lap and resting her arm over my shoulders. "We're fine," I promised, putting my hand on her bare knee. "They're just asking if you knew that I fly." "I know," she said softly. "I don't like it, but I know. And honestly, once he took me up and I saw him rescue..." "You got her up?" Jagger's eyes flew wide. "As in up in a helicopter?" "Jagger Bateman, isn't that what I just said?" Morgan fired back, arching an eyebrow. "Don't you dare go asking questions about me like I'm not sitting right here." I pressed my lips in a firm line to keep from laughing. Jagger sighed but looked properly chastised. "Fine, sorry. You actually went flying?" "I did. It was terrifying and exhilarating all at the same time." She smiled at me, and damn if that didn't make my chest constrict. "He saves lives. It's pretty incredible." "Who saves lives?" Paisley asked, settling herself in Jagger's lap while Sam and Ember played with Peyton. "Jackson," Morgan answered. "He's a search and rescue pilot with the Coast Guard." This would have been so much more efficient if we'd just briefed everyone at once. Paisley blanched. "I'm sorry?" "Jax is a search and rescue pilot with the Coast Guard," Sawyer repeated slowly and at greater volume. "Me too, and Hastings over there by the water." Paisley blinked at Sawyer, then swung her face toward Morgan. "Honey, you're okay with that?" "Whether or not I'm okay with it doesn't change the facts." Morgan shifted her legs. "Well, I know that. It's just..." Paisley's worried gaze flickered between Morgan and me. "Unexpected. Everything about Jackson is unexpected." Her smile was slow as we locked eyes. "And besides, it's not like they deploy or anything." My stomach sank. "What? Hell yeah, we do. We're deploying in 6 weeks." Sawyer chimed in. Morgan's face drained of color and her body went rigid. "I'm not going, Kitty," I said softly, cupping her cheeks. "I'm not deploying." She swallowed, but it didn't take the terror out of her eyes. "The guys are deploying for 3 months to a cushy little outfit in the Caribbean. They needed a few of us to stay behind, and because I have Finley, I'm staying." I kept my voice calm and even, despite the panic trying to claw its way out of my gut. It was as if my body was responding to hers, or maybe I was just that scared of losing her. "Finley?" she questioned. "Right. I have a family care plan, but they took mercy on me. I don't have to go." I stroked my thumbs over her cheeks. "You're not going." Breath by breath, she relaxed. "He's ditching us," Sawyer complained. "But don't stress yourself, Morgan. We'll be back by the end of September." "You okay?" Fuck, I should have talked to her about it way sooner than this, but I wasn't going, so it hadn't been at the top of my list. She nodded. "Paisley!" Ember laughed as Peyton grabbed fistfuls of her hair. Then her laugh turned to a grimace. "I've got you." Sam picked Peyton up, but he didn't let go of Ember's hair. "Peyton Carter Bateman," Paisley chided, hopping up from Jagger's lap. "I'll get him." Morgan chuckled and headed over to untangle Ember's hair from Peyton's enthusiastic grip. "Peyton Carter, huh?" I asked. Damn, this guy was everywhere. Paisley beamed. "Yeah, he's named after my sister and..." "Will," I answered. Her jaw dropped for a second before she composed herself. "She told you about him? Sam told me she was struggling with that, talking about him." It's hard to ignore that giant truck in her front yard, but yeah, she's told me what she can. I tried to offer her a reassuring smile, and every day she's capable of a little more. Her expression shifted from shock to envy and settled on pure gratitude. "I'm glad she has you, Jax." "I'm lucky to have her." "Paisley, your son is freakishly strong," Morgan called out. Jagger moved, but Paisley touched his forearm. "I've got him." She rose from Jagger's lap and headed for the baby. "He likes the red hair," Jagger laughed. "Man after my own heart." Josh grinned as Paisley untangled Peyton from his wife's hair. "So you guys done with the interrogation?" I asked as the girls walked toward the beach. "I'm good," Josh remarked. "Sam vouched for you." "You worried about passing muster, Coastie?" Jagger challenged with a smirk. "Nope. I honestly don't give a fuck what you think about me, but it would sure make it easier on Morgan if you didn't think I was a complete dick." I shrugged. "You can stay," Jagger laughed. "How did you get Morgan on an aircraft anyway? Family day?" I disguised her in a flight suit and walked her straight onto the bird. I watched as Morgan hefted Peyton to her hip in the dying light. She was going to make an incredible mother, if that's what she wanted. Shit, did she want kids? Was Finley an issue for her? Not every woman wanted a ready-made family. "No shit?" Josh questioned. "No shit," Sawyer answered. "She handled herself like a champ, too, especially when that rescue got called in." "Hell yes, she had." "God, I can hear Carter now," Josh groaned. "Regulations state that you're not allowed on this aircraft, Morgan." His voice dropped into what was obviously an impression, but there was a soft smile on his face. Jagger laughed. "He would have shit bricks. Can you imagine trying to get him to sneak someone on board? His little rule-loving heart would have imploded." "Burgers in 5, Javier yelled. "Did you char that batch?" Sawyer called back. Javier responded with a middle finger. "So, Will was a by-the-book kind of guy?" I didn't want to ask, but I wanted to know the answer. It was one thing to compete with a ghost, but a fucking saint? That was impossible. Will wrote the fucking book. Jagger kept his eyes on his wife and son. He saw everything in black and white. There was no middle ground, no room for compromise. "Even for Morgan," Josh remarked with a little head shake. "Hell, especially in the case of Morgan." His voice dropped again. "You can't wear that out in public, Morgan. What will people think?" "Watch your tongue, Morgan," Jagger chimed in. Her tongue? "So you're saying he wasn't perfect? Carter? Fuck no. He was ring knocker with a chip the size of Alabama on his shoulder," Jagger scoffed. "Always had to come in first. Always had to be right." He swallowed. "Always had to do the right thing no matter what it cost him." Josh dropped his head briefly. She loved him. Hell, she still loves him. The confession was in the air before I could watch my tongue. "Yeah, she sure did. But those two," Jagger whistled. "I can't think of a time when they were in the same room where they weren't bickering." Damn, I wished this bottle of water in my hand was something stronger. Josh studied me carefully. "Why did you put her on that bird?" "Because I wanted her to feel that rush at takeoff. I wanted her to experience what I do, what we do every time we fly. My hope was that she'd see the beauty of it, and it would help conquer her fear that I'd go down like the three of you did." I kicked off my flip-flops and dug my feet into the sand. "Will wouldn't have done it," Josh smiled to himself. "He would have told her that she was safer on the ground, and then he would have kept her there. He would have told her that her fear was unfounded because he was infallible in an aircraft. Will was born with this unconquerable urge to protect, and Morgan has never needed anyone's protection." Jagger twisted his ball cap backward. Morgan needed someone capable of loving her and then getting the fuck out of her way. I watched her bounce Peyton lightly and introduce him to Christina as the girls headed back toward us. Bottom line, the guy was our friend. Fuck, I missed the asshole every day, Jagger continued. But he sure as hell wasn't perfect, and the biggest thing he got wrong is something you've already gotten right. Enlighten me. You chose Morgan. He never did. He chose Peyton. He chose Paisley. When push came to shove, he even chose Josh and me, but he never chose Morgan. You did. His voice quieted as the girls reached us. Hell yes, I chose Morgan, and I always would. The fact that someone hadn't was mind-boggling. You done flirting with Auntie Morgan, little man? Jagger stood and took his son from Morgan's arms. She smiled, but it was tinged with sadness, and a corresponding ache flared in my chest. This scene was only possible because Will had given his life for them. Hell, I only had a shot with Morgan for the same reason. Oh, I brought something for you, Paisley exclaimed, dropping to her knees and digging something out of their diaper bag before standing again. We just sent them out last week, but I wanted to give it to you in person. She handed Morgan an envelope. Thank you, Morgan said as she took it. She slid a card from the ivory casing and her entire posture changed as she read it. Burgers, Javier yelled. I held up my finger in the universal symbol for wait a fucking minute. What? Morgan whispered as her brow scrunched and her shoulders drew inward. Devastated. She looked completely and utterly devastated. What the fuck was on that card? I rose to my feet. I thought you might want to come. You know, if you're feeling up to it. Paisley's smile trembled. Kitty? I questioned softly, coming to her side. I wasn't going to look over her shoulder or pry into anything she wasn't ready to welcome me into. Morgan shoved the card at my chest and stared at the sand a few feet away. On behalf of the President of the United States, the Secretary of the Army requests the pleasure of your company at the awarding of the Medal of Honor to William Carter. I stopped reading. Holy shit, Will was getting the Medal of Honor. He would have wanted you there, Morgan, Paisley said softly. Morgan shifted, and I forgot the card in my hand. My girl didn't have an ounce of that devastation on her face now. Oh no, it was all anger and indignation. The storm she'd fought so long and hard to keep off her coastline was here. Little bird, Jagger said softly, touching his wife's elbow as he took in the same signs I did. Morgan? Paisley stepped forward, oblivious to the danger. I might want to come? Morgan's voice was so quiet the breeze off the ocean nearly carried it away. Well, don't you? Paisley took another step with obvious, honest concern. Ember and Sam positioned themselves so the group made a square, both watching the other women with all of the caution Paisley should have shown. Honey, Jagger tried again, reaching for his wife's elbow. She shook him off. He looked my way beseechingly, but I took one look at Morgan's rigid muscles, the fire in her eyes, and remembered that this was the stage in her therapy where she was supposed to confront the people who triggered her, and Paisley was the biggest trigger she had. I slowly shook my head at Jagger and stepped to the side, effectively getting the hell out of Morgan's way. I might want to come? Morgan shouted. Are you fucking kidding me?
Chapter 18. Morgan. I'm showing up empty-handed to this party, and the most amazing thing about you is that you don't care. You just want me, and I can't figure out why, but I'm done fighting it. You want this mess? It's yours. Just enjoy your last 9 months of freedom. I mean, hopefully not too much or anything, because once I get home, we're doing this thing. Paisley drew back like I'd slapped her. Her shock and hurt were obvious, and I just didn't care. I was beyond caring. You don't want to come? Her brow puckered. You sent the invitations last week? You, Paisley, were given the invitations, and then you chose not to mail one to me? Not to let me know that Will, my Will, was getting the Medal of Honor? My voice didn't even sound like mine anymore. She blinked. I told you. I wanted to give it to you in person. You said you were struggling. I hadn't even invited you here when you mailed them out. What were you going to do? Wait until the week before the ceremony, just hoping that I'd be up for talking then? I hoped that you'd call, and you did. Well, you texted, which isn't really the same, but who the hell gave you the right to keep information about Will from me? Paisley's gaze darted to Ember, then Sam. Sam took a step closer. To support or restrain me? I didn't know, and I didn't give a shit. You said you were in therapy, that you couldn't talk about him, that you needed space. I was just trying to give you that space. I figured that when you were ready, you'd call and I'd tell you. Sweet mercy, the woman had the audacity to look hurt. God, I'm trying so hard, I screamed at the sky. I thought I was ready for this, but maybe I'm not. Don't walk away, she begged when I retreated a step. Morgan, you've been my best friend all my life, and the silent treatment is killing me. Killing you? I fumbled for words as my soul scraped over a cheese grater cut to tiny, shredded pieces by the blades of my anger and my own guilt for feeling it. It's killing you. Please talk to me. If it's the invitation, then you don't have to come, and I wasn't trying to keep it from you. I swear, I was just trying to protect you, like you've protected me our entire lives. Her hands rose beseechingly as if she could tug me back to emotionally stable ground. Spoiler alert, there wasn't any emotionally stable ground. There hadn't been in years. I was more combustible than the unlit bonfire next to us. It's a little late to start protecting me, Paisley Lynn. All the color drained from her face, and her hand rose to her chest. A nervous tell from when her heart hadn't been healthy. Morgan, you have to talk to me. Raw, ugly emotion bubbled in that little container I kept it locked up in. I was a shaken soda, and Paisley was twisting my top. I can't. My anger would eat her alive, and that was something she didn't deserve. You can, she urged. Those hideous feelings started to hiss as she cracked my seal. How long have you known he was getting the medal? I questioned, looking for any reason to hold on to my composure. Was it last week when the invitations came? Regret slackened her shoulders. No, Daddy told me 6 weeks ago, right before you told me you needed space. I exploded. 6 weeks? You've known for 6 weeks? She pressed her lips in a thin line and nodded. I'm so sorry. Did you know? I pivoted my rage at Ember. She glanced between Paisley and me, then nodded. Yeah, but we live right next. You? I faced Sam. She put her hands up. Don't look at me. I had no clue. She pinned a look on Josh and Jagger. And neither does Grayson. He's got bigger things on his mind, Josh muttered but dropped his gaze. And Mel takes longer to get there. Plus, we knew you were taking care of Morgan, and Paisley said she's been delicate. Unbelievable, Sam snapped. I should have told you. Paisley's voice dripped with regret. You should have told me he was dead. The whole world stilled. In my peripheral vision, I saw Sawyer sneak away, motioning to Christina and her husband to do the same. It was just us, the Sunday dinner crew, and Jackson, who was silent and strong at my side. I don't understand, Paisley said softly. You never did, I spat, shaking my head. How did you find out Will was dead? Her lips parted. The officers came to the door. I was with Ember, and they told us Will had been killed. Then they gave us the news that Jagger and Josh were both seriously injured. I nodded, processing the information. I was in the jam aisle at Publix when Sam called. I tried to swallow the lump of anxiety that formed in my throat, but it wouldn't move. I arched my neck, but no matter how many times I worked my throat, it stuck there like a damned rock. What's wrong? Paisley asked, moving forward. Give her a second. Sam stepped between us. Kitty, Jackson whispered, pressing an opened bottle of water into my hand. I chugged half the bottle, then took deep breaths and visualized the muscles relaxing. I'd told this story in Dr. Searcy's office for the last 6 weeks and listened to myself tell it every single morning. I could do this. Thank you. I handed Jackson the bottle and threw him a fragile smile. He winked and squeezed my hand as he took it back. I was in the jam aisle at Publix, and Sam called. That jar of jam slipped from my hands and shattered all over that tacky linoleum, red like blood as it splattered my feet. And she didn't have the details. That was something only you got, since you were listed as his next of kin. Paisley's hands fell to her sides. I don't remember much about leaving the store, but slowly it's coming back to me the more I hear myself tell the story. I left the buggy in the middle of the aisle, didn't even tell the workers that I'd made a mess, and I stumbled to my car as Sam told me she was on her way to me. She was getting on a plane from Colorado. I sat in that parking lot for 2 hours, just staring out the windshield, and when I tried to call my very best friend and she didn't answer, I wrapped my arms around myself. I must have been on the plane already. Her voice was soft. Jagger's father flew us straight to Germany. And you didn't pick up the phone. Not once. Shit, Ember muttered. It's okay, Ember, I assured her. You told Sam to check on me. God knows how long I would have gone without knowing if you hadn't. So thank you. Oh, God. Paisley's mouth opened and shut a few times as she looked at Ember, then back at Jagger. Morgan, I wasn't thinking clearly. My husband was injured. The man I loved was dead. My hands flew into fists. You don't think I made your excuses time and again? I knew you were underwater. God knows I prayed for Josh and Jagger to heal quickly, and I'm honestly so grateful for their lives. But you abandoned me until the day of the funeral, and then you invited me to sit in the front pew like it was yours, like he was yours. Paisley's lower lip trembled. I didn't mean to do that. At what point did you remember that I loved him, Paisley? Was it when your daddy made his funeral all about Will's love for you? His sacrifice so your husband could live? Was it when I held you up at the graveside as they buried the only man I've ever loved? My voice cracked. Morgan, she whispered. You want to know why I can't bear to be around you? It's because every time I see your face and hear you gush about how damned happy you are, all I can think is how fucking unfair everything is. Tears stung my eyes. You got Jagger back. Ember got Josh. Sam has Grayson. And I have a fucking truck that I can't sit in without having an anxiety attack. She reached for me and I stepped back. It wasn't in her nature to watch suffering and do nothing about it. But in this case, there was nothing she could do. Do you know what causes complicated grief? It's a breakdown in the grieving process, Paisley answered, letting her hand fall back to her side. Usually caused by an overwhelming guilt that you could have stopped the death from happening or the inability to accept the injustice of it. I read up when you told me why Sam was here. I would have come if you'd let me. I would have stayed with you. I ignored her last two statements. Your happily ever after came at the expense of mine. That's why I can't be around you. That's why I'm still crippled by a grief that you all think about from time to time, and I would never want you to feel this. Not in a million years would I ever wish this kind of debilitating pain on you. I wouldn't trade Jagger's life for Will's. How many times have I told you how grateful I am that you still have Jagger? I've lost count. A tear streaked down her face. And how many times have you considered what life would be like if the tables had been turned? If Jagger had died for Will? If my happiness had cost yours? She startled. We have Peyton. You're right. You have your gorgeous son. And he has Will's name, and I shrugged. I don't even have the right to grieve him or to be told that he's getting the Medal of Honor for choosing to die for you instead of living for me. That's not what I meant. Of course you do. And I know that what you had with Will was complicated. But it breaks my heart for you to think that he was your happily ever after when everything was so up in the air with you two, and what you have here up in the air. We were finally on the damned ground. What? Paisley, why do you think he left me a secondary life insurance policy, left me his truck, left me his wings and his dog tags? It's because he left me with a promise, too. He drove down to see me before he deployed, and he told me we'd be together when he got home. Paisley's breath rushed out. I didn't know. Ember's face twisted, and she blinked back tears. You didn't know a lot. I was the one who held him together after you dumped him. I was the one who had his wings engraved and then pinned them on his chest. I was the one he kissed the night of the flight school graduation ball, the one he gave a silver wings necklace to, and the one he kissed for the last time days before he died. I was the last phone call he made before that goddamned flight, Paisley, so don't you sit there and tell me that I didn't lose my chance. You were so lost in your own happiness that you didn't even know I had it to begin with. My stomach turned at the realization that this rift had started way before Will's death. It had been growing since she'd moved up to Fort Campbell. Funny how I'd always stayed behind for her, but she'd left at the first opportunity. Oh, God, Morgan, she whispered. I was shattered and barely breathing, but I held it together during that funeral, and then I kept breathing when you shit all over my dream and pulverized my feelings between your sweet little fingers when you said he was never meant to be mine anyway. Wait, what? She moved forward again, and I retreated, keeping our little dance. Morgan, I never said he wasn't meant to be yours. I would never discourage your dream. God, we all saw the way he looked at you. The way you drove him crazy. I knew that if anyone could break through that shell he kept around his soul, it would be you. It would have been you. I scoffed and shook my head as the horrid, disgusting feelings I'd tried so hard to overcome overruled my genuine love for my best friend. So you didn't stand over Will's body and tell Josh that Will was where he was meant to be? Her widened eyes focused on Josh. What was it you said? I tilted my head at my best friend. He's with Peyton, right? And he could have gone on to get married and have a family, but no love would ever compare to what he felt for her? I hear those words every time I see your face. They tasted like acid and ate away at what emotional defenses I had intact. I'd only ever spoken them to Dr. Cersei. Fuck, Josh hissed, shoving his hands in the pockets of his shorts. Morgan, you were... Paisley shook her head and glanced around our group like they'd give her the answer. What, private? Do you honestly think anything in this group is private? I accused. Ember heard you, remember? And she got understandably upset, because Josh wasn't talking to her about what had happened over there, but he'd somehow managed to talk to you, right? So Ember called Sam for a little support, and Sam happened to be in my hotel suite checking on me. Oh, shit, Sam cursed. I never meant for you to hear that. I know, I told her softly. You were in the living room because I could barely pull myself out of bed, and you put it on speaker because Ember wanted Grayson's point of view, too. I've never blamed you. I wouldn't have made it through any of this without you. Her lips pursed as she struggled to compose herself, but she managed a nod. I didn't mean that he wouldn't have been able to love you, Paisley swore. But not as much as Peyton, I countered. Just because my last name isn't Donovan doesn't mean I wasn't capable of making him happy. I didn't think that. You didn't think of me at all, I countered. He was called home to your sister, right? Now they finally had a chance to be happy. That's what you said. My eyes stung, and my vision wobbled through the sheen of gathering tears. Her lower lip trembled. How the hell can someone who calls herself my best friend stand there and say that his only chance at happiness was in death? You knew I loved him. I jabbed a finger at her. Am I that horrible? That unlovable in your eyes that you would rather see him dead with your sister than alive with me? I might not be as sweet and kind and perfect as you are, but that doesn't mean I wasn't worthy of him. Hot, angry tears fell from my eyes, and I didn't wipe them away. Let her see them. Let them all see them. No, sweet mercy, Morgan, no! Paisley shook her head. Of course you're worthy and lovable, and it kills me that you think that... Then why? The raw cry ripped from my throat. Why would you say he was meant to be dead instead of mine? She took a deep breath and glanced at Josh. Because it was what Josh needed to hear. And just what the hell did you think I needed to hear? The tears fell quickly now, their warmth stolen by the ocean breeze as they reached my jawline. I don't know, she admitted quietly, but I can see now that I didn't say it to you. You didn't bother with me, my voice fell. You were pregnant, and Jagger had 3 billion surgeries. I know that, logically. You were exhausted and scared and dealing with a whole host of things. I remember because when you'd call, that's all we'd talk about. And it was my fault, too. I should have told you back then, but I'd gotten so used to protecting your feelings that I didn't know how to be honest with mine. So I kept quiet and faked my way through the days and the weddings and the phone calls. But the nights, I can't fake those. And because no one saw fit, I waved my hand at Josh and Jagger, to take the time to show up and tell the woman who loved Will exactly how he actually died. I get to picture it, playing out differently in every nightmare, every night. But it's okay since it's just me going through it and not any of you. And hey, that's better than making you guys relive it, right? Who cares that I don't know as long as it doesn't inconvenience you? But the thing is that my therapist wants me to have this imaginary conversation with Will that's supposed to take place where he died, which is ludicrous, but I can't argue because the therapy is working. But I can't even do that because I have no idea what happened that night. Shit, Morgan, I didn't realize, Josh grimaced. Don't worry yourself. It's par for the course around here, and I pieced a little together between what you said at the funeral and the bits Ember relayed from the cemetery, which wasn't much. What was it you said, Josh? Paisley loved him more than all of us, right? That's why you avoided her. I leveled my stare on him, and he deflated. They had dated. And I knew they were still tight, and I felt so fucking guilty for living when he didn't. Josh said in explanation. She didn't love him most. I screamed the words I'd held back for far too long. I did! I turned back to Paisley, who now had Jagger's arm around her waist. Even now she was supported. I loved him most, not you. Not Peyton. She never chose him. She broke him. Then you had him and still chose Jagger, remember? I'm the one who always chose Will when I wasn't prioritizing your happiness. I chose Will. You didn't. The fact that he didn't bother to choose me back until he was on his way to become a martyr doesn't change the fact that I loved him most. My gaze dropped to Paisley's wings, the necklace she'd been given the night of the flight school ball. He might have died with Peyton's name on his lips, but it was my necklace he had around his neck. The necklace that Grayson brought back with Will's body, the one he and Sam helped me put into the casket with him the night before we buried him, because if I had his wings, then he should have mine. And now it's 2 years later, and you're all just over it. Over him. You're healed and happy and married and parents and pregnant. And even though I love you all, I hate you for it. He was supposed to come home to me, not get buried next to her. A sob tore from my throat, and I crumpled. Strong arms wrapped around me, and I was enveloped by the scent of the ocean and Jackson as he held me against his chest. "It's okay," he murmured against my hairline as I sobbed into his shirt, grabbing fistfuls of the material to assure myself that he was real. He was here. I needed to not be here. "Morgan," Paisley pled. But Sam stepped between us. "Sam, please, I just need to talk to her. Let me make this better. I need to talk to her." "Paisley, you know I love you, but this is not about you or what you need right now," Sam replied in a tone that was kind, but firm. "Since when am I the third wheel around here? You might be the one she chose to come live with her, but that's my best friend, Samantha. Move!" "I know you are not yelling at me for your own fuck-up, Paisley Bateman. None of what's going down right now is my fault, and I get that your emotions are high and rightfully so. But you're just going to have to let those suckers take a backseat to Morgan's for once." I couldn't see either of their faces, but Paisley's indrawn breath said it all. "And if you can't do that," Sam's voice softened, "if you honestly can't listen to the pain she's in without trying to fix it, then you might need to pack up that beautiful baby and your handsome husband and take them home until you can. You can't fix this, and she's not asking you to. She's just being honest for the first time in years and letting you know where she's at. And I know you want to help her. I know you love her and you've never intentionally hurt her. We both know that this is one giant mess made by some pretty all-around shitty circumstances. But that doesn't change the fact that Morgan got lost and left behind." My breathing regulated with Jackson's steady heartbeat as Sam gave me the time I needed to calm myself. His arms felt so good around me, safe, secure. He held me like I was something he cherished, because he did. God, I didn't deserve this man who held me carefully as I cried out my grief for another. "I never wanted this to happen," Paisley said softly. My heart ached at the misery in her voice. I never wanted this either. Never wanted my feelings to harm her. Never wanted to lose Will. Never wanted to tangle my heart up in another flyboy I'd have to bury. "None of us did," Sam answered. "But you can't help her right now, as good as your intentions are, and as much as I value our friendship and the bond we all have, I can't stand here and let you slap a 'let me make this better' Band-Aid over a festering, infected wound just because it'll help you sleep tonight." My eye caught on the invitation to Will's ceremony as it dangled from Jackson's fingers, and I felt that same rage bubble to the surface. Maybe letting the fire out of my soul hadn't extinguished it, but fed it instead. "I need to regroup." Jackson nodded once. "Well, as fun as this is, we're going to take a little break and feed my daughter's guinea pig." Jackson tilted his head and looked down at me. "We might need to feed the turtle, too." He took my hand, put himself between my closest friends and me, and started to walk us toward the dune. "Are you coming back?" Paisley asked, her voice breaking. "Do you want us to go?" I paused, gathered my composure, and then turned around to face them without letting go of Jackson's hand. "I need a break, because when I look at that invitation, the only place I want to tell you to go is to hell, Lee. I'll be damned if I'm going to watch you accept his posthumous award while everyone cheers because we both know his mama isn't going to sober up enough to do it." Her eyes flared, and then her face fell. Right, that's what I thought. My stomach turned at the prospect of watching it all go down. Will made you his primary next of kin, and that gives you access to all the information, and I get it. You just wanted to honor him while trying to navigate my delicate feelings that you knew nothing about. But you do now, So I'm leaving in the hopes that by the morning, this feeling will pass and I can calm myself down enough that I won't tell you to take that award ceremony and shove it up your perfect ass, because this is the last time I will ever let any of you think that your grief or your love for Will is deeper or stronger than mine. Losing that man drove me to actual insanity. And as far as I can see, you're all doing just fine." They stared at me with varying degrees of shock, with the exception of Sam, who smirked. "Ember, the coffee maker is plugged into the dining room since I don't have any counters. Sam can show you where I put the extra towels, and she knows how to work the alarm in the sliding windows. And Sam, if you wouldn't mind making my apologies to our Outer Banks friends, y'all have a good night. I sure do appreciate you coming all the way down here to see me." My eyes narrowed. "And if any of you so much as touch his truck, so help me God, there will not be enough time and space in the world to calm me down. Night." I flashed a fake smile they all would have accepted as real before this blow-up and walked over the dune with Jackson, who had just witnessed my entire tirade over another man. "Are you okay?" he asked, handing me the invitation. "Are you?" I challenged softly. "I never meant for you to hear all that. I can't imagine how you must feel right now." His jaw ticked for a second, but he lifted my hand and kissed the back of it. "I feel proud of you." "That's not what I meant." I shook my head. "I don't want you to think you're in some kind of competition with Will." "But I am." He shrugged as we paused between our houses. "I have been since the moment we met. I'm not the guy to lay down my life, not with Finn at home. I'm the guy who figures out a way for everyone to live. But that out there," he motioned toward the beach, "that wasn't about me." "Jackson." My heart sank with guilt. "It's okay." He cradled my face. "And when it comes to you, I might be a few laps behind in this race, but I've got a slight advantage on the guy." "You're alive?" Sarcasm rolled heavily off my tongue. I wasn't going there. The corner of his mouth lifted. "Time, Morgan. I have time, and the persistence to use it. Now, what do you want to do with the rest of our night?" "Take me to bed." His forehead crinkled. "I thought you wanted some space from your friends." "Right. Take me to your bed." Chapter 19. Morgan. Here's the thing. If I don't make it back from this, you can't lock that big, beautiful heart away. When that guy comes along, and trust me, he will, you have to take the chance. Substantial, scrumptious warmth surrounded me as I opened my eyes. I blinked rapidly to bring the world into focus and tried to make sense of the heavy, masculine furniture and hunter green comforter. I was in Jackson's bed. That was his arm draped over my waist, his strong body cradling mine. I waited for the panic to set in or a warning bell that I'd been reckless to crawl into his bed last night, but all I felt was calm, soothing heat. His bedroom looked out over the ocean, and I watched the waves crash ashore with a steady rhythm that nearly lulled me back to sleep. The sky was gray and thick with heavy clouds as a storm moved in, but they didn't worry me since Jackson wasn't going to work today. Guess the weather hadn't gotten the memo that Hurricane Morgan had already made landfall last night. I'd ripped my friends apart, and though I probably should have been nicer, gentler about it, every word I'd spoken had been true. Will would have been horrified and ashamed of me for what I'd put Paisley through. Jackson had been proud of me for finally being honest. Careful not to wake him, I rolled slowly in his arms and watched him sleep like the borderline obsessed woman I was. He was so beautiful that my entire body heated just looking at him. It didn't hurt that he slept shirtless either. The man was cut in ways that had to be illegal in some states. But even as incredibly good-looking as he was, it was his heart that held me in thrall. He was fiercely protective, yet gentle when he touched me. His loyalty and persistence were unmatched by any guy I'd ever been around, and yet he never pushed me for more than I was ready to give. He let me move at my own pace without so much as hinting that it was too slow for him. He'd mastered the art of emotional seduction by patience, and that was harder than the lines of roped muscles down his stomach, or even the inked lines of latitude and longitude that ran along his side. My heart, my stupid, foolish heart, ached with a sharp, sweet throb. You cannot fall for this man, not while you still love Will. I did, right? I still loved Will. But every day that passed, every therapy assignment I conquered, softened the intensity of that emotion. The more time I spent with Dr. Cersei, the more I realized that Will wasn't a sea of grief anymore. He was a mountain in my life, maybe even the mountain. No matter where I stood, I could still see him to the west, but I'd gained enough distance that he didn't dominate my existence anymore. He was a landmark I could guide myself by, comfort in his permanence. But somewhere in the last few months, it was Jackson who had become the ocean to my east, deep, calming, and steady, just like those waves that pounded the shore behind me. And he was a touch reckless, too, bending the rules he found inconvenient and breaking the ones that got in his way. But for every danger he might bring, he was also gentle and tenacious enough to transform a broken bottle into a priceless piece of sea glass. I examined the strong lines of Jackson's face, so different from Will's, and maybe it was wrong to compare, but I did it anyway. Jackson was bigger, taller, his body sharper than Will's compact, lithe frame had been. But he was also soft in the areas where Will had been unyielding. Jackson had no problem standing his ground, but he also knew when to compromise, when to concede, and when to take the risk. I would even argue that he did the latter far too often. Will had seen the world as black and white, right or wrong. Jackson would argue that there were 10,000 shades between the two. My chest tightened the longer I studied him, but the butterflies in my belly were nowhere to be found. There was nothing to be nervous about anymore when I was in Jackson's arms. I couldn't do or say the wrong thing because he wanted me just as I was, hot mess and all. He hadn't questioned my need to sleep next to him either. You didn't watch the video last night. That's twice. The realization hit me at the same time that Jackson opened his eyes. My heart skipped, and that ache increased 100-fold as he gave me the sleepiest, sexiest smile I'd ever seen while he stretched. You cannot fall for him. You cannot. Oh, God, it's too late, isn't it? What I felt for Will was entirely separate from the emotions that overpowered me when it came to Jackson. How the hell was I capable of both? Good morning. His voice was scratchy with sleep as his gaze raked over me. You look incredible in my shirt. Are you regretting last night's gentlemanly concern for my virtue? I teased, hoping he couldn't see how unsettled I felt beneath my smile. Not even a little bit. That smile shifted to a smirk. You have the restraint of a saint. I rolled my eyes, knowing he could have taken me 4 different ways last night, and I would have loved every minute of it. A millisecond later, I was yanked against Jackson from chest to thigh, his hands like soft vices on my hips, and his very large, very hard erection straining between us. Does that feel saintly? He asked at my ear before running his tongue along the shell. Because the things I want to do to you definitely put me in the sinner column. I couldn't even make an intelligent sound as he kissed his way down my neck. I was all about the sinner column. How the hell do you smell so good? He muttered. God, I love waking up to you in my bed. We need to make this a regular thing. I have my own house, you know. My thighs shifted against his as he found a spot that turned me on like a freaking light switch. Fine, He nipped at the base of my throat, and I slid my thigh over his. We'll sleep here when Finn's home, and at your place when she's not. See how good I am at compromise. Uh-huh. Is she used to seeing women in your bed? He flipped me to my back and rose over me with a look of pure disgust. Hell no, she's not. She's never seen me in bed with a woman who wasn't her mother. And it's been so long since that happened, I doubt she even remembers, since she was probably about 18 months old. I don't bring women home, Morgan. Not here, not ever. This is where I raise Finn. But I'm here, and I qualify as a woman. He cocked an eyebrow. Yeah, which should tell you that this means something to me. You mean something to me. And it's not casual. My breath caught. I thought we were in an exclusive non-relationship. I raised my hand to his cheek and lightly stroked my palm over his raspy, unshaved skin. Sweet heavens, I was going to drown in his eyes if he kept looking at me like that. You can call it whatever you want, Kitty. Labels don't matter to me unless they matter to you. I know what we are, and like I said, it's not casual. He settled between my thighs, and I hooked my ankle around his waist. His gaze dropped to my lips as his breath hitched. I'm all in. That sweet ache in my heart devoured my common sense, and I pressed my lips together to keep the ill-advised words behind my teeth where they belonged. What's wrong? Concern filled his eyes. I shook my head and pressed harder. Morgan, you gotta talk to me. He lifted his thumb to my chin and gently pressed down so my lips parted, then touched the barest of kisses to my mouth. I think I'm falling for you, I admitted in a rush, then prayed that the words had slurred or come out in French, Japanese, Russian, or any other language he didn't speak. He smiled, and it blew the previous sexy, sleepy one right out of the freaking water. I was in trouble. So much trouble. Well, say something. The look he gave me was so tender it made my eyes burn. I don't need to think. I already know. I'm just glad you're catching up, because I am so far gone for you that I can't even see the shore anymore. Oh. I pounced, claiming his mouth in a kiss as I grabbed onto whatever parts of him I could reach. The nape of his neck and the smooth, firm skin of his back became my only anchors as he parted my lips with his tongue and sank inside. He kissed me so long and so hard that by the time he lifted his head, we were both panting, watching each other with lust-glazed eyes before diving in for round 2. I was never going to get enough of this man. My need for him only grew each time he kissed me. My hips arched against his, and the hard length of him stroked over the lace of my thong with enough force to push the fabric against my clit. Jackson, I moaned, as the sensation rocketed through my body, prickling my skin. His hand clenched my hip to hold me still as he repeated the motion. We both groaned. 2 pieces of cloth separated our skin, and it was too much. I wanted him naked so I could feel every inch of him against me. I wanted him inside me, hard and deep. The muscles of my core clenched with a need so intense that I whimpered. This wasn't just 4 years of pent-up sexual need talking. This was all because of Jackson. Just Jackson. His shirt had ridden to my waist, and he tugged it up and over my breasts before lowering his head to one peak and teasing that nipple until it pebbled, and then the other, all while thrusting against me in a painfully, deliciously slow rhythm that had my nails digging little half-moons into his skin. He moved like we had all day, like we had an eternity in this bedroom. His touches were unhurried and deliberate as he kissed every exposed inch of my skin. The man drove me insane. Every sensation pounded through my veins before it gathered low in my belly, where it built a maddening tension. Jackson, I grabbed his hand and slid it down my belly, between our bodies, and pressed it against my center. He rose slightly, just enough to look in my eyes with a question. Please, I reiterated. Without looking away, he pushed the lace aside and swept his fingers from my opening to my clit. I gasped, but held his gaze. Fuck, Morgan, you're so wet for me. His jaw clenched, and his brow furrowed with the effort of restraint. If I hadn't been wet before, the combination of those words and his sandpaper rough voice would have gotten me there. He repeated the stroke and swirled his fingers around my clit, bringing every nerve to life without giving me the very thing I needed. I arched my neck, and my eyes slid shut at the exquisite pleasure his hands gave. "Stay with me," he demanded. My eyes flew open and I saw it, a tiny flicker of apprehension in his depths. What would make him worry even the slightest bit when his hands were on me? Stay with me. That ache in my heart sharpened with realization, and I gripped the back of his neck. "I'm right here, Jackson." I knew exactly who I was with. He brushed his lips over mine, then plunged 2 fingers inside me, keeping his eyes locked on mine. The pleasure stole my very breath. I cried out as he plunged again and rubbed his fingers against the front of my walls before withdrawing, only to repeat again and again. Every stroke pitched me higher. The pleasure sharpened, and the tension within me wound tighter. "More," I demanded, riding his hand with greedy rocks of my hips. "You feel so damned good." He flicked over my clit with his thumb, and I moaned. It was too much, and yet not enough. Wet and slick, and so fucking perfect. "You're killing me." His words, his touch, the very way he looked at me had me poised on a razor's edge. "Then you know exactly how I feel." He thrust again. "Do you know how good we're going to be together? How hard it is to touch you like this and not replace my fingers with my cock?" "Who's stopping you?" I challenged, rising to kiss him. He groaned, consuming me with his kiss as his fingers stroked me to the edge of reason. "Jackson." My fingers tightened at his neck as that tension rose to consume me. "That's it, kitty. Right there." His thumb worked my clit, and as my thighs locked, he pressed on that bundle of nerves and sent me flying. I screamed his name as the orgasm washed over me in a tsunami of pure bliss, only to ride out the next wave and the next, until my body fell limp against the sheets and my breaths came in heaving gasps. Did it last minutes? Hours? Who cared? "I could watch you do that all day," he said against my lips as his fingers withdrew. "I want you." I gripped his ass and brought our hips flush so he wouldn't mistake my meaning. "Kitty," he groaned, dropping his mouth to my neck. Now, before I could overthink my choice or give in to the guilt that was sure to follow. He lifted his head and had the nerve to smirk, but there was a fine tremble in his arms. "Demanding little thing, aren't you?" "Yes," I replied with a grin. He laughed, and it was the best sound I'd ever heard. "Are you sure about this?" "Sure enough to tell you to get a condom." I'd never wanted anyone like I wanted him, only him, not even— "Don't go there." His eyes darkened. Footsteps sounded in a steady run, sounding like they were heading up. "She's coming up the stairs." Jackson finished my thought. "Shit!" He yanked his shirt down to cover my breasts and whipped the comforter over us. I hadn't even noticed we'd thrown it off. The door burst open and Finley appeared. "Hi, Daddy." "Kill me now. Right now, Lord." Mortification heated my already flushed cheeks. I was literally under her father. "Hey, baby. What are you doing home?" He propped himself up on his elbows and grinned. How the hell did he sound so calm? Why wasn't he panicked and scrambling? Why was he holding me prisoner so I couldn't panic and scramble? "Mommy brought me. She has an audition, so I got to come home early." She bounced with excitement and waved at me. "Hi, Morgan." Strike me dead this very moment. Can this possibly get any worse? Hey, Finn, I managed with a shaky smile. I would have waved, but my hands were currently pinned between my body and her father's. Not like I was telling her that. Jackson barely disguised his confusion. An audition? Huh. Well, I'm just happy to have you home. You know, Cousteau could probably use some breakfast. Right, I'm on it. One fishy breakfast coming up. She turned and ran smack into Claire. Sorry, Mom. Yep, it's worse. Claire stared at us with an open mouth, a mixture of hurt and shock twist in her features for a heartbeat. Then her eyes raked over us and narrowed in a rage so palpable the hairs on my arm stood up. What the hell are you doing, Jax? He tilted his head. What does it look like I'm doing, Claire? Better question. What are you doing in my bedroom? It looks like you're confusing the shit out of our daughter, who definitely didn't need to see this. How could you? She snapped, ignoring his question. Jackson didn't even huff. Funny, I could have sworn I locked the front door last night. She snorted. I used my mother's key. Trust me, honey. If I'd known you'd be up here getting your dick wet with the next-door neighbor, I would have called first. I cringed. Jackson tensed. And now you've pissed me off. So you can get the fuck out, Claire. Why would you talk to me like that? She pressed her hand to her heart. You're lucky Finn is down the hall, or I would have said far worse, far louder. Now get out of my bedroom. She blinked, as if just realizing she'd overstepped her bounds. I need to talk to you about our daughter. Great. And we can do that downstairs. You're not welcome on the second floor. Now, get out. His voice dropped to a dangerous chill that I never wanted to hear used in my direction. Ever. She glanced between us and sighed. Fine. I'll meet you downstairs, and just so you know, there's a line of people at the bottom of the stairs waiting to see you. A line? My friends. Were they still my friends? Crap. There went my buzz. Out! Jackson snapped. She fled. His eyes were nothing but gentle when he turned them on me. You okay? You know that nightmare where you're naked in the hallway of your high school and you've forgotten your homework? That bad? Worse. But I'm fine. You go handle your baby mama drama, and I'll find some clothes. He pressed a kiss to my forehead. I'm wild about you. You know that, right? I know. I stroked my fingers down his back. Clothes, Jackson. He sighed in sexual frustration. I really hate her right now. She's 5, I teased, knowing full well that he meant Claire. Smartass, he quipped, but rolled out of bed. Wear whatever you want if you don't feel like wearing yesterday's clothes. He told me after he yanked some shorts up over his boxer briefs and tugged a t-shirt over the carved lines I'd had yet to play with. We really needed to remedy that soon. Get out of here, I chastised, still sitting in the middle of his bed. He flashed a grin at me and vanished through the doorway. I'd barely set my feet on the ground when I heard him bellow, "She's my girlfriend!" Guess we were labeled now, huh? I walked into his closet and marveled at the neat, organized rows he kept his clothes in. The man might be laid back in some departments, but apparently he liked his stuff tidy. I selected a soft t-shirt and settled for yesterday's shorts. I could tie the shirt, but there was no way anything of Jackson's was going to remotely fit my bottom. Once I was appropriately dressed and had popped my head in to see Finn lost in her seashell collection, I headed downstairs and found Jackson trying his darndest to get Claire out the door while my friends pretended not to hear anything from where they sat around his dining room table. I wasn't sure if I should kick them out or laugh at how awkward it all was. I'll be right in, and don't be mad at me. They look like little lost puppies, Jackson explained from the doorway. I couldn't leave them out in the rain. Uh-huh. I shook my head at him. It's lovely to see you again, Claire. She muttered something before Jackson closed the door, sealing them outside. Sam was the only one to approach me as I made 2 cups of coffee, searched for Jackson's creamer, only to realize he didn't have any, and settled for milk, which was not the same. "Give them a chance," she said quietly as I stirred in my sugar. My stomach twisted, unwilling to face the can of worms I'd opened yesterday, but I was the one who'd lost my temper, which meant I owed them their say too. "Okay," I finally answered. She let out a breath of relief and walked to the table with me. I took the vacant seat at the foot of the table, and Sam slid into the empty one on my right. Paisley sat to my left with Jagger, who had Peyton on his lap. Josh took the head of the table, Ember to his left, next to Sam. Each one of them looked at me with resignation and a touch of fear. I was hit with an immediate longing for Grayson, who was the most even-tempered of us all. "I'm sorry," Paisley started, already tearing up. "I'm so sorry for abandoning you when you needed me most. I can make 1,000 excuses, but the truth is, I should have been the one to call you. I should have been the one to sit with you and comfort you and, well, I should have done a lot of things. I knew how much you loved him, and I had hoped that you too would have a future. I so wanted that for you. And you're right. It isn't fair that you never got that chance. And it isn't fair that I wasn't there for you, especially when you've always been there for me." The pure misery in her voice hurt my soul. Regardless of the last 2 years, she was my very best friend. 2 years of neglect didn't negate a lifetime of love and support. Jagger reached for her hand and laced their fingers on the tabletop. "I know you had your hands full," I said softly, warming my hands with my coffee mug. "Jagger's health was your first concern, as it should have been. No one could expect you to balance a wounded husband, pregnancy, and a grieving best friend." "You could have," she shook her head. "You should have. And I'm sorry for what I said to Josh that day in the cemetery. I tried to soothe his guilt, and instead I hurt you immeasurably with incredibly thoughtless words. You have my deepest apology, Morgan." I swallowed the lump in my throat, but it wasn't anxiety. "Thank you." "There are so many things that I need to apologize for, and I hope you'll give me that chance. I love you. You're the only sister I have left." She swatted away a tear. "I'm sorry for unleashing my temper on you yesterday." I turned the cup in a nervous fidget. "No," Ember chided. "It was a long time coming, and we deserved every word of it. I just wish you'd lost your shit on us 2 years ago. I'm so sorry that I didn't see how much pain you were in at the funeral, that I didn't see it at my wedding or Sam's." The lump in my throat grew. "That's not your fault." "I'm mostly sorry that I didn't tell you that I talked to Will right before he came down to see you." Her face contorted as she struggled for control. "I should have told you that he said you were perfect. He told me you were funny and gorgeous and reminded him who he really was underneath everything else." My chest constricted and my nose started to burn. "I don't think he took so long to come around because he didn't want to be with you," she continued. "It was because he thought you deserved someone who had a whole heart to give. He was trying to protect you. He wanted to be certain that he could love you the way you loved him. And when he left that night, he was hopeful about a future with you." She smiled, but it was shaky. "I'm so sorry I didn't tell you that sooner." I tried to straighten my puckered, crumpled face and failed. "Thank you for telling me now." It was so similar to what he'd said that night, to what he'd said in the video. "I'm sorry I'm here, and he's not," Jagger admitted in a near whisper. "God, no! Jagger, no!" I shook my head violently. "Hey, you got to unload yesterday, and now it's our turn." A corner of his mouth lifted. I think about him every day. I think about him in the moments I'm happiest, because he'll never get the chances I've had. He'll never get to see you wear white or watch you carry his child. I might not say it, but trust me, I think it. We all knew you two were inevitable. We just didn't know what was coming for us. I'm so fucking sorry for your loss, Morgan, and for the time it took us all to finally say it. The warmth of the mug started to burn, but I didn't release it. The truth is that Will had the chance to do all that. He just didn't take it. Not in time, at least. That's on him, not on you, Jagger. He wanted you to live because he made a promise to Peyton that he'd always take care of Paisley, and that's what he did. He took care of Paisley and your son. Damn if that boy didn't love a good promise. My eyes fell to my cup, and then rose to Sam when she tapped her finger on the table in distraction. I'm sorry I let you put the necklace in with him. My jaw slackened. You wear that boy like a shield of armor around your heart, and I can't help but feel like I let you bury yourself with him that day. She forced a smile. Oh, and I'm sorry that I left you our first day here to run for tequila that you couldn't even drink, but I guess it all turned out okay. She glanced around Jackson's house, and then smiled. Yeah, it did. I smiled right back at her, marveling that I could discuss Will and still feel that warm glow in my chest for Jackson. Are you guys okay with Jackson? Not that I'm going to walk out on him if you don't like him or anything, of course, but he's so good to me. And I know it's foolish to even think of being with someone who flies the same damn helicopter. Stop, Josh interrupted. We're going to love whoever you find worthy enough to love, Morgan. Jagger and I are both flying again, too. And I'm sure Paisley and Ember feel that same fear. But they put up with us anyway. You wouldn't call that foolish, and I'm not going to let you think you're foolish either. We can't help who we love. He shrugged. But if you could help it, he's a damn good choice from what we've seen. Totally. Whatever makes you happy. I wish he flew a real helicopter, but he's cool enough. I put my stamp of approval on that man the minute he swam up the beach and ran by. The fact that he's just as nice as he is hot is a bonus. Sam winked. My soul settled, calmed. Josh cleared his throat. I'm sorry that I didn't do this a hell of a lot sooner. Do what? Jackson asked, coming to stand behind me with his hand on my shoulder. Thanks for the coffee. Sorry it took so long. She's Claire. He pressed a kiss to the top of my head. Pull up a stool, Josh instructed, motioning toward the bar that separated the kitchen from the dining room. Jackson fetched the nearest stool and sat beside me, holding my hand in his lap and setting his coffee on the table. Josh glanced at Ember, and she nodded, offering her own hand across the corner of the table. He took it and sighed so hard that his entire posture changed. My stomach didn't just twist, it sank. What was he about to say that had him that flustered? He looked up and met my eyes down the expanse of the table. I was studying in my room that day in Afghanistan when Will walked in with a shit-eating grin and a bag of strawberry cheesecake cookies, asking if I was ready for his area orientation flight. That's all it was supposed to be. A quick, easy flight.
Chapter 20. Jackson. You can't be serious, Morgan drawled as she settled against me on her couch. She fit under my arm like she had been made for that exact spot. It's a modern classic, I argued, barely hiding my grin as I hovered the cursor over the buy button on Morgan's TV. Man, I freaking loved teasing her. I am not watching Sharknado on the only night I get you alone. Nope, not happening. She shot me a look that said she meant business as the microwave dinged. Come on, kitty. It has it all. Action, suspense, sharks falling from the sky. She got off the couch and headed for the kitchen, and I quickly followed after her, shamelessly checking out her ass in those tiny blue shorts. She wore a sweatshirt that hung off one shoulder, and with her hair twisted up into a knot, I got a sneak peek at her purple bra strap. There's nothing sexier than when Morgan was fully relaxed at home. Her home, my home. I was game for either. I told my dick to behave, but it wasn't really interested in listening. It had one status when Morgan was in the room, and that was erect. She reached into the new microwave and pulled out a freshly popped bag of popcorn. Grab the M&Ms? I lifted a rather skeptical brow, but did as she asked, then slid the package across the gray granite that had been installed in the kitchen almost 2 weeks ago. Hard to believe it was already the middle of June, and even harder to think I'd only known her for 3 months. She was a fixture in my world now, and every minute I spent around her only convinced me more that she was a permanent one. I hadn't just fallen for her. I was head over heels in love with her. I'd known it in the hour it had taken Josh to tell her the story of how Will had died. She was the strongest woman I'd ever known, even if she didn't think so. I loved everything about her, from the way her face formed the expressions of the characters in whatever book she was reading, to the determination with which she attacked each day. Hell, I even loved the colorful lesson plans she spent her days constructing, getting ready for the school year to start. I couldn't think of a single thing I didn't love about her. She dumped the popcorn into a bowl, then poured the M&Ms over it. I wasn't about to argue with the woman's choice of snacks, but it was definitely one of the odder things I'd seen. "What can I do to help?" She flashed a grin. "Just stand there and look pretty." She'd been doing more of that since her friends had come, smiling and teasing. I wasn't going to go as far as to say that she was healed, and it wasn't for me to say anyway, but she had definitely taken a stride in that direction. A slim silver tape recorder caught my eye toward the back of the counter. "What's this for?" I asked, picking it up so I could show her what I meant. She looked up, blanched, and the bowl slipped out of her hands, rattling on the granite for a few seconds before it came to a stop. "It's for therapy. Please don't press play." "Okay." I set it back down carefully. "I wasn't going to, I promise." "Thank you." She shook it off and forced a smile. "So, about Sharknado?" I laughed, then picked up the bowl. "We can watch whatever you want, kitty. After all, stay in and veg out was your idea for date night, remember?" A devilish gleam sparkled in her eye. "What about Jane Eyre or Pride and Prejudice?" I grimaced but nodded. "Like I said, anything you want." "You're only saying that because there's a storm going on and you can't drag me out to go jetpack surfing or whatever." She took a couple of pieces of popcorn from the bowl with an M&M. "Open up." I obliged her and then groaned as the mixture of salty and sweet hit my tongue. "Okay, I take back my earlier thoughts and doubts. That's amazing. And I've never heard of jetpack surfing, but I'd be up for trying it," I teased. She rose on her tiptoes and kissed me. It was soft and ended way too soon. There had been a crackling electricity between us since the morning we'd been interrupted in my bedroom. Between my work hours and Finn's evolving visitation schedule with Claire, Morgan and I hadn't been able to find more than an hour or two together, and the awareness between us was nearly painful. With Sam at Grayson's parents' for the night, we were alone. Actually, truly, completely alone for the entire night. We settled back onto the couch and she flipped through movie options rapidly, as if she didn't care what we watched either, because we weren't really going to be watching it anyway. A gust of wind moved the chaise lounge on the deck, and rain fell in sheets against the glass that stretched across the back of her house. "Do I need to worry?" she asked. "No." I set the popcorn on the table in front of us and tucked her into my side. "This isn't bad." "So I can stop waiting for the dune to break?" She peered over as the chaise moved again. I kept my laugh well and smothered. "The dune isn't going to break, kitty. That would take a hurricane, or at least a healthy storm surge." My cell phone rang, and I grabbed it with my left hand so I wouldn't have to let go of Morgan, then muttered a curse when the caller ID flashed. "Shit. It's the station," I told her with a wince. "Sorry, I'm on call." "Well, then answer it." She flashed me a smile and clicked on comedies while I swiped to take the call. "Montgomery," I answered. "Thank God." Sawyer's voice was tight, which immediately set me on edge. "Tell me you're at your house." "I'm at Morgan's." I got up and walked to the windows. We had about an hour until sunset, so I had no problem seeing the massive white caps roiling angrily just beyond our beach. Close enough. A call just came in. The other crew is already engaged, and Hastings just slipped on the fucking deck. I'm pretty sure he broke his leg. Garrett's looking at him right now. Is it urgent? The last thing I wanted was to leave Morgan and haul my ass out into a storm for someone who didn't actually need my help. Problem was, if they called us, they needed the fucking help. Life-threatening. We've got a capsizing fishing vessel with 2 sailors on board. How fast can you get in here? Shit. Run up the bird. I'll be there in 6 minutes. Roger. I ended the call and slid the phone into my pocket. It would take him roughly 10 minutes to get the bird through pre-flight. Don't go. The words carried the brittle sound of terror as Morgan reached my side. That same fear manifested in her wide eyes. Kitty, I have to. I cupped her face. It sounds like Hastings fell and broke his leg, and Sawyer can't go out alone. I gotta go save some lives. She ripped her face from my hands and pointed at the sea. And who exactly is going to show up and save your life? You can't go out in this. Her muscles locked and her pupils blew. My stomach twisted. This was bad, and I didn't have the time to reassure her like she needed. It would have been great if Sam had shown up right about now. I know it looks bad out there, but I've flown in far worse. I had to be out of here in the next 90 seconds. I will be fine. She shook her head. No, the visibility is shit. What do you think the ceiling is? 500 feet? I glanced toward the sky. Probably closer to 4. Wait, how do you know what a ceiling is? Because I helped him study during primary. Her voice pitched to a near shriek. Fantastic. My girl was terrified and knew what she was talking about. Morgan, honey, I'm more than comfortable with 400 feet, and I'm just fine flying IFR. Not that I was a fan of having to fly instruments during shit weather, but it was better than letting people die. She looked out at the ocean and back to me. Call the pilot in command. There's no way this can be approved. Look at it. If I hadn't known her past, I would have kissed her on the forehead and walked out the door, which was pretty much what I needed to do anyway. I already checked in with him and the flight's approved. I grasped her shoulders lightly, hoping the physical connection would emotionally ground her. I have to go. And I don't want to leave you like this, but people will die if I do not leave right now. Do you understand, honey? Who would approve this? She cried as the chaise slammed against the window. Perfect fucking timing. Me, I said as calmly as possible. I was down to 20 seconds, if that. I'm the pilot in command. Her shoulders slumped in defeat, and it crippled a part of my soul. God, I'd never wanted to be the one who caused that kind of defeat in her. And if I asked you not to? If I asked you to choose your own life over those people out there? Misery emanated from her so thick I could almost taste it. How could you die for them and not live for me? Those were the words she'd screamed at Will's truck the night I told her I was an SAR pilot. I slid my hands to cradle the back of her head. I'm not choosing their lives over mine. I wouldn't risk my crew like that. I wouldn't risk Finley's future or yours, Morgan. Do you trust me? She nodded slowly. Then trust that I won't put myself in unnecessary danger. I have to go. Okay. She swallowed and blinked back tears without letting them fall. Okay. You go. I'll wait here, but don't expect any popcorn to be left by the time you get back. Her words shook, but I'd take them. I couldn't begin to guess what saying them had cost her. I yanked her into my arms and pressed a hard kiss to her forehead, then pulled back so I could see those gorgeous brown eyes again. I love you, Morgan. Her eyes widened even further. I love you more than I can possibly tell you in the next 3 seconds, so you'll just have to take my word for it. I will come home to you, I promise. Do you believe me? Her lower lip trembled, but she nodded. I kissed her, hard and quick. I love you, I said against her mouth because it felt so fucking good to say the words. Then I walked out of Morgan's house and ran the rest of the way to my car. I was dressed and in the seat 30 seconds after Sawyer finished the pre-flight. We launched immediately. Morgan was right. Ceilings were low and visibility was shit. But I hadn't lied. I was comfortable flying in it. I just didn't like it. And when that fishing boat's mast came within inches of my tail rotor in those choppy-ass seas and gusting winds, she nearly took us down with her. But there was zero chance in hell I was ever going to tell that part of this story to Morgan. Not ever.
Chapter 21. Morgan. I want you to be happy. Never forget that. I glanced at my phone again and read his text message for the 100th time. Jackson. Landed safe. I'll be there after debrief. The message had come in an hour ago, at which time I'd started breathing again. The bowl of popcorn sat untouched on the table, and my book remained unread in my lap. I'd been staring at my wall of windows for the last 3 hours and 27 minutes, listening to the rain pelt the glass mercilessly. I hadn't even prayed that he'd come home like he promised, for the fear that God would notice that I still existed and then take Jackson too. He loved me. How could that incredible, kind, frustrating, stubborn phenomenon of a man love me? How was I supposed to be worthy of that? This was it. If I stayed with Jackson and accepted his love, this was what my life would look like. How many hours would I stare at the windows and wait for him to come home? How many times would he kiss me and walk out the door in those kinds of conditions? How many times would he risk his life? At what point would he be on the losing end of that risk? At what point would I be? But he loved me. Did he expect me to say it back? I was falling for him. I'd already admitted that much. But love? I wasn't sure I was even capable of that in the way he deserved. Now, if the man was interested in some hardcore infatuation, I could serve that up to him on a platter. What was I going to say to him when he walked in that door? Was I really willing to endure this paralyzing fear every day just so I could be with him? If so, did that make me noble? Or really damned stupid? Knock, knock, knock. I jumped off the couch and raced for the door, not bothering to check the peephole before throwing it open. Jackson stood in the doorway, leaning on the outside of the frame. Humidity from the spent storm rushed at my skin, but at least the rain had stopped. Why did he have to be so freaking gorgeous? He stared at me with a mixture of apprehension, joy, and exhaustion, still in his flight suit and boots. Our eyes locked in a wordless conversation, his tone apologetic and mine accusatory and relieved. He didn't ask to come in or profess his love again. He simply stood and waited for my decision. Every cell in my body screamed with longing, demanding I touch him and make sure he was real. I should have shut the door. I already walked a fine line between sanity and, well, not. And the last thing my mental health needed was another night like this one. Logic dictated that I re-examine my commitment and then run as fast as I possibly could to the nearest guy with a desk job who would have me. But one thing hadn't changed at my core. I was never smart when it came to my heart, and my heart wanted Jackson. One step, and I had my mouth on his, locked in a kiss that said all I needed to. He didn't hesitate. In less than a heartbeat, his tongue twined with mine. His hands gripped my ass as he picked me up, and I locked my legs around his waist. I heard the door slam, then found my back against the smooth surface. I gripped his hair lightly with one hand, anchored the other one around his neck, and kissed him with everything I had. It was hot, messy, and thick with a primal urgency that sent an avalanche of need barreling through my system. He held me with one arm and tunneled his fingers through the hair at the nape of my neck, cushioning my head against the door. Even when the kiss spun out of control, he was careful with me. I unleashed all the anger and desperation that had kept me frozen these last few hours, giving my body free rein with the emotions. My teeth caught his lower lip with a scrape that I would have normally softened to a graze, but nothing about me felt soft right now. I was a living, breathing flame, and he could either back away or choose to burn with me, because there was no putting out this fire. He hissed softly, then kissed me harder, slanting my head and taking my mouth with deep, deft strokes that mimicked what I hoped he'd be doing with a very different body part soon. I needed more. I needed him to torch every thought in my head until all that remained was my undeniable hunger for him. He ripped his mouth away, leaving us both heaving with uneven breaths. "Morgan, I hate you," I snapped. "That's not true." His eyes softened. Damn him. "I hate your job," I countered. "I hate that it's not just what you do, but who you are." "I know." His hand slid from my hair to cut my cheek gently. "I hate what you do to me. Hate that I sat here tonight wondering who would call me this time when—" I swallowed hard. "I'm here," he assured me with a soft, lingering kiss. "No one had to call, because I'm here. I'm fine." "This time," I spat. His jaw ticked, and something I didn't want to examine flashed through his eyes. "I hate how you make me feel." My eyes burned. "How I can't decide if the fire is hotter in the hell where I choose to live, with the terror I felt when you walked out the door tonight, or the one where I have to figure out how to walk away from you. Because either way, how I feel about you is going to eventually incinerate me." The intensity of it was just as frightening as watching him drive off into the storm. "All I can say is that I love you." His thumb stroked my cheek, as if his touch alone could soothe the riot of feelings warring for dominance within me. "That doesn't make this easier!" Instead of shoving him away, I leaned my forehead against his and tightened my thighs around his waist. I felt him hard and insistent against the seam of my shorts, and barely managed to keep my hips still. It didn't matter how frustrated and pissed off I was at my own feelings for the man. I still wanted him. That was the damned problem. I know. But it's all I have. His fingers flexed, and he gave me a little more of his weight, pinning me against the door with the pressure of his hips. "I love you." "Stop saying that!" My heart leaped and my pulse skittered as the ache between my thighs flared at the heat between our bodies. "No." He pulled his head back far enough that I could look into his eyes. So beautiful. Everything about him was beautiful. "I'll stop kissing you. Stop touching you if that's what you want. I'll put you down and walk out this very second if you ask me to. I'll do anything you ask, except that." "Quit flying," I muttered with a ridiculous pout. I may as well have asked him to carve out his very nature and set it on fire just to appease me. We both knew neither of us would like him much without it. He snorted softly, recognizing my shit attempt at a joke, and then used those eyes of his to see into my freaking soul. "I'm going to tell you how I feel, until you choose the hell that rips us apart. And even then, I'll probably still tell you. What I feel for you isn't quiet. It's loud and inconvenient and demands to be said as often as possible." "Jackson," I whispered in a plea. For him to stop or to say more, I didn't know anymore. Every time I thought I had my bearings with him, I got my feet knocked out from under me again. "I've waited my entire life to love you, Morgan. Everything that came before was just to prepare me for your arrival, to teach me how to love you." "I don't want to fall in love with you," I whispered. "I know that too." The look he leveled on me was so tender I melted. Thank God for the door. "I keep my promises. I'll always keep them when it comes to you. And tonight made me realize that I can't promise that I'll never crash. I can't avoid every accident, mechanical failure, or act of God. That kind of promise isn't fair to you. Not after all you've been through. There are some things that are beyond my control, no matter how good I am in the cockpit." He caressed my cheek, and I leaned into it, hating his words even as his honesty touched me in a way no promise ever could have. "I know," I cradled his face. "And I know I'm irrational sometimes, but I'm so afraid that I'll lose you. I barely made it through." I swallowed the lump in my throat and concentrated on Jackson. Just Jackson. He was the only man allowed in my headspace right now. It will kill me if I lose you. I won't survive it. His eyes closed as he took a deep breath, and when they opened, they shone with resolve. I promise you that I will never put a rescue above my own life. I promise that I will never knowingly put my life at risk. I promise that while I'm the best SAR pilot at our air station, I'll work my ass off to be the best SAR pilot in the fucking country, just to make sure that you don't have uniforms show up at our door. And while I can't promise they won't show up anyway, I swear to God that you'll never get that news secondhand. Never again. I'm already cautious because of Finley, but I'll double down for you. I promise that I will do everything in my power to always walk back through that door. Oh God, the scales were tipping. My choice was fading as though it had never existed to begin with. He saw it too. His grip shifted to my thigh as his gaze fell to my lips. Then he lowered his mouth to mine, and the sweetness of the kiss was at poignant, perfect odds with the need that had its claws in my belly. Wanting him wasn't just physical anymore. I wanted to wrap my soul around his. And I promise that as long as I live, you won't regret being with me. I can't even suggest that it will be easy, because that's a huge lie. But I swear that I will always make the shitty lows pale in comparison to the incredible highs. You're loved, Morgan, whether or not you want to be. But please give me the chance to show you how much. My stupid heart picked up. I believed him. He'd mitigate what risk there was, and I'd have to pray it would be enough, because I hadn't lied. I wouldn't survive losing him. Okay. A smile curved the corners of my lips. Show me how much. His smile made my own bigger, but I only saw it for a heartbeat before his mouth consumed mine in a kiss that demanded all of my attention. It was all lips and teeth and tongue, and our touches changed from soothing strokes to needy handfuls of hair and clothes. I broke the kiss with a gasp and yanked my sweatshirt over my head. His eyes darkened as he took in the purple lace that cupped my breasts, and the next kiss was twice as hungry. My hands worked between us to unzip his flight suit, and I growled in frustration when my fingers found the soft cotton of his t-shirt instead of skin. How many layers are you wearing? He had the nerve to chuckle, but he shifted his fingers from my thigh and cupped my core through my shorts. Is someone impatient? For someone who promised to show me how much he loved me, you're sure not showing much. I cocked an eyebrow and glanced at his torso. His grin was pure sex, and my body responded with a wave of heat. I was fucking molten. God, I love you. He stole my response with a kiss, and then we were moving. I ground my hips over his, seeking any kind of relief as he carried me up the stairs. He made it to the top before bracing me against the wall and unhooking my bra. I shed it quickly. He lifted me like I weighed nothing and sucked my nipple into his mouth. I cried out and arched for more, gripping his shoulders for balance. His lips were soft, his teeth sharp as he raked them over the delicate flesh, then soothed the sting with a flick of his tongue. He gave the other breast the same treatment, and by the time he was finished, I was ready to shove our clothes aside and have him in the hallway. Your breasts are fucking incredible. He gave me one last suck and then lowered me so our mouths were level. I'm going to devour you. Then he did. He kissed me like a starving man who had stumbled onto a feast as he took me into my bedroom. The fabric of his flight suit rasped over my sensitive skin, but I didn't care. No touch was hard enough, no kiss long enough. The lights flicked on. He lowered me to my bed, and then he made quick work of getting out of his own clothes, freakishly quick work of his boots, too. I reached for the buttonfly of my shorts, and he shook his head. Unwrapping is half the fun. I dropped my hands and propped myself up on my elbows so I could watch him. My mouth watered at the mind-blowing perfection of his body, and my lips parted at the sight of that deeply carved V that ran down the sides of his abs and disappeared into his black boxer briefs. I was going to trace that line with my tongue the second he got into this bed. The muscles of his arms rippled as he grabbed his wallet. He flipped it open, took out a foil packet, and held it up with a raised eyebrow. I nodded, my tongue too thick in my mouth to manage the words to affirm that's exactly where we were headed. There was a brand new box in my nightstand, too. Something told me he wasn't a one-and-done kind of guy. The packet landed somewhere to my right. His weight settled over me, and I groaned into his kiss at the feel of his skin on mine. His mouth claimed my neck again, then lingered at my breasts before kissing a path down my stomach. My fingers threaded through his hair, desperate to hold on to whatever part of him I could. I've wanted to do this for so damned long. He pressed an open-mouthed kiss at the inside of my hip. From the moment I saw you on that beach. He flicked open the button of my shorts, and I lifted my hips so he could drag the fabric down my body. I thought God had taken every fantasy I'd ever had and molded you out of them. You are, the most devastatingly gorgeous man I've ever seen. His eyes locked with mine, flaring with a touch of surprise as my shorts landed somewhere on the floor. Hadn't I ever told him that before? I might have been broken then, but I wasn't dead. I smiled as I sat up and rose to my knees. His eyes raked over me as he dragged his tongue across his lower lip. The things I'm going to do to you, he murmured. Me first. I pressed on his chest, and he protested with his eyes, but took the hint and rolled so he was on his back with his head on my pillow. My breath hitched, and my pulse kicked up another notch as I looked my fill. I don't have words for you, I admitted, trailing my fingers from the strong line of his neck to his chest and down his abs to pause at the tattoos of latitude and longitude that ran the length of his right side. What are these? They mark places. He put one hand behind his head and ran the other down my back, but his muscles were tight with restraint. He wasn't nearly as relaxed as he tried to let on. I lowered my lips and kissed the marks. Where do they lead? He sucked in a breath, so I did it again, picking the first line of ink. His skin was warm and firm, and he had that faint tang of metal in his scent that marked hours spent in a helicopter. That one is my hometown, where I was born. His fingers drifted up my neck and into my hair. And this one? I kissed the next tattoo. His abs jumped and flexed. Just off the coast of Maine, where his parents died. I turned my attention to the last coordinates. And this one? Mobile, Alabama. Flight school, where Finn was born. I nodded and shifted so I could get to my original destination, selfishly glad that none of those places involved another woman. Kitty, you're driving me. His fingers tightened in my hair and he let out a groan as I licked down the V of his abs. These have had me distracted since day one. I got to know those two lines intimately with my mouth, inhaling his ocean and copper scent with the taste of his skin until I was drunk on him. When I reached the waistband of his boxer briefs, I found the head of his erection rising above the elastic and then swiped my tongue right over the bead of moisture that had gathered there. Fuck! His cry was guttural, and I felt it like a caress. I was going to find every single spot on him that earned me the same response, and the world spun, and I landed on my back under Jackson. I would have asked him if he was against oral sex, but the way he looked at me was anything but angry. He reminded me of a jungle cat, a predator that had his prey exactly where he wanted her. That's not how this first time is going down. His voice dropped as he settled between my spread thighs. Mercy, he was right. There. It's not? I asked, all breathy as he shook his head slowly. Before I could ask him exactly how it was going to go down, suddenly he was. My breath came in a stuttered gasp as he slid down my body, then cupped me between my thighs. Damn, Kitty, you're soaked. I can feel how wet you are through the lace. His breaths came faster as he hooked the purple bands of my underwear in his fingers and looked up at me for permission. I nodded. Hell yes, I wanted them gone. I wanted his gone, too. Naked was good. His jaw flexed as he took them down my legs, leaving me bare. Then he sat back on his knees between my thighs, his gaze traveling my body with a heated stare. My skin flushed as if he'd actually touched me. I was going to combust if he didn't touch me soon. He dragged his eyes to mine. Are we still alone? I didn't see any other cars. I nodded. Sam doesn't come home until tomorrow. Why? God, was he going to move? Or were we really going to lay here and discuss travel plans? Just checking before I make you scream. He pushed my thighs wide, held me apart with his thumbs, and set his mouth on my core. Jackson! There weren't words. There were only feelings, as his tongue licked long and hard through my cleft, then flicked over my clit. Holy shit, it felt incredible. I rocked my hips when he did it again, and he pinned them to the bed with his hands, holding me in place so I couldn't chase his mouth. I could only accept what he gave. I'm doing this every fucking day, he growled against my clit, and the vibration sent a jolt of pleasure so intense that I gasped. Every fucking day. He sucked lightly on my clit, and I screamed, maybe you'll be my breakfast from now on. He plunged his tongue inside me, and my hands fisted in the covers as I moaned. Jackson, God, that feels so good. Good wasn't even the right word, but my brain wasn't exactly on vocabulary. Or would it be better to save you for dessert? He mused, then ran his tongue around my clit but not touching it. My reward at the end of the day. We locked eyes, and he held the contact as he repeated the stroke. Erotic. That was the only way to describe it. My head fell back against the pillow as he swirled and swirled. The pleasure of it all coiled low within me, but he didn't increase the pressure to push me over. Jackson, I demanded with a whimper. You don't like it? He asked, and I felt his smile before he licked into me again. Shit! I screamed. Yes, What are you doing to me? He had strung me so tight that I was bound to break at any second. Making it last, he answered. I was never going to look at his mouth the same way again. I've wanted you too long for this to be over quickly. He swiped again, but this time he lightly danced the tip of his tongue over my clit. My cry was a high-pitched keen as he kept the pressure light enough to inflame, but not ignite. Both, I shouted. I'm sorry? His eyebrow rose. My chest heaved and every nerve in my body felt raw and exposed. Breakfast and dessert. Have both. Just let me come. He pressed a kiss to the line of curls just above my cleft and breathed in deep. That's a deal. Eyes still locked on mine. He sucked my clit into his mouth and lashed at it with his tongue. That spiral of pleasure in my belly wound so tight that my thighs locked, and when he pressed against me with the flat of his tongue and hummed, I came so hard that I wasn't sure I still inhabited my own body. Waves of pleasure came from me as I called his name, each one a little less intense than the last as he carefully brought me down from the high. My entire body jolted when he swept his tongue through my core one last time, then rose above me. You are a sorcerer, I accused through my brain fog. Pants off now. He grinned, but did as I demanded, without correcting me that they weren't pants. I fumbled for the packet in the covers next to me, found it, and ripped it open as he climbed back between my thighs. I bit my lip with anticipation at the sheer size of him. If there were perfect dicks in the world, then Jackson had one of them. He hissed, his stomach muscles tensing as I rolled the condom over him, then squeezed his length lightly. He was hard as stone and so hot that he warmed my palm. I raised my hands to his shoulders as he hovered over me, his weight braced on one elbow as he positioned himself at my entrance with the other. "Tell me you want this." His eyes searched mine, as if there was any chance I'd changed my mind. "It's been 4 years," I blurted, "and there were only 2 others." His jaw popped once, twice. The strain was evident in every line of his face as he lifted his hand to cup mine. "I'll be careful, and I don't care who came before. As long as you're mine now." "Only yours," I promised with a nod. "And I don't want to know your number, not right now, anyway." Mercy, I was babbling. The hottest, most important moment of my life, and I couldn't hush up. His eyes flared with amusement, but the rest of him was tense. "No one who came before mattered as much as you do." I swallowed, knowing there was at least one, and hating myself for letting her into this moment. He brushed a soft kiss on my lips, as if he read my thoughts. "I've never loved anyone the way I love you. I don't want to just possess your body right now. I want your fucking soul, Morgan." "Is that your way of saying you're mine too?" The pressure of him at my core made me adjust my hips slightly, taking him inside me just the slightest inch. There was that jaw pop again, but his eyes were still tender. "You already own my soul. I'm yours." My heart threatened to explode. The ache was that sweet and strong. "I want this," I assured him, hooking an ankle over his back. "I want you, Jackson." He kissed me hard and rolled his hips, filling me with one long thrust. We both cried out. There was a slight burn as my muscles stretched to accommodate him, but it was nothing compared to the sensation of having him inside me. His mouth tensed over mine, and his eyes squeezed shut, so tight that he looked like he was in pain as he fought for control. 1 breath, 2, 3, 4 passed before his gaze met mine. His pupils were blown, and his muscles were tied under my fingers. "You feel so fucking good," he groaned. "Are you okay?" "God, yes." I clenched my core instinctively. "Good." His mouth took mine as he pulled back and pushed in again, which had us both groaning. "I'm going to live here. Right here," he promised, then set a rhythm with hard, slow thrusts. Every stroke felt like a higher degree of heaven. We moved together like this was our 100th time, not our first. It was effortless, and so damned good each time I met his hips with mine that I craved him in the seconds between, when he wasn't deep inside me. He never faltered, never slowed, never shortened his strokes. The man used his body like a machine to draw every ounce of pleasure possible from my flesh. My nails dug into his back as sweat beaded on our skin. My breath caught and my eyes widened as I felt that same tight pleasure spiral deep within me. Oh God, was I really going to come again? Was it possible? "Jackson," I whimpered. "God, Morgan." He cradled the back of my head with one hand, pushed my knee higher with the other, and slid even deeper, changing our angle. Tight. Everything was tight. My skin, my muscles, my very bones stiffened as my cries came in time with his thrusts. He slid his hand down my thigh and slipped his thumb between us, then worked my clit at an alternating rhythm. "You have to come for me, baby. I can't hold out much longer. You feel way too damned good, and I've wanted you for too long." His words and the look in his eyes sent me to the brink, and then he pushed me right over it with his body. I cried out his name as the orgasm barreled through me, stronger and deeper than the first had been. "Yes," he groaned with a kiss. "I love you." His grip shifted, and his hips swung with abandon as his control snapped. I clung to him through the aftershocks of my orgasm, and he joined me with his own, my name on his lips, as his face fell to the cradle of my neck, as it took him. Moments passed while we struggled to catch our breath. He rolled to the side so he wouldn't crush me, taking me with him so my legs still draped over his hip. His gaze flitted over my features, taking in everything before settling on my eyes. He reached for my face and pressed a kiss to my lips. "Mine," he said softly. I could hardly deny it, nor did I want to. The man had just transformed my entire reality and tethered himself to my soul. "Mine." I smiled and kissed him right back. "True." He grinned. We both cleaned up, and neither of us put clothes on as we slid back between the sheets. He pulled me against him with a kiss. "I think you just changed the tides. That blew every fantasy I've ever had clean out of the water. Glad I could live up to the hype." I kissed his chin. How different this night had turned out, and yet this was exactly where I'd imagined we'd wind up. A thought sobered me, and I pulled away to look at Jackson. "How is Hastings' leg?" I didn't think to call Christina. He swallowed and yanked his gaze from mine, blinking rapidly. I'm not sure. I think Garrett mentioned that he might need a screw or two so they can set it." My face puckered. "That stinks. I'll bake some cookies and take them over tomorrow." "You are entirely too sweet." He pulled me into another kiss, and this one deepened. "Shit." "What?" "I only had the one condom. The rest are at my house, and I don't want to leave you here all warm and naked. But I also know we're about 3 minutes away from starting up again." His brow puckered. 3 minutes, huh? You're certain about that?" I teased. He lifted a brow, took my hand to his groin, and my entire body liquefied at how hard he already was again. Good thing I'm a big girl and bought a box myself, because that feels more like 2 minutes than 3. I stroked him with a pump of my hand. He groaned, then rolled me to my back with a heart-stopping grin. "Thank God. I knew I fell in love with you for a reason." He didn't make me wait 3 minutes, or even 2. That box was short more than just one condom by the morning.
Chapter 22. Jackson. I hated working nights. It meant less time with Morgan and Finn because I was always asleep when they were awake and vice versa. But tonight was my last night shift for another month, so I'd just have to suck it up. After zipping up my flight suit, I checked Finn's room, but it was empty. The laughter coming from downstairs explained it. I found my girls in the dining room, Finley in a chair with her new cat perched on her lap, and Morgan behind her, weaving her hair into another crown of braids that happened to match the very one she was wearing in her hair. But Finley's had red, white, and blue ribbons threaded through it. "What's so funny?" I asked, leaning against the bar. God, I could get used to this. Having Morgan here with Finn made everything seem complete, whole.
"Morgan had a cat too. He spilled glasses of water on her mama every day,"
Finn exclaimed, stroking Juno's fur.
"Batted them right off the end table,"
Morgan added with a smile and threw a wink at me. Fuck, I loved this woman, and it was okay that she hadn't said it back yet. Eventually my charms would wear her down. "Oh, so just as people-friendly as Juno over here?" I eyed the tabby and kept my distance. Finley had dragged the thing out of the rain a little over 2 weeks ago and worked her magic on her. And me. A trip to the vet later, we now had a cat that despised me and hissed at every opportunity.
"Hey, Juno likes people,"
Finley argued. "Sure, people who aren't your father," I countered as the cat stared me down. Morgan pressed her lips together to keep from laughing and finished Finn's braid.
"You're all set, my dear." "Thank you,"
Finley sang, already headed to the nearest mirror. "Make sure you're packed for your mom's. We're leaving in 10 minutes, I called after her. Morgan walked straight into my arms, laying her cheek flat just below the patches on my chest. "I hate I have to work tonight," I said into her hair, breathing in her scent as I held her close.
"Me too."
"You sure you'll be okay?" I tipped her chin up to look in her eyes and got knocked on my emotional ass just like I did every time. "I'm fine," she insisted, dropping her voice to a whisper. "Don't get me wrong. I'd rather sneak over and spend the night in your bed, but Sam and I are good. Mia and Joey are coming down. Figured between us, we can get the battery changed in the truck, too. Turns out all that opening and closing of doors wears that sucker down if you don't crank the engine." "I can do it if you want," I offered, already knowing the answer. "I've got it. Once we get that done, we're headed to the fireworks and we're meeting up with Christina, too." "Out on the town with Mia, huh?" My eyebrows rose. "Does that mean I can expect a call from Sam to come use my stellar rescue moves?" She crinkled her nose. "That was one time." Her lips looked so damn kissable. They always did, but it had been a good hour since I'd kissed her, and I was already going into withdrawals. I'd had her in my bed for the last 3 weeks, whenever we managed alone time, and I could never get enough. I always wanted one more touch, one more kiss, one more everything. "Jackson Montgomery, I know you're not looking at me like that with your daughter in the next room," she whispered with a little grin. "Looking at you how?" I teased, sliding my hand down the small of her back. This sundress was going to be the death of me. It was the same one she'd been wearing the day I met her, and I was dying to know what underwear she had on under it. "Like you're not thinking wholesome thoughts?" She arched an eyebrow but lifted her hands to twine behind my neck. I lowered my head so I could whisper in her ear. "Wholesome? I'm thinking of a whole lot of ways to get you out of that dress, if that counts." I ran my teeth along the shell of her ear and she shivered. "Jackson," she warned in that breathless way that wasn't a warning at all. "Morgan." I pulled her hips against me and kissed the spot just beneath her ear. She tilted her head so I took the spot just beneath that one, which happened to be ultra-sensitive on her neck. Her breath hitched and her pulse picked up beneath my lips. "You smell incredible. What is that, vanilla?" I took another nibble. She gasped, then pushed out of my arms and made a fuss over her dress as her cheeks tinged pink. "Cookie dough." "No wonder you taste extra sweet today." I smirked, knowing she wasn't as unaffected as she tried to look. "Get over here and let me kiss you." Her eyes widened as her gaze darted to the living room. "Finley is going to be back down here any second." "And?" I moved forward and she danced backward just out of my grasp. "And she'll see." She pulled the dining room chair between us like that flimsy little thing would keep me away. "And?" I restated as she backed her way around the table toward the sliding glass door. I skirted the chair, and she made a mad dash for the other side of the table, putting her right back where I'd started. "You cannot be serious." She folded her arms across her chest, which lifted the swells of her breasts to her neckline and made me groan. I happen to think it's pretty healthy for a kid to see her dad madly in love. I held her gaze so she knew I meant every word. I had no problem with Finn seeing me kiss Morgan. It wasn't like we were getting hot and heavy, but Morgan had kept a 5-foot distance from me whenever Finn was in the room after the whole bursting in post-orgasm thing Memorial Day weekend. And I am deeply, madly, wickedly in love with you, Morgan Bartley. Her lips parted, and her posture softened, just like it did every time I told her that. I pounced, swinging onto the table and sliding straight across to land in front of Morgan. She gasped as I caged her, putting my hands on the bar on either side of her. "You aren't human." The spark in her eyes was the stuff dreams were made of. "Kiss me." I dropped my voice and leaned my body against hers. She melted, and her head tipped up, but she didn't make her move. "I don't care if Finn sees you kiss me. Hell, it would probably give her the only example she's ever had of what a healthy relationship looks like." I ran my lips up her jaw as Finley stomped around above us in her room. "Is that your reason? Or your excuse?" she questioned, her hands fisting in the fabric of my flight suit. "The only reason I ever need to kiss you is because I want to, and I always want to. You consume an inappropriate amount of my thoughts." "My thoughts about you are usually inappropriate, so I think we're well matched." Her head fell to the side and I pressed an open-mouthed kiss against her throat, listening for footsteps. Kissing Morgan in front of Finn was one thing, but getting caught in the act of seducing her was another. How inappropriate, I asked against her neck. Are we talking R rating or NC-17? I lifted my head slightly. She turned her face so our lips were a breath apart. I'll let you use your imagination. My heart rate kicked up. You'd be surprised at the things I can imagine. Her gaze dropped to my lips. Nearly there. You drive me to distraction, she whispered. Pot, meat, kettle. Kiss me, kitty. I was going to lose my mind any second. So impatient, she teased, then closed the inches between us and kissed me. I kept my groan in check, listened again for Finn's footsteps upstairs, and sank into Morgan's mouth. She gasped and pushed at my chest even as she kissed me back. I can hear her upstairs, I explained against her lips. Her hand stopped pushing and grabbed instead. I gladly went where she tugged, pressing us against the half wall as I kissed her breathless. The problem with kissing Morgan was that I lost myself in the process. There was no calm control or suave moves. There was just a consuming hunger between us and my insatiable need to please her. Finn's footsteps thudded down the stairs, and I slid my tongue from Morgan's mouth with more than a little regret that we weren't alone. She whimpered quietly, and I gentled the kiss to a brush of my mouth as Finn came around the corner. There you are. She huffed like she'd been looking everywhere. Morgan, can Juno spend the night at your house? I reluctantly lifted my lips from Morgan's and grinned. She blushed bright red and gave me a good glare before turning a sweet smile on Finley. What, honey? You need me to watch Juno? She bit Mama last week. She scrunched her face as she hefted the cat into her arms. And then she peed in Dad's shoe. Morgan stifled a laugh. It's true. That cat hates me. Sure, Finn. Just grab her carrier and her bowls and stuff, and I'll take her home with me. Just when I thought I couldn't love her more. Thank you. Finn put Juno down and ran for the cat supplies, her unicorn backpack bobbing right along with her. You must really love me if you're willing to babysit Satan's personal feline. I grabbed her hips and twisted her to face me. I must really love your daughter, she countered with a smirk, pressing up against me. Her eyes dropped to the current situation in my boxer briefs. Can't help it, I said with a shrug. If Finley wasn't here, I'd have you on your back on the dining room table and your ankles on my shoulders right now. Fuck, just the thought of it spurred my unruly dick on. She shook her head and stepped backward, retreating. Serves you right for kissing me in front of your daughter. You kissed me, actually. Semantics, she teased with mock shock. You better do something about that. Wouldn't want the boys at the station to think you've got a going-away present for them. Cruel, cruel woman. She leaned over the bar, hauled back 2 giant Ziploc bags and dangled one. Take it back. Oh, shit. If those are half as good as you smell, then I'll take back anything you want me to. The gold in her sea glass necklace sparkled in the light as she laughed. Remember to share? I let my gaze drop to her breasts. Never. The cookies, you insufferable man. Right, cookies. Once Finley reappeared with the cat carrier, Morgan cajoled Satan's mistress into the contraption and packed up the food Finn forgot into a spare bag. She walked us out, and once Finn was in the car, I kissed Morgan goodbye long and hard outside the garage. I love you. You're just saying that because I'm taking Juno so she doesn't pee in your shoes. She grinned against my mouth. I'm saying it because it's true. I cupped the back of her neck and lamented my work schedule for the 100th time. Be safe tonight, okay? Some of the light died in her eyes. She did her best to lock down the fear, but it was always there, a nail scratch from the surface. I kissed her hard. I will. I'll text you if I end up flying. She did better if I sent a before and after message, which we'd learned the week after my storm call. Okay. I love you, Morgan. I kissed her one last time, effectively keeping her from muttering something like, I adore you. Then I headed toward Buxton, where Vivian's house was just a couple blocks off Pamlico Sound. Bree answered the door with a smile. Finley! Hi, Aunt Bree. The two hugged, and I shut the door behind me so the cool air didn't escape. The Beach Boys blared from the speakers, and Claire danced her way in, singing about California girls. I had to laugh. She really hadn't changed that much since college.
Finn!
Claire stopped dancing and raced over, sweeping Finn into a hug.
Are you ready for the best 4th of July ever?
Finley nodded.
Yes, I brought cookies.
She lifted the Ziploc bag that Morgan had given her.
Morgan made them.
Claire's smile didn't falter, but the happiness dimmed in her eyes.
Well, I bet they're just sweet as can be. Come on, Finn. Let's go find Grandma.
Bree took her hand and off they went.
Her hair looks great,
Claire said softly. It really does, I agreed, not wanting to draw any more blood than the cookies had.
Morgan?
She questioned with a wince. Yeah, but if it makes you feel any better, she has Juno. Claire's eyes widened.
That cat is the devil.
Incarnate, and yet our daughter doesn't agree. Finley appeared through the window, dancing across the deck with Bree, and we both smiled. It was the least antagonistic moment I'd had with Claire since she came home nearly 2 months ago. 2 months. It was the longest she'd ever stayed. She hadn't followed through on her threat to file for custody, but my lawyer had all my paperwork lined up just in case she changed her mind. I wasn't losing Finley. How did that audition go? I asked. The one you had for that sci-fi show? Claire blinked up at me in surprise, looking so much like Finn did when I caught her sneaking candy that I almost laughed.
How did you know?
Redhead, 11 o'clock. I gestured to the windows.
Oh, right. I was going to tell you if I got it. I even asked the director about a commute-friendly schedule between here and L.A. for filming so I wouldn't have to mess with our arrangements for Finn.
She tucked her thumbs in her back pockets, the same nervous tell she'd had in college. I think that would be great. I meant it. If there was a way for Claire to have her career and Finley to have her mom, then I was all for it. And we could always adjust some stuff to make it work. Her eyes lit up.
Like maybe she could come to L.A. with me?
I stilled. Claire pressed her lips in a line and dropped her gaze.
Figured that would be your answer. Okay, I'll make sure I can commute for the next one. I didn't get that one.
I'm sorry. She shrugged.
Happens. Besides, it gives me more time to house hunt. I need to find something local because my mom is killing me.
Relief socked me in the gut. I can give you the number of the realtor I used. House hunting meant she was serious about sticking around for Finn. This wasn't just a whim that would pass now that she realized how serious I was about Morgan.
That would be awesome. Now I'd better go save Finley before she picks up any of Bree's dance moves. Have a happy 4th, Jax.
You too, Claire. We did the awkward nod thing, and I took off. It took all of 10 minutes to get to the station, and I hummed my way through the door. Did it suck that I had to work instead of taking my girls to the fireworks? Absolutely. But Claire had quit the vindictive witch routine around Morgan and was settling in, which made Finley happier than I'd ever seen her, and I was madly in love with an incredible woman who I had every intention of keeping for the rest of my life. Not that I was saying that to her. Maybe once she admitted that she loved me. But until then, I'd keep my name-changing plans to myself and work on making her so blissfully happy that she'd be just as addicted to me as I was to her. I put my stuff in my locker and glanced at the calendar. The guys left in 10 days. Fuck. I hated that they were going without me, but staying with Finley was more important than feeling like I'd contributed to the mission, right? Finley was my first mission, period. Being kept back, while shitty in some ways, was the biggest blessing I could have asked for, especially considering Morgan triggered every time someone said the D word around her. Hopefully she'd relax about it once the guys were home, and as much as she rolled her eyes at Sawyer and Garrett, I knew she'd miss them too. Montgomery, Captain wants to see you, Javier announced from the doorway. Okay. No doubt I was about to get a rash of shit for that little maneuver I'd pulled with the ski boat last week, but hey, everyone had come out alive. I passed Garrett in the hallway and thrust a bag of cookies in his direction. Morgan made them, and she wants you to share. Do I have to? He questioned, already reaching inside for one. Unless you want me to tell her that you didn't. I raised my eyebrows. He paused mid-bite. I'll share, he promised with his mouth full. Good boy. I gave his shoulder a healthy slap, then walked the rest of the way to Captain Patterson's office. The door was closed, so I gave it a healthy knock. Come in. I opened the heavy door and walked in. You wanted to see me, sir? Captain Patterson looked up from his paperwork and nodded, then removed his glasses to rub the skin between his eyes. For a man who never seemed to tire, he suddenly looked exhausted. "Good to see you, Lieutenant Montgomery. Why don't you have a seat?" He motioned to the chairs. I closed the door, which revealed Hastings in the furthermost one, his casted leg propped up on an upside-down trash can. "Hey, how's it feeling?" I asked, sinking into the chair next to him. He didn't answer or look at me, just stared straight ahead at Captain Patterson with a tick in his jaw. Guy must have gotten some news he didn't want, because I'd never seen him quietly pissed like this before. Captain Patterson slid his glasses back over his dark brown eyes and leveled a pitying look on me that turned my stomach. "Oh, fuck. Jax, we need to talk."
Chapter 23. Morgan. And I know I'm going to make it, because who the hell is good enough to shoot me out of the sky, right? Like I said yesterday, flying is flying no matter where you do it. I cranked the ignition, and the engine turned over with a throaty purr I recognized all too well. Homework assignment complete for the 3rd day in a row. "You sure about this?" Sam asked from the passenger seat. I slid my hands down the steering wheel and inhaled the scent of leather into my lungs. "I don't know if I can be what you want or what you need. There are parts of me that are permanently broken, and I don't know if they'll ever work quite right. The only thing I do know is that I'm never going to stop wondering about the what-ifs if we don't give this a shot, because it's been 6 months, and I swear I can still taste that kiss. Morgan." "Morgan, are you sure you want to do this?" Sam asked again. I blinked my way out of the memory and glanced up at the wings he'd left pinned to the visor. "Nope, I'm not sure," I answered Sam as honestly as I could. "Okay, well, let's be certain before you put this monster in drive, because I might love you, but I'm not willing to die because you think you're ready to skip ahead in your homework and joyride." She sent me an eyebrow raise that told me she was serious. "I have 4 months until I see my husband, and I intend on being there when he gets off that plane." Her voice caught with those last words, and my hand reached for hers. Last night had been rough. There had been reports of an Apache crash in Afghanistan, and while the media had reported all the facts but the names, the soldiers had been on blackout, all internet and phone services shut down, so those names wouldn't be leaked until the next of kin could be notified. That meant hours of waiting, staring at our phones, staring at our door. The crash hit the news around noon. Grayson didn't get a chance to call until 2 a.m. "You're so much stronger than I am." I squeezed her hand. She scoffed and blew off the compliment. "I haven't been through what you have, not in the same way. I don't know how Ember and Paisley ever let those boys fly after what happened. I have no clue. They were stronger than I was, too, all of them. But I was getting stronger, every day. You're really okay after last night?" "Yeah, I'm just heartbroken for those aviators and their families." "Me too. We may not have gotten the knock at our door, but someone had." She forced a smile, but there was zero joy. "But I don't want to think about it, so I'm not going to. Besides, we're sitting in here for you. So I can constantly lay out my emotional baggage, but you don't have to?" I lifted my eyebrows as I teased her. "I'm not here for my emotional baggage. I'm here for yours. Now, why don't you tell me how it feels having started this truck?" She gestured to the dash, and I smiled faintly as sunlight kissed her diamond and threw tiny dots of rainbows all through the cab. "I still hear him," I admitted quietly. "It's less and less these days, but whenever I'm in here, I swear I can hear him sitting right next to me. Do you think that will ever go away? Do you want it to?" "I don't know." I ran my fingers over the soft, supple leather of the console that separated my seat from Sam's, Will's seat from mine. "In some ways, yes, because maybe that means I'm healing. Plus, I'd really like to not have an anxiety attack every time I get in this thing, and I know I'll never sell it. That would be like selling Will's memory. But I'm terrified that one day I'll stop hearing him, and then I'll forget the sound of his voice, his laugh. Then I'll start forgetting him, and I don't want that either. How did I make more room for Jackson in my heart without losing Will? That's understandable, Sam said, pivoting in her seat so she could look straight at me. Do you want to drive? I felt my throat tighten, but it wasn't as severe as it had been. Not today. She sagged in obvious relief. I wouldn't want to take a ride in a vehicle that gave the driver anxiety attacks either. You're doing great, you know. The therapy, the homework, all of it. The tapes are sounding better and better, and you even made it through that hotspot thing with the funeral memory tape, though I don't know any other woman in her 20s who would reward herself with Virginia Woolf. Hey now, don't mock the classics. I looked over my shoulder to the cab, half expecting to see Will's helmet bag in flight gear. But it was empty, of course. I couldn't have done it without you, Sam, and I know you're headed home in a couple weeks, but I'm immeasurably grateful that you've stayed with me. She smiled. I wouldn't have had it any other way. I looked over to Jackson's house, then checked the clock on the dash. He usually napped the day he transitioned back to day shift, which meant he should be waking up soon. My pulse jumped with anticipation. It's okay to love him, Sam said gently. It doesn't mean you loved Will any less, or that you're replacing him. He would want you to be happy. That's the thing. I'm usually happy around Jackson when he's not scaring the shit out of me and racing off to fly in a storm. My hand closed around the sea glass pendant, as if I could hold him by proxy, and my forehead puckered. There were very few times I'd been happy around Will. Sure, there had been nights like the ball and when he'd shown up at my house, but the angst definitely ruled the bulk of our relationship. They're so different from each other. Night and day, she agreed, and that's okay. You don't have to compare them. It's not like you have to make a choice. A choice? Between Will and Jackson? No, thank you. She scoffed. Girl, I said you don't have to make a choice. I rolled my eyes and took another deep breath, searching my body for the usual signs that I was at my limit. No anxiety attack. No anxiety attack, she agreed. Look at you, getting all healthy and stuff. Let's get out of here. Maybe I'll drive tomorrow. How much of that anxiety medication do you have? She questioned. What? For acute attacks? I asked. I haven't taken rescue meds in... I tried to think. God, it's been over a month now. Right. I didn't say they were for you. They're for me riding along with you in this thing. She lifted her eyebrows. Our eyes locked and we laughed. I still had a smile on my face as we climbed the steps to my house. I loved my little mushroom-shaped home. The teal paint, the white trim, the new, stronger decking. It felt like a stranger who had slowly become my best friend. My very expensive best friend. The remodel was just about finished. The 2 other bedrooms upstairs needed to be gutted and redone, but I'd do that after Sam left, so she wasn't inconvenienced. The whole house generator had been ordered, and Steve was due to start the demo on the master bathroom next week. I was finally going to have a bench in my shower so I could shave my legs without twisting myself into knots like the newest cast member of Cirque du Soleil. A bench where Jackson could sit while I straddled his lap. Speak of the devil, why was Jackson's Land Cruiser pulling in his driveway? We stood on the deck and he parked in the garage. Hey, stranger, I called out as he appeared, swinging a little paper bag. He startled. What are you doing up there? Sam leaned on the railing. We've just been sitting here all day in the hopes that you'd pull up. And look, here you are. My shoulders shook with laughter as he crossed our yard, but it died when he looked up at me and climbed the stairs. He looked drained and tense. His cheeks were rough with a shift's worth of stubble, and his eyes were bloodshot. Something was off. "Are you okay?" I asked as he made it to the top. "Yeah. No. I'm not sure. Can I have a second with you?" He held out his hand for mine. I laced our fingers and nodded, then took him inside. "I'll give you guys some time," Sam said, picking up on the vibe. She disappeared upstairs, and I led Jackson to the kitchen, where I sat him down on one of the new bar stools that matched my white and gray theme. He put the bag on the counter where it promptly fell over, but he didn't ride it. He was too busy watching me like I was the one acting odd around here. I grabbed him a bottle of water from my refrigerator, then unscrewed the top and put it in front of him. "Thank you." "You look like shit," he suggested with a smirk. "It's impossible for you to look like shit, but you do need a nap. Why didn't you go to sleep when you got off this morning?" Where the hell had he been all this time? "I needed to grab something I'd ordered last week, and then I just kind of drove." He picked up the bottle and downed half of it. "Did something happen? Could you not sleep? Oh God, was Claire threatening a custody suit again?" I stepped between his outstretched thighs and braced my hands on his shoulders. "Tell me what has you worried." He studied me like he'd never seen me before. "You're beautiful." He threaded his hand through my hair and palmed my waist with the other, then pulled me closer. "Kiss me, kitty." Now that was something I could do. I fit my mouth to his like so many times before and kissed him slow and deep, winding my arms around his neck. The world and its problems faded into the hazy background, leaving only Jackson and the way he made me feel. He changed the tempo with deft flicks of his tongue, and the kiss turned hungry and urgent, desperate, even. By the time we broke apart, our breaths were ragged. My pulse raced, and my lips felt swollen. Never in my life had I been with a man who could erase the world in a single kiss the way he could. The power Jackson held over me was terrifying, but I knew he'd never use it against me. He loved me, and I adored him. I was addicted to him. My heart leaped for him, and my soul felt whole when I was in his arms. Need, infatuation, connection, those were all things I felt for him, but love in him, that was an emotion, a power I wasn't sure I was capable of giving anyone else again. Love was a gift, I knew that. I felt it every time Jackson gave me those words. But loving someone else gave them the power to obliterate you. "I brought you a present," he said against my neck, pressing his lips to that sensitive spot beneath my ear. The scruff on his face was a delicious contrast to his soft lips. Does this present involve getting me naked? Because although I could be absolutely in favor of it, Sam's upstairs. I tilted my head to give him better access. "It's in the bag." He lifted his head, and I nearly groaned at the loss. The thing about finally having Jackson was that I never felt entirely satiated. I wanted more and more of him. "Don't look at me like that, or we'll be at my place in 30 seconds, and there's something we have to talk about first." I pouted. It was childish and I didn't care. "Fine. We talk, then we go to your place." "Open your present." He flashed me a grin that nearly took my panties clean off and pushed the little brown bag my way. I slid the box from its bag, lifted the lid, and unwrapped the delicate layers of tissue paper. Mercy. This book was incredible. In simple block text, the words "night and day" stood out where they'd been embossed in rich, dark leather. It was cracked and worn in places, and though it had been protected in a clear library jacket, it was easy to see that it had passed through many hands over the course of many years to find its way here. "Jackson, is this?" I didn't want to open the cover, didn't want to even think it might be. "A first edition." "Yeah, but don't worry. It wasn't as expensive as you'd think. I didn't dip into Finley's college fund or anything." His eyes were bright with the simple joy of making me happy, but this was anything but simple. It was a gift chosen with such thought and care that tears prickled my eyes and my chest expanded with a glow I was sure had to be visible. Oh, my heart, do not fall in love with this man. Don't fall, or don't admit it. My stomach twisted and did its own falling. His eyes dimmed. Kitty, if you don't like it, I can return it. What? I blinked myself free of my thoughts. Oh, no, Jackson, this is exquisite. Not just that you found a copy, but it's the only one I haven't read yet. I flipped the cover, and sure enough, there was the publication date, 1919. He flashed a smile. I knew you were on a Virginia Woolf kick, and checked your shelves. I figured it was a fitting present since you finished therapy in what? 3 more sessions? 2? I said softly. My grief had been at a 9, mostly because I refused to use my 10 when we'd begun, and last week's session had it rated a 3. 3. It hadn't even seemed possible when we'd started, and sure, I still had my triggers, but Dr. Searcy said there was a chance those might never go away. There were some things that simply couldn't be fixed, but they sure could be avoided. Well, now you have the last Virginia Woolf book to read as your reward. I carefully wrapped the book and put it back in the box to protect it. You are incredible, Jackson. Thank you. I kissed him. You might not think so in a few minutes, so I'll take it. My brow furrowed. Why? He shifted his attention to the box. How are you going to read it in the box? I blinked. I'm not. I'm going to buy one of those airtight display cases and protect it like the piece of art it is. His gaze whipped back to mine. What's the point of having it if you don't read it? What's the point of having a first edition, priceless book if you don't protect it? I countered with a grin. You are an astounding woman, and I love you. He shook his head, and the atmosphere in the room shifted as he took a deep breath. When his eyes met mine, there was a plea in them that I didn't understand, and I wasn't sure I wanted to. There's no easy way to say this. I have to take a trip. Okay. I sat on the nearest stool and faced him so our knees touched. Are we talking a few days or a week? A few months. The world tilted on its axis. I don't understand. He leaned toward me and took my hand. Hastings' leg isn't going to heal in time. He isn't cleared to go. He's livid, but there's nothing he can do. Go where? My pulse skittered and nausea threatened to bring my lunch back up. It's basically a 3-month vacation when you think about it, just a rotation. His voice was level and calm, but his eyes weren't. Jackson, I warned. Half answers are bullshit. He flinched. You're right. Okay. I have to deploy with the unit. The edges of my vision blurred, and his words all jumbled together. I wish we had better timing, but I have to deploy. My heart beat like a bass drum. It's just 3 months, Kitty, that's all. 3 months and I'm back. 3 months, and then we have forever. I mean, how hard could it be for us to wait 9 months, considering how long we've been dancing around this? It was impossible to blink free of his voice. Couldn't shove the memory back in the cassette tape and store it like I'd been taught by Dr. Searcy. I ripped my hand from Jackson's and pressed my fingers to my temples. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Shit, babe. I can't imagine how this sounds to you. But it's nothing like what you're thinking. Jackson reached for me, but I leaned away from his touch. I'm just going somewhere else to do the same job I do here. That's all. Just flying. It won't be that bad, so I don't want you to worry, which I know you will anyway, but flying is flying no matter where you do it. I slammed my eyes shut and tried to steady my breathing. This wasn't happening. It wasn't possible. Morgan, honey, you said you couldn't go, I shouted, the sound echoing off the tile floors. You told me that because of Finley. You couldn't go. When he reached for me again, I slid off my stool and stumbled backward until my back hit the island. No, Kitty. There was so much pain in his eyes. I said that I had a family care plan. but the captain decided to leave me behind because of Finley. It was a decision made for both the needs of the unit and compassion. Being a single parent doesn't get you out of deployments. That fucking word was the bane of my existence. I gripped the edge of the counter to stay upright. And Captain Patterson knows Claire is back, so I'm not parenting by myself. The entire reason I was being left behind no longer exists. His jaw ticked, and I knew there were parts of that conversation he was leaving out. But if Hastings can't fly, God, there had to be a way out of this, right? I couldn't do this again. It wasn't even in the realm of possibility. Jackson rose from the stool but stayed a couple feet away. The guys from Elizabethtown will cover it. We're just an offshoot of them anyway. Something soft twined between my ankles. Juno, have you told Finley? Jackson shook his head and smashed his lips in a flat line. I told you first. He took the bottle of water from the counter and slammed the rest of it back, then crushed it in his fist. I can't imagine what you're thinking right now. I can't. My breaths came faster, like a steaming locomotive gained speed as it left the station. It has to feel just like, no, I shouted, pointing my finger at him. No! I couldn't stay here, couldn't think, couldn't catch my breath, couldn't slow my heart. I couldn't do this, not any of it. Okay. He laced his fingers on the top of his head and took a calming breath. Let's look at this logically. Fuck your logic! A lump grew in my throat. No. It's just search and rescue, baby. It simply happens to be a rotation at an air station in the Caribbean, so we're on hand for hurricane season. It's more like a 3-month TDY than it is a deployment. Fuck that word. Fuck all of this. The stitches I'd sewn meticulously into my heart began to pop one by one. This isn't like him, Jackson said so softly that I almost didn't hear it. I'm sorry, I snapped, arching my neck slightly to dislodge the damn lump. My deployment is nothing like Will's. We are not talking about Will. He was already in my damned head as it was. Kitty, we have to be able to talk about him, especially with this. He's not... I sucked in a breath and rolled my head, but the lump wasn't going anywhere. It was growing. He's not in this conversation. Because if he was, I couldn't be. Deployment. I couldn't do another one. Couldn't get that news again. God, I could still feel the gum-like texture of the strawberry jam on my shoes. Jackson took a step toward me, and I moved again, heading straight into my kitchen. He couldn't touch me. He took every ounce of logic the minute his hands were on me, and I had to be able to think. I had to survive. Baby, he's in every conversation when it comes to my job. My gaze snapped to his, and my hand stilled on the handle to the refrigerator. He may as well be standing in this room. He gestured between our bodies, right here in between us. There was such care, such compassion in his gaze. Otherwise, I might have started throwing things at him. Didn't he know how hard I was trying to keep that from happening? My throat constricted, and I ripped open the refrigerator door, grabbed the pitcher of sweet tea, and drank straight from the glass. I gulped and swallowed, but nothing would shake that lump. The tightness that I refused to believe was the harbinger of what I'd been working myself to the emotional bone to get rid of. I slammed the refrigerator door and put the pitcher on the counter. I can't do this. I shook my head to emphasize my point. He winced. We can do this. It's 3 months. No. There. How is that for setting my emotional boundaries? Morgan, you're reacting out of fear. And I get it. I can't fathom how you must be feeling right now. And the fact that I'm even asking you to go through this again is... His face crumpled and he looked away. I can't do this. It wasn't possible. I wouldn't just regress. I'd be on the fucking floor. Baby. He came for me and I slid right around him, making it to the entrance of the kitchen before he could stop me. Morgan, nothing is going to happen to me. You don't know that! I screamed at the top of my lungs as I reached the foyer. You have no fucking clue what can happen. You just think you do. I promised you that I'd never put a rescue above my own life, and I meant it. I'm the best SAR pilot on... Oh, shut up, I shouted. You're the best? Funny, Will thought he was the best. Jagger and Josh? Yep, I've heard those words out of their mouths too. You all think you're the best until you fall out of the sky. Because when push comes to shove, you're not the gods you think you are. So don't you dare stand there and tell me that nothing is going to happen to you. That drew him up short, and we faced off in the entrance hall. Throwing my head back, I stared at the lofted ceiling, praying for my throat to open, but it wouldn't. I was a little girl caught in the middle of a hungry boa constrictor. Tighter and tighter it drew, taking my air supply. Maybe we should sit down? I'm getting worried about you over here. You're worried? I spat back. You're deploying. I'm the one you expect to sit here and wait and worry, and I'm not going to do it. Not again. No. Kitty, please listen to me. I'm not going to a war zone. I'm going to the beach. My heartbeat wasn't a bass drum anymore. It was a staccato snare, and my breaths came so fast that the room around me felt distant, but I forced my mind to work. 2012, 4 dead. 2010, 3 dead. 2008, 4 dead. 2004, 6 dead. Fuck, he swore, low and soft. I know what happened with every single one of those crashes. Coast Guard! Search and rescue crashes! I added between gasping breaths as my back hit the wall. You can't make me do this again. I won't. Not for you, not for anyone. My head buzzed. Kitty, he begged, and the agony in his eyes was more than I could stand. Okay, talking about this is putting you at risk, and I don't want... Ha! Exactly! I shouted at him as my throat closed even tighter. I won't be at risk. Not any more than usual. No one's going to be shooting at me, Morgan. It's not the same, baby. Please. Shooting. Will. First the RPG that crashed Jagger, then the next one that took down the medevac with Josh and Will on board, then the small arms fire that hit Will in the sweet spot that wasn't covered by Kevlar. Even the best pilots weren't immune to bullets, right? We had no control in fate. No control. None. People died. And he bled out right there in some dusty, rocky valley in Afghanistan, all because he'd been ordered to deploy. He was dead, and Jackson was deploying. Jackson, who had become my whole world. Jackson in that same helicopter. Jackson. Jackson was talking. What was he saying? Jackson was deploying. Why had I let this happen again? My past was repeating because I was too stupid to stop it. The jam was sticky. The shoes went into the trash. The necklace. The blues. The air ceased. Pain erupted so sharp, it stopped my hurricane of a brain. I concentrated on my neck muscles and visualized them opening. Air rushed through again, and I gasped. Can you hear me? His hands were on my shoulders. You're having an anxiety attack. Let me get Sam and your rescue meds. No! Using them was defeat. It was a step backward, and I was supposed to be moving forward. I was at a 3. 3! Unless I was triggered. Deployment? Trigger. Jackson flying? Trigger. Jackson himself. Sam! I ripped out of his arms and slid down the wall. Once my butt hit the tile, I drew my knees to my chest. Breathe. Open your throat. It's in your mind, not your body. What is going... Holy shit. Thudding footsteps. She's having an anxiety attack. Jackson dropped to his knees before me. God, those eyes were so blue. Just like my sea glass. Blue, blue, blue. So beautiful. Of course I fell for him. And because I did, now he would go. Okay, give me a second. Just breathe, Kitty. His voice was calm. Why was he so calm? Why was he still here? Didn't he understand that I couldn't do this? My fingernails dug into my kneecaps. It's okay. He reached for me but thought better of it. God, I wish you'd let me hold you. Can I hold you? Just this once before I go? The next time I kiss you will be after this deployment." The vice around my throat squeezed. "Move!" Sam ordered. Jackson slid to the side. "Here we go." Sam held a white oval pill and a bottle of water. "No," I denied. "Over a month." Her eyes softened for a heartbeat, and then she was steel again. "Yep, so this time we'll push for 2 months between. We set the goals we can attain, remember?" She thrust the offering my way and waited for me to decide. She gave me power in a moment I had none. I swallowed the pill. It took half the bottle of water to get it down my throat, but it was in. A small brown paper bag appeared next. I grasped it with 2 hands, brought it to my face, and began breathing. "There we go," Sam said softly. "You just breathe and wait for the meds to kick in." "What the hell did you do?" That last part wasn't aimed at me. "I'm deploying." Sam drew back and her wide eyes flew to mine, interrupted by my paper bag every few seconds as it expanded. "Oh, Morgan." "It's not the same, Sam." "To her, it is." They both fell silent as I breathed like it was my full-time job. For the last 4 months, it had been. How had I only lived here for 4 months? Is that really how long I'd known Jackson? God, and I was already so far gone that I was breathing through a paper bag. This wouldn't be the only time he deployed. This was who he was. Slowly, my breathing returned to normal, and the buzzing faded in my head. My throat was still constricted, but that would pass once the meds kicked in. Not that it mattered, because I'd be asleep soon after that. I dropped the bag to the floor and sat with my head against the wall, arching my neck. "You should go." "It's okay. I've got her, Sam," Jackson said softly. "No." I lowered my head and found him watching me. Beautiful, kind, magnetic, head over heels in love with me. And a loaded freaking gun when it came to my mental health. "You should go, Jackson." "Morgan." His eyes flared. "Go. This isn't going to get any better the more we talk about it." My heart screamed in protest. "I need you to go." He warred with himself. With my words, it was all over his face. "Okay. I need to talk to Finn and Claire. Shit. Okay. I'll come by for breakfast tomorrow." Quick cuts were better. I shook my head. "No. I need you to go for good." "This is not over. This is... I don't know what this is because it's not a fight. This is a blip on the radar, Kitty." Agony. That was the only way to describe the look in his eyes and the rending of those stitches in my heart. Sam stood and backed away, staying by the edge of the foyer. She never went far after I'd had an attack. "This is over," I said softly. "I won't do another deployment. I won't take another phone call. I won't bury another man. I snapped my mouth shut. God, when were the meds going to kick in? "Love," he accused. "You love me." I locked my jaw and dropped my gaze. "Fine. Well, I love you, even if you won't say it. And I'm not giving you up. It's only 3 months, Morgan. Nothing will change in 3 months." "Try 3 days," I whispered. "I'm not ready for this. I'm not strong enough for this. I will not do this. Do you know what happens when no one chooses you?" "Kitty, that's not what this is," he whispered. "You learn to choose yourself. And that's what I'm doing. I'm choosing me. I'm choosing no anxiety attacks, no deployment, no..." My face crumpled and I fought the tears that stung my eyes. "No me." His mouth tightened as he fought for emotional control. "If you love me, you'll go." He flinched. "You won't ask me to do this? You won't ask me to stay with you, knowing the cost is this happening to me every single day? You won't ask me to undo everything I fought so hard for?" Air flew freely through my throat, and the ache lessened. "Morgan, no. God, please." He clenched his hands but didn't reach for me. One touch was all it would take to break my resolve, and I couldn't let that happen, not unless I wanted to dive right back into daily attacks, and if I had to go through another deployment, that's exactly where I'd be. Jackson, if you love me as much as you say you do, you will walk out that door and you won't come back. You'll let me heal. You'll let me go. Despair, conflict, anger, frustration, defeat. They all visited his face in the span of 30 seconds, some twice. I gripped my knees to keep from grabbing him as he stood. I locked my jaw to keep from begging him to stay. He walked to the door, and then through it, but turned around once he was on the deck. I love you more than any torture you could ever ask of me. So, if I love you enough to walk away, can't you love me enough to stay? The last stitches in my heart ripped free, and my damage bled out all over me. I never said I loved you. It was barely a whisper, but he heard it. Right. I guess you didn't. His expression would haunt my dreams for as long as I lived. Sam, close the door, I begged. The meds were kicking in, and while I could move, I was sluggish as hell, but at least the ache in my throat was fading. His face tightened, daring me to do it myself, but I couldn't. Morgan, this is... maybe take some time? She asked softly. I leveled her with a stare. Remember when you showed up at my house with a truckload of furniture and begged me not to tell Grayson where you were? Shit, her mouth tensed, and her gaze flew between Jackson and me. Please, shut the door. My voice broke, and my shoulders rose as the first sob racked through me. Jackson moved, heading my direction, but Sam was faster and shut the door before he got there, and because Sam never did anything half-measure, the deadbolt followed. What was left of my pulverized heart, shattered into so many pieces, it may as well have been sand. Sam sat and pulled me into her arms while I cried. "It's going to be okay," she whispered, even though we both knew it wasn't. So I did what I always did. Wiped my tears, lifted my chin, and waited for the pain to pass.
Chapter 24. Jackson. I finished packing my second duffel and placed it next to the first in my entryway. All I had left to do was pack my carry-on. Our flight left tomorrow afternoon. The last week had both flown immeasurably fast and dragged like hell. The time I spent with Finn disappeared in a heartbeat, and the moments I stood at my window and blatantly stared at Morgan's house, those seemed to last forever and hurt like hell. If you love me as much as you say you do, you will walk out that door and you won't come back. You'll let me heal. You'll let me go. Her words had played on repeat inside my head for the last 8 days. The sound of her sobs came in a close second. Her telling me that she'd never said she loved me, I blocked that out as much as possible. Every day I climbed her steps and left a single piece of sea glass next to the one I'd left the day before. She was amassing quite the little pile, and I was paying quite the bill to Christina since I didn't have much sea glass hunting time left. But unlike the last time I'd left daily reminders that I wasn't giving up, this time she hadn't accepted them. The situation wasn't hopeless, since she still lived next door, but it wasn't exactly hopeful either. "You should take Philip," Finley said. I turned away from the window to see the world's saddest little girl staring at me. I hoisted her up and sat her on my forearms so that we were eye level. "You think I should take a blind turtle on deployment?" She nodded solemnly. Maybe I should have asked why you think I should take him. I tried to match her serious expression and failed. "Cousteau is a fish. He can't go. Barnaby would escape, so he can't go. And Juno pees in your shoes." She wrinkled her nose. "But Philip would fit in your pocket." She tapped the breast pocket of my button-down shirt. "Not that one, of course. It's too small." "So I should take Philip because he can breathe without water, he's too slow to escape, and he won't pee in my shoes?" I raised my eyebrows at her.
Yep, plus he fits in your pocket.
Her big brown eyes were almost impossible to deny, but in this case, I was going to have to hold out. I won't have a lot of time for pets, Finn. It's mostly flying and paperwork. Is there some other reason Philip needs to come? Her little lips pursed and she stared long and hard at the floor. Finley, I asked gently.
So you don't forget me?
There were no tears, thank God, but the misery in her eyes broke my heart, then trampled it. My chest constricted, but I managed not to lose my shit in front of her. Finn, sweetheart, there's no chance I could forget you. Zero. I don't need to carry Philip around when I have you right here. I took her hand and put it on top of my heart. Will it make you feel better if you hear the plan again? She nodded. You have a brand new phone. I made a jazz hand with the one that wasn't holding her and was rewarded by a tiny smile. Now what are the rules of this brand new phone, Finley Montgomery? Her eyebrows furrowed with concentration.
Only use it at home or at Grandma's.
Correct.
Keep it charged.
You got it.
Answer when you call for video chat.
Bingo. Every day at 7 before school and every night before bed as promised. You'll be so sick of my face you won't want me to come home. She giggled. Ah, sweet victory. And what happens if I have to go rescue people and can't make it to a call?
You'll send a text or call earlier or later.
There was a grin, too. And what happens to that phone when I get home? She twisted her puckered lips from side to side.
I have to give it back.
Yep. This phone is for deployment only, so consider it a perk. I tweaked her nose. But what is the number one rule of the deployment phone? I set my features as sternly as possible. She huffed out a sigh.
No calling boys.
That's right, no boys, none. Everyone you love besides Daddy is a girl anyway.
What about Uncle Sawyer?
She raised her brows. Well, she had me there. I might make an exception.
Would you put Morgan's number in too, just in case?
I can do that. Leave it to my brilliant little daughter to twist the knife. I didn't have the heart to tell her no, and I knew Morgan wouldn't want me to when it came to this. Finn had caught on that Morgan hadn't been around, but since I'd never outright told her we were together, I didn't think I needed to announce what might be the opposite now.
Thank you.
She threw her arms around my neck, and I held her tight, breathing in the scent of her strawberry shampoo. This deployment was going to suck on every fucking level possible. I love you, Finley. God, how was I going to leave her for 3 months? I hadn't been apart from her for more than 3 days since she was born.
Love you, Daddy.
She smacked a kiss on my cheek. Knock, knock, knock.
Maybe it's Morgan,
she exclaimed, wiggling down from my arms. She shot off like a bolt of lightning before I could tell her there was 0 chance in hell Morgan was here. She'd even sent Juno back with Sam the day after she'd thrown me out.
Mommy!
Shit, I'd forgotten what time it was. I walked into the entry to see Claire hauling in a massive suitcase.
You still sure about this?
She asked as Finn took her purse. Sure that it's better for Finn if her routine is as close to normal as possible? Yes. You still promise to move out when I get back? She arched an eyebrow.
How about I promise to move out when you get back if you still want me to?
I tilted my head and blinked.
Okay, fine.
She rolled her eyes with a smile.
I promise. This is just the first one. I'll bring the others over tomorrow before you go.
Thank you. I've got all the feeding schedules up in the kitchen.
For Finley or the menagerie?
She joked. Yes, I answered. We both laughed, and it was awkward, but easier than it had been. Knock, knock. Sam stood behind the glass storm doors with a beach bag slung over her shoulder.
New girlfriend?
Claire asked. Don't start, I warned, keeping my voice level since Finley was here as I opened the door. Sam? Her gaze darted to Claire, then her suitcase, then me.
Bad time?
Not at all. Come on in. I stepped back and Sam walked straight through the entry to high-five Finley.
How's it going, Finn? Hey, Sam.
She leaned around Sam and stared at the door, which served as another slice to my soul. Not that it mattered. It was pretty much death by 1,000 tiny cuts around here right now.
Just me today,
Sam said with enough perk that Finley's face fell only slightly.
But she did bake you some cookies this morning.
She dug into her bag and produced a Ziploc full of chocolate chip cookies.
Really? Yay!
Finn took the cookies and disappeared toward the kitchen, still wearing Claire's purse. Cue the most awkward moment of my life.
How about I take Finn down to the water for...
Claire glanced between Sam and me.
a while? Text me when you're ready?
I nodded my thanks, and Claire ushered Finn and her cookies out the door.
Can we sit?
Sam asked. Sure. Once we were at the dining room table, Sam pulled out her phone, a laptop, and the small silver tape recorder that usually lived on Morgan's counter. Does she know you're here? Even asking was painful.
Hell no. She'd slaughter me for what I'm about to do, which means I'm trusting you to keep this between us. But, before we start, do you want to explain why your ex has her suitcase in your entry, or should I just jump to conclusions?
Her eyes narrowed slightly. Claire is moving in so Finley can stay in our home while I'm gone, I answered easily. We're not together. We're never going to be together again. I'm just trying to make it as easy as possible on my daughter. Sam studied me for a second, and then nodded, as if accepting my answer.
Okay then, because I'm not about to risk one of my closest friendships if you're already moving on. Get me?
I'm not moving on. I'm not exactly hopeful, but not moving on. I rested my elbows on the table. It's only 3 months, Sam. She threw me out and slaughtered me for 3 damned months. Sam sighed.
You're not wearing her glasses.
She doesn't wear glasses, I countered.
Not the kind of glasses I'm referring to.
She rolled her eyes.
When you think about this deployment, what's your first concern?
Easy. Who is taking care of Finley? Where is she staying? How do I keep connected to her? How do I make her feel secure and safe? Not that Morgan isn't a giant clusterfuck.
Nope, you're good. I get it. You see this deployment with your daddy glasses on, as you should. Being Finley's dad colors everything in this world, even Morgan. And you might flip your boyfriend lens on to a situation like you did when you came to tell her about the deployment, but no matter what, your daddy lens comes first. It's permanent.
Right. I can see that. It was true. Morgan's love for Finn only elevated my attraction to her.
You aren't using Morgan's glasses,
she said again, then set up the laptop.
Before you two got together, Morgan would watch this video every night before bed. Some nights she'd watch it 100 times.
She took a deep breath and muttered a prayer for forgiveness at my ceiling before she pressed play. The background was a white wall with a picture of a Black Hawk helicopter and the tops of chairs, a dining room table. Then he slid into the picture, and I was faced with Will Carter. He looked exactly like his pictures online, of course. Serious, clean-cut face, brown, wavy hair, brown eyes, and a delicate pair of aviation wings around his neck. Morgan's. A pang of jealousy hit me harder than I'd felt myself capable. Jesus, the guy was dead and I was growly. He still owned the heart of the woman I loved, and I couldn't even fight him for it. He sighed, then looked straight into the camera. Morgan Elise Bartley. He flashed a smile that transformed his features, but it faded quickly. God, I hope you never see this. I hope that I get home from this deployment and delete this file so I can tell all of this to you in person. And yeah, I just got back from your place last night. He smiled and looked away. But there's a lot I didn't say, because it wouldn't have been fair seeing that I asked you to wait around until I get home. Shit, just like I had. So yeah, I'm praying you never see this, but... He swallowed. But if something happens, and you do, then I want to make sure you know that you are the most infuriating, stubborn, button-pushing pain in the ass I've ever known. He nodded. My eyes flew wide. What the actual fuck?
They were always at each other's throats,
Sam commented with a sad smile. But you're also ridiculously smart and compassionate and loyal and so gorgeous that you make my teeth hurt when I look at you. There's nothing about me that deserves everything you bring to the table. He scoffed. I'm showing up empty-handed to this party, and the most amazing thing about you is that you don't care. You just want me, and I can't figure out why, but I'm done fighting it. You want this mess? It's yours. Just enjoy your last 9 months of freedom. I mean, hopefully not too much or anything, because once I get home, we're doing this thing. And I know I'm going to make it because who the hell is good enough to shoot me out of the sky, right? Like I said yesterday, flying is flying no matter where you do it. His grin turned cocky and my stomach twisted. Fuck, he sounded just like I had. Shit, that's pretty much what I said to her. I cursed. I figured. Sam's face scrunched in pity. But in the interest of being prepared, let's do this. I took out a secondary life insurance policy this morning, and you're the beneficiary. And I know you're going to want to fight it, but please take the money. Use it. Don't just give it to charity or stick it in a bank account, Morgan. Spend it on something that brings you happiness. Use it to leave like you always planned. I just wish I was going with you. The video continued for about 15 minutes while he said goodbye to her, while he confessed the things he hadn't felt strong enough to say in person. Those 15 minutes transformed him from a two-dimensional ghost to a flesh-and-blood man who I might not hang with in real life, but I could respect. We were alike in minuscule ways, and complete opposites in the ones that really mattered. So I guess I'll see you later. And I'm hoping you come to the redeployment ceremony because that's when it's all going to start for us. A slow smile spread over his face. And I'm going to kiss you so hard that the last few years will have all been worth it. His eyebrows popped up. We should go to the Outer Banks for a whole week when I get back. Remember how much fun we had there? Maybe this time I'll actually get you off the beach and onto one of those surfboards. Yeah, I'll plan it all. And I guess now I have to delete this file when I get back or it'll ruin the surprise. He sighed long and hard. See you later, Morgan. 9 months. He reached forward and killed the recording. So, that's Will, Sam said with a sigh, shutting the laptop and bringing over the tape recorder. I already knew that she loved him, but thank you for making him real. My voice was gruffer than I intended. If that night in Afghanistan had gone differently, maybe I still would have met Morgan, but she would have been a tourist wrapped around her boyfriend. I never would have had the chance to fall in love with her. You're welcome. Now, you know that every week Morgan has to record the story of his death and listen to it, right? So that's the tape recorder. You got it. This is from this week. She pressed play and Morgan's sweet, clear drawl came through. She told the story from start to finish, then the funeral, without so much as a hiccup. There was pain, grief in her voice, but she was concise and in control. That therapy sounds a lot like torture, I remarked as Sam hit stop. It has been. She slid her phone in front of her, swiped it open, and thumbed through her media. Now listen, I only have this because I was an idiot and thought I was supposed to record it, but when you stand there all frustrated, preaching at her that you'll be fine and it's only 3 months of a beach vacation, this is what goes through her head. She tapped her phone, and Morgan's voice came through again. I'm in the grocery store? Holy shit, she sounded broken. Every word was a struggle. Picking out a jar of jam, and my phone rings. She gasps, sucking in air. It's Sam, she cried with a sob. I braced my head in my hands as my eyes fluttered shut, like I could somehow block out her pain if I didn't see the fucking phone. She... Her breath was ragged. I can't do this. I just can't. You can, Morgan. You just have to get through it once today. Go as far as you can. A soothing voice sounded. That had to be her therapist. Sam said that there was a crash. Another pause. And our friends are hurt. Have some water, the therapist suggested. Thank you. Another pause. And Will, he didn't make it. Her sobs crushed my soul, my ego, my very foundation. He's dead. He's only been there 3 days and he's gone. She cried so hard my eyes burned, and when I glanced at Sam, she was swiping away her tears. I can't listen to this, I snapped. If she could get through it, so can you, she retorted. I locked my jaw as my legs began to fidget, looking for any action I could take to lessen Morgan's pain.
And,
she sucked in a harsh breath.
I drop the jar, and it shatters, but who cares? Will is dead. Will. My Will. And I can't breathe. How am I supposed to breathe?
She screamed that last word, and I felt it reverberate in every cell of my body. The gasp she took was familiar, and I tensed every muscle in my body as I heard it.
I can't.
The chant went on another 10 seconds before the therapist jumped in to help with the anxiety attack, and the tape stopped. Sam pocketed the phone and wiped her cheeks again. Defeated, drained, heartbroken. I couldn't put a finger on which emotion trumped the rest. I love her, I whispered.
Yeah, I know you do. And beneath all this that's swimming in her head, I think she loves you too. And you can be as mad as you want to be that she shut you out, as long as you understand that it has nothing to do with what she feels for you, and everything to do with self-preservation so she doesn't become her.
She lifted her phone.
Again.
So I'm just supposed to do what? Walk away from the woman I love? I lifted my head. Because that's not in my nature. What we have is something worth fighting for, and I'm climbing into the ring ready to take the punches. But she's already left the arena. Sam sighed and rubbed her forehead, then glanced at her wedding ring.
The truth is, I'm torn. I honestly think she needs you just as much as you need her.
She shook her head and muttered something to Will.
I think you're her match, but I also know that you are jumping up and down on the biggest trigger she has.
I can't help it. If I could do anything about this, trust me, I would.
I know that too.
She stood and put everything back in her bag.
Which is why I'm telling you that it's not going to be enough for you to fight for her. You're going to have to fight her too. And that might be more than you can take.
I got up to walk her to the door, then stared through the storm glass at Morgan's house. She was in there, right now, and I couldn't do a damn thing about it. Or could I? I can take it, I told Sam. Whatever she dishes out, I can take. Now, during the deployment, and after. I'm all in. She studied me, then nodded.
Okay.
But how am I supposed to love her without triggering her right now? Because I don't want her on the ground for the next 3 months. I never wanted to hear the voice on that tape again.
Just keep doing what you're doing. Show up, but don't force her hand. Morgan's the long game.
No, Morgan's the end game. Sam chuckled, dug through her bag and pulled out a clear package with... Are those knee pads? What the hell? She pushed them into my chest.
I was told by the guys that if you were willing to fight, you'd need these. It's basically your invitation to the boys' club. We'll back you up as much as we can.
She winced as I took the pads.
And sorry about the door last week. I owe Morgan, and she called it in. Honestly, I'm only here because I remember those months without Grayson, and it would have been a lot easier if we'd just communicated.
I raised my eyebrows.
I thought he was in love with his ex-comatose ex-girlfriend. Long story.
Apparently.
Be safe, Jax. She might have thrown you out, but all of that girl's happiness is wrapped up in you making it home. No matter how safe you think you're being, be safer. You understand?
I understand. She hugged me and walked out the front door.
Oh, and Morgan has an appointment tomorrow to have some sea glass set in a bracelet.
I blinked. Okay.
It's at Christina's at 11:30 a.m., which to my understanding is 5 hours before you're due to show at the hangar for deployment.
I grinned. Thank you, Sam.
Don't fuck this up, Jax.
I wasn't going to.
Chapter 25. Morgan. These months are going to fly by, I promise. And then it's you and me. It would look good in platinum, Christina mused. laying out the small pieces of sea glass on her lapboard as we stood in the workroom at the back of her shop. Or gold? I suggested, fingering the pendant around my neck. Jax and I might be done, but it felt wrong to take it off. "It would definitely match your necklace," she said with a nod. "You know, I just wanted to say that I'm really sorry Jax has to go." I stilled. "Peter is so angry that they won't let him wait for an upslip there. He knows what this is costing you two, and we're both very sorry." She squeezed my hand, trying and failing to neatly box the pain of losing Jax. I brought my eyes to hers. "It's not your fault. You two would still be together if Peter hadn't slipped on that deck." She bit her lower lip. "Christina, don't. Whether it was this trip or the next, it was bound to happen. Getting out now just makes it hurt less than later." My smile was shaky and fake as hell, but she didn't call me on it. "Well, I still feel like shit about it. You two have something very real and I love you both, so I'm hoping you'll forgive me." She patted my hand and headed for the door that led to the showroom of her shop. "You know, I have just the clasp that will hold this together for you. Give me a second and I'll grab it from the display." "Clasp? But we didn't even decide what metal." She closed the door and I heard the audible click of a lock. "What in the actual hell?" The back door that led to the parking lot opened, and Jackson walked in. My heart jumped, like someone had used the paddles to get a rhythm back. I'd missed this man so much that I wasn't sure I was still a complete person. He closed the door behind him but didn't throw the lock. Instead, he faced me and leaned back against it, which pretty much felt like the same thing. His face was clean-shaven, his baseball hat was on backward, and his MIT t-shirt stretched across muscles I knew all too well. Every single part of him looked good enough to eat. But his eyes, those brought me to my knees. They were red-rimmed and swollen. He looked haunted. "I thought you left today," I said, breaking the silence but not the tension. 5 hours, he answered, tucking his hands in his pockets. "Finley?" "Claire and Bree took her up to the water park. Figured keeping her busy would be best. He swallowed. "We said our see-you-laters this morning to make it easier on her." "I'm so sorry." That explained the swollen eyes. My heart ached for him. "Thanks. I put your number in her cell phone. She asked for it. The phone's only for deployments, so we can FaceTime, and I doubt she'll bother you." "It's fine. I'll pick up whenever she needs me." I missed Finley just as much as I missed Jackson, and I hadn't been prepared for that. Hadn't been prepared for any of this. He pushed off the door and came toward me but stayed on the opposite side of the line of work tables that divided the small room in half. My gaze flew to the door. "You can leave at any time. I'm not trying to trap you. Just talk to you," he said softly, bracing his palms on the table between us. Nothing's changed. It couldn't. It didn't matter how I felt about the incredible man standing in front of me. Survival had to be my first priority. "I know." He nodded, a slight smile curving his kissable lips as his eyes dropped to the necklace he'd given me. "I didn't really get a chance to talk last time, and while you're free to walk out that door any second you see fit, I'm really hoping you'll give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes? My pulse jumped. 5 minutes with this man was dangerous to my heart. But didn't I owe him that? Hell, I owed him far more. "And you stay on that side of the table?" If he touched me, I'd be a goner. 5 minutes. "And I stay on this side of the table." He agreed. "Deal." I tucked my hair behind my ear, wishing I'd worn it up today. "I love you, Morgan." He nailed me with those eyes, and his words shattered what little defenses I had against him. "Jackson, don't," I whispered as my heart thudded to life. 5 minutes. He lifted the corner of his mouth into a sinfully sexy smirk. Ugh. I nodded. "First, I have a really bad habit of not telling you things first, so I'm telling you that Claire is living at my house with Finley while I'm gone." I sucked in a breath, and that heartbeat that had started slugging its way to a dependable rhythm stuttered. 10 days. It had only taken 10 damned days, Kitty. It's not what you think, and damn, that face is making me want to jump this table and hold you. But I made a promise, so I won't. Claire and I aren't together. We'll never be together. She's living at my place so Finn can keep her life as normal as possible. Plus, Juno raked her claws down Vivian's couch, so that option is off the table. I smiled, then pressed my lips between my teeth so he wouldn't get encouraged. She's moving out when I get back. It's just for Finley. And it's probably the most maternal decision she's ever made. After moving back. But now you know, so you won't be shocked when she's coming down the stairs or asking to borrow sugar. Not that she bakes. You'll probably see a ton of takeout. I glanced toward the clock and raised my eyebrows. You're using your 5 minutes, Jackson. You're right. Morgan, I love you. Taking a 3-month trip isn't going to change that. I'm not sure a lifetime would change that, honestly. My eyes widened and my stomach tightened, but there was no anxiety, at least not yet. If it came to that, I was going to have to leave for my own good. He didn't use the D word. And I understand why you had to end this, and I don't blame you for choosing your own health. You've earned every inch of ground you've gained, and it would kill me to take that from you. I never want to be the cause of your pain. Thank you, I whispered, knowing I was now the cause of his. Weren't we just a pair? You told me that if I loved you, I would walk out the door and wouldn't come back. But the truth is that I love you enough to walk out that door and come back. My breath hitched. You can give me up. That's okay. My love is strong enough to carry us both through this. He leveled a look on me that said he was completely serious, and despite every plea my brain sent my heart, my posture softened. Defense is gone, his eyes flared, and he took a quick breath. I'm not giving you up. I'm sorry? My eyebrows reached for the sky. That's not your choice to make. 5 minutes. He pointed to the clock. I folded my arms under my breasts and felt no small satisfaction when his eyes followed and heated. 10 days hadn't squashed the chemistry between us. If anything, it apparently had the same effect as a starvation diet. I was ravenous. Hungry but not stupid enough to take the cheese from a time-delayed trap. He looked at the ceiling, and I could almost see him count to 5 before he locked eyes with me again. Right, back to the point. I'm not giving you up, Morgan. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever if I have my way. I scoffed and narrowed my eyes. Didn't he realize kidnapping was illegal? I'm leaving on a trip in 5 hours, and as far as I'm concerned, I still have a girlfriend, and in case you're missing the point, that girlfriend is you. He grinned, and my body temp rose. Damn it. You think I'm leaving on this trip, and I'm not going to come back. I swallowed and shoved the panic as far away as I could. So you think that if you don't love me, if we're not together while I'm on this trip, you'll save yourself the heartache of that possible future. Bullseye. And I understand that too. If you want to shove that love you don't feel for me into a little box and file it away in your emotional basement so you can survive these next 3 months, then be my guest. It's not like I get a say anyway, right? His words were at odds with the smirk he wore. So fine. File me away, kitty. Live your life. Start your new job. Finish up your therapy and heal. But just like I can't make you stay with me, you can't stop me from loving you. The man was insane. Maybe he was the one who needed therapy if he couldn't see that I was rejecting him. Are you, though? Nice necklace. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to love you so hard that 3 months will be a pencil dot on our timeline. Mercy. I'm going to love you so well that you'll never doubt that I choose you. Every day, every situation, I choose you. I melted. I'd waited a lifetime for those very words. I'm choosing you today by telling you that your well-being is more important than my ego or my need for reassurance. I'll choose you every single day that I'm gone, every mission that I fly, every second that I breathe. You don't have to be with me. I'll be with you. I swallowed. And what if I start seeing someone else? Not that I was going to. Jackson was it for me. That's what made this whole thing so fucking impossible. 5 minutes. He pointed to the minute remaining on the clock, and the pulse leaped in his neck. His knuckles whitened, and his jaw ticked twice. If you want to see someone else, then I guess that's your prerogative, seeing as you're single. Well, that hadn't been the response I'd expected. Did that mean as for me, I have a girlfriend I love more than life, so the only action I'll be getting is this hand. He raised his right, fueled by your picture and enough memories of making love to you to last way longer than 3 months. You don't have to be mine. I'm yours. My lips parted and my thighs buzzed. Stupid sex drive. And you'd better tell whatever guy you date to be prepared for a fight, because the minute I get off that plane, I'm coming straight for you. When I tell you that I'm coming home, I mean it. And Morgan, you are my home. His eyes churned with longing and resolve. Fuck my life. He was breaking down my own resolve. He glanced at the clock. 10 seconds. His eyes raked over me like he was memorizing every detail of my face and body. I couldn't help but do the same to him. This was it. He was leaving. I choose you. And if I have to let you lose me so you can save yourself, then I'll hold on enough for the both of us. That's how much I love you. Time was up. He gave me one last, longing look and walked toward the door. My heartbeat matched the rhythm of his steps. What if this was really it? The last time I saw him, what if I never had the chance to hold him again? To see the light in his eyes when he smiled, or the way his lips formed the words, I love you. What if this was the last? Everything. My soul screamed in protest and ripped her claws into whatever was left of my defenses. Jackson! I cried out as his hand reached the doorknob. He turned, and everything I felt was so clearly etched on his own face that I whimpered, Kiss me. He jolted forward but froze when I lifted a finger. This doesn't change anything. We are not together. And I know that makes this a really selfish, really screwed-up request, but this trip? I blocked out the D word and lifted my chin. I want one last kiss. My hand fell to my side. This isn't our last kiss. In 4 strides, his hands were in my hair and his mouth was on mine. Home. Everything in my body sang at his touch. He felt so right under my fingertips as they laced behind his neck. I opened under him, then moaned as his tongue curled around mine with swirling, deft strokes. He kissed me so thoroughly, so deeply, that I couldn't remember why I'd ever stopped. Every time he moved to soften the kiss, to pull back or pause, I kissed him harder, pulled him closer. This couldn't end. Not yet. Not while I felt alive and whole. Morgan. He growled when I reached for the hem of his shirt and slid my hands under it. I was met with smooth, soft, warm skin over tight, hard muscles. I gripped his waist and tugged, bringing him hard against me. Oh, and he was. His arousal pressed into my stomach, and my hand wrapped around it through the fabric of his shorts. Fire. I was on fire. My skin flushed, my breasts swelled, and my thighs dampened. He was a triple raspberry lemon drop, sweet on my tongue and going straight to my head, and I wanted more. I would always want more when it came to Jackson. Touching him had been a bad idea, but it felt so damn good. Fuck. He groaned against my mouth as I stroked him. Morgan, baby, you have to stop. You're killing me. I don't want to stop. I never wanted to stop. I wanted this moment to last forever. For there to be nothing beyond these walls that would rip us apart. I wanted an eternity in this little room with the man I couldn't have outside it. Jackson lifted me to the work table, stepped between my thighs and stole my thoughts with a deep, carnal kiss. He took control, slanting his head over mine and erasing the world with the stroke of his tongue and the rasp of his teeth. In this moment, I was his. We both knew it. His hand slid under my sundress and bra to cup my breast. I moaned my approval and then gasped when he abandoned our kiss only to tease my neck, my throat, my collarbone. I unsnapped, then unzipped his shorts so I could feel him, hard, hot, and smooth against my palm. Kitty. He groaned, in part warning, part plea. I pumped him in answer. I was done with the warnings. We were in the eye of the hurricane that had become our lives, and if this was the only moment we had, I was taking it. His hands slid up my thighs and under my dress, lifting the hem to pull at my waist. Then he gripped my ass and yanked me forward, bringing us within one scrap of satin of what we both wanted. We locked eyes, and I nodded before his fingers slid under my panties and through the proof of my need. Fuck, you're drenched. His dick leaped in my hand. I whimpered and rolled my hips, gripping the back of his neck, worried he'd think about what we were doing and stop. I led the head of his arousal to my cleft, and he hissed, You have no idea how badly I want you, but I don't have a condom. I wasn't exactly planning on this. His forehead rested against mine, his breaths ragged. I'm on the pill. Please, Jackson. I rolled my hips against his fingers and he gave my clit a quick, hard flick of his thumb that made me clench him even tighter. Are you sure? He asked, looking me straight in the eyes so I couldn't pretend I didn't know what I was doing. Fuck me. I couldn't be any clearer than that. He raised an eyebrow. If that's what you want to call it, I'll let you believe that. He dragged my panties down my legs and off, then tugged the waistband of his boxer briefs to just below his ass. Then he was at my entrance, throbbing and insistent, and his eyes were on mine, giving me one last out. This doesn't change anything between us. I hooked my ankles around the small of his back and took his face in my hands as I rocked my hips forward, taking him inside me slowly. Kitty, that's exactly what I've been trying to tell you. He gripped my hips and thrust forward, filling me completely. He swallowed my moan with his mouth, kissing me deep as he moved within me with hard, powerful strokes that sent pleasure radiating through my limbs and wound it tight at my core. You feel so fucking good, he said against my lips, kissing me again when my whimpers became keening cries. Our bodies strained as we moved together, both giving and taking, clinging and saying goodbye. My muscles tightened as the pleasure built to a peak, and I tried to fight it, to make this last as long as possible. But Jackson reached between us and stroked me exactly like I needed. He knew my body, my cues, my needs the same way I knew his. I swirled my hips in time with his thrusts, and he groaned, our kiss breaking so we could breathe, but our lips staying close enough to brush as we fought for air, for time. Everything within me tightened, drew back like an arrow, and as I felt him swell within me and his thrusts lost that steady rhythm that meant he was close, I kissed him again, pouring into it everything I felt, but couldn't say. And then we were there, falling over the edge together in an orgasm that blew apart my body and my heart. He caught me, just like he always did, pulling me against his chest, before my body fell limp, then stroked me through the aftershocks of the bliss until the last waves drifted away. I buried my face in his neck as he stroked my back in long, soothing sweeps, slowly, like the trickle of winter air through a drafty door. The cold truth of the reality that waited for us sank in. He kissed me softly, then slid free. I'd never felt so empty in my life. He tucked himself away, then cleaned me up, and helped me back into my underwear, and what could have been awkward was just incredibly sad. I love you. He cradled my face and took another chunk of my soul with the look in his eyes. Do me a favor and check in on Finn once or twice while I'm gone. I nodded. How could I not? I loved her. Thank you, he whispered. This doesn't change. Shh. He kissed me quiet, then smiled. I know. And I love you anyway. 3 months, Morgan. He kissed me hard and deep, then ripped his mouth from mine and strode for the door without looking back. I sank to the floor as the first tears fell. Please, God, don't take him. I'll do whatever you want. Just don't take Jackson, too. I wasn't capable of living in a world where he didn't. It wasn't possible. With careful breaths, I waited for the anxiety to come, but only fear and misery rose with my tears, and those grew to outright sobs. When Sam found me, I didn't question how she knew. I simply sank into her hug and cried until I was empty. I know, she whispered, rocking me back and forth like a baby. I know. It'll be over before you know it. I promise. You'll get stronger every day. Just hold on and breathe. Did she realize her words applied to us both? You'll get stronger. It'll get easier. It became my mantra. Chapter 26. Morgan. Just promise me that you won't let this break you. The idea of being your tragedy kills me. Sam left 2 weeks after Jackson did. She'd protested the entire time, swearing she could stay longer if I needed her. But she'd taken all the time away from her life that she could, and I wasn't going to make her miss a single day of graduate school. Besides, Dr. Cersei had cleared me from complicated grief treatment, and though I still saw her for anxiety, she assured me that the loss I still felt regarding Will was on a healthy, normal track. The loss I felt for Jackson? Well, that was of my own making. He'd been gone 3 weeks now, and breathing, it wasn't easier. And when the anxiety gripped my throat and threatened to close it, I took my mind elsewhere and reminded myself that I didn't have a boyfriend, so there was no need to be such a wimp about it. I climbed into the truck and cranked the ignition. It roared to life, and I grinned. Today was the day, and since I had 3 weeks before school started, a brand new master bathroom and newly gutted spare bedrooms to make over, it was time to head to the hardware store. Seatbelt fastened and driver's seat adjusted from Will's last ride to my shorter frame, I put the truck in drive and drove. What were you listening to? I asked him as I flipped on the stereo. Johnny Cash filled the speakers and I laughed. Of course you were. The scent of leather and Will still permeated the cab, so I rolled the windows down and let the humid ocean air fill the space as I drove the streets of the little town I'd decided to call home. I bought supplies, put them in the bed, and climbed back into the driver's seat. It was all so normal, and yet Will was still everywhere. It wasn't my truck, it was his. I brushed my thumb over his wings. Not those. They deserved to stay. My eyes drifted to his dog tags. Carefully, I unwound them from the rearview mirror, clasped them tightly within my hand for a moment, then put them in the glove box and clicked it shut. A little less him, but it needed more me. I slipped my sea glass pendant from my neck, then secured the chain carefully around the mirror. The glass swayed like a pendulum. That was better. Now I was in here too, and so was Jackson. I parked the truck in my driveway, gathered what supplies I could carry, and trudged up my steps. "Oh, thank God," Paisley drawled from the deck chair. "I took a cab from the airport, and when you weren't here, I thought I was going to end up sleeping on your porch for the weekend." I dropped the bags and enveloped my best friend in a tight hug. "I'm so glad you're here." And I meant it. "You want to explain that giant basket of bath bombs that arrived this morning?" Paisley asked as she sipped her tea. I glanced toward the obnoxious gift basket that took up at least 3 feet of counter space. "Nope." Her eyes narrowed. "Jackson." I said I didn't want to explain. I gave her a sweet smile. "Uh-huh. And that giant teddy bear taking up the corner of your living room?" She motioned her head sideways. "Not talking about that behemoth either. What about the 3 boxes of classroom supplies on your dining room table?" She arched a blonde brow. "Maybe I bought those myself." I shrugged. "Maybe, but you didn't." Her mug clicked on my granite as she set it down. "That man is in love with you." "Well, then that's his fault now, isn't it?" And speak of the devil, my phone buzzed. "Jackson, taking a bath yet?" I snorted. "Morgan, I wouldn't tell you if I was." Jackson, "That's okay. I have a great imagination." Morgan, "You know, in some states they'd consider this stalking." I tapped my fingers on the granite, waiting for his response and blatantly ignoring the way Paisley watched me with a "that's what I thought" grin on her face. Jackson, "The minute you feel harassed, call the station and tell Captain Patterson." Jackson, "I'll get the message. Trust me." I frowned. Was he being ridiculous and a little obsessive? Yes. Did I want him to get in trouble for it? Of course not. Did I want him to stop? That was another question entirely. Jackson, "Until then, I'll just be over here, picturing you in that new bathtub." Morgan, "You are incorrigible." Jackson, "I think you might be catching on." Morgan, "Go save someone." Jackson, "I love you, Kitty." I didn't answer, but I knew he never expected me to. That familiar ache consumed my soul and began to throb. It was more than longing, more than saying that I missed him. That ache beat against my ribs with the force of my heartbeats, demanding that I acknowledge my emptiness. I felt incomplete without him. He had a piece of me, and the rest noticed. I put away my phone with a sigh and found Paisley staring at me with a little smirk. "You ready to talk about that yet?" she asked. "Nope." "Fine," she sighed. "So, what would you like to do today?" I'm not even sure what to do with myself without Peyton underfoot. A movie? A pedicure? I grinned. "Grab your swimsuit. We can make the paddleboard yoga class that starts in 45 minutes. Her jaw dropped. I knew she craved quiet since her life now had none, so we spent the next day curled up in the living room, reading as a summer storm made the tourist-heavy beaches quiet. The best thing about having a librarian for a best friend was that she didn't talk when there were books to be read. Page after page flew by as I devoured night and day, despite my better judgment. The book belonged in a display case, protected and preserved, but it felt like a betrayal to put it up without reading it, so I did. The only sounds were turning pages as we soaked in the quiet, and from time to time I would stop and pause over the beauty of a well-written line as I savored the last book in my binge of Virginia Woolf novels. I see you everywhere, in the stars, in the river. To me, you're everything that exists, the reality of everything. Though the confession belonged to a man who had never lived, published in a book that had been written over 100 years ago, my chest tightened and my breath caught because I knew that feeling with an intimacy that shook my very being. I saw him everywhere. He was in the ocean and on the beach. He was in my bedroom, in my kitchen, and in the clouds that blew by overhead. He was in the rain that pelted my glass and the sun that warmed the deck in the morning. Somewhere in the last 5 months, my existence had shifted. My center of gravity had moved. He was my reality of everything. Jackson. I closed the book and held it to my chest as an ache of longing consumed me. "What's wrong?" Paisley asked from the other end of the couch, looking over her e-reader. "How did you let Jagger fly again?" Her eyes widened, and she sat up, placing her tablet on the coffee table. "What do you mean?" "He almost died. Will died saving him, so I'm asking you how you let him fly again." I held the book like a shield. "Well, I'm not sure you really let Jagger do anything," she muttered with a sigh. "You do. If you asked him never to fly again, he would. That's how much he loves you." She pressed her lips in a line and looked around my house, her eyes never focusing as she thought about my question. "I fell in love with Jagger just the way he was, and asking him not to fly would change him into someone I don't know. It's a part of him. I could no more ask him to stop flying than he could ask me to stop reading." "But reading won't get you killed," I challenged. "My heart almost did," she shrugged. "You don't have to go to war to put your life in danger. You can just get in the car or walk down the street or step into the ocean. But after what happened, aren't you scared?" I whispered the question, afraid of the answer, afraid that I might be the coward in the pair of us. "Terrified," she admitted. "Every time I see his scars, I'm reminded. Every time he flies, I hold my breath. I'm amazed I don't pass out some days. But you put yourself through it anyway." She sighed and adjusted the blanket over her lap. "I do." "How long does he have left on his flight school obligation?" I didn't feign ignorance. 6 years? "So he can't stop flying even if you asked him to?" Her voice softened. I shook my head. "It doesn't matter anyway. We broke up. We're not together." Her eye roll involved her entire head. "Right. I can't go through it again. If something ever happened to Jackson..." I swallowed past the lump in my throat and slowed my breathing. "Not today, Satan." "When Will died, he took my heart." "I know," she nodded with a sad smile. "But Jackson..." I pulled the book from my chest and laid it across my lap. "He would take my soul. There wouldn't be anything left to keep me breathing." She moved to my side and I turned so we sat shoulder to shoulder. "You have to decide what's bigger, your love for him or your fear of losing him. And you'd think they'd go hand in hand, but they don't. My love for Jagger wins out by a hair, and it's the smallest darn hair, but it's there. I'd rather risk losing him than spend my lifetime not loving him." Her green eyes locked on mine. "But I don't love Jackson," I whispered. She took my hand. "Call it what you want. Whatever you feel, if it's bigger than your fear, then you grab onto it with both hands and you don't let go. But what's the point? What if I do? And I'm not enough for him? What if I can't let go of the past? What if..." I sighed. She pinned me down with her gaze. "What if you don't learn from that past?" I startled. "I don't know what you mean." "Oh, Morgan," she squeezed my hand gently. "There is someone who loves you, and he tells you every day, and you can't accept him because you're scared. Scared that you don't have a whole heart to give him. Scared that you won't be able to love him in the way he deserves. And he challenges you, and he pulls you out of your comfort zone, and the chemistry between you is obvious to anyone with eyes. And when your chance for happiness is staring you in the face, you push it away and blame the timing. You push him away because if you let yourself love him and he dies, you won't survive burying him. You know because you've done it before. You've buried the love of your life, and you'll be damned if you'll risk that kind of pain again." She stared at me, daring me not to connect the dots. "Oh, God," I cried, crumpling in on myself as the pain of my own ignorance cut me to the core. I'd worked so hard to protect myself from feeling another loss like Will's that I'd become just like him. But instead of my heart being on the line, it was Jackson's. My first day of school, there were 24 roses on my desk from Jackson. The note was simple. "Today it begins. And yes, I'm singing Hot for Teacher all day long. X. Jackson." I scoffed, then laughed. The man never outright called, but he made his presence known in every way. He was tenacious. I'd give him that. Next to those glorious roses sat a small vase containing a single Gerbera daisy. He didn't have to tell me what to do with it. While my students had to wait outside for the bell to signal the beginning of the day, the kindergarten kids were allowed in 15 minutes earlier, and we were in that window. I took the flower down the hall, smiling at the other teachers and adjusting my lanyard so they could see I was one of them. I still wasn't sure who the hell decided I was mature enough to be a teacher, but I'd fake it until I made it. The kindergarten rooms were at the opposite end of the wing, and the noise was astonishing. I opened the door on the left and was met with a barrage of nervous parents and excited children, all scrambling to put away their supplies and find their backpack hooks. The redhead I was looking for spotted me over the heads of her classmates. "Morgan!" She parted the seas like the social butterfly she was and flew into my arms. I dropped down to her eye level, careful to keep my skirt from riding up. "You look amazing." I held my finger out and she obligingly twirled in her fluffy skirt and sequined-covered shirt. Her hair lay in perfectly formed ringlets that I knew wouldn't last past the first recess. "Mommy did my hair," she grinned. "You did a great job." I smiled up at Claire, who looked as uncomfortable as humanly possible. But she was here. She might be living in Jackson's house and sleeping in his bed, but she was doing it for the good of Finley. They weren't together. At least that's what I reminded myself to keep my claws sheathed. Besides, Jackson and I weren't together, so she had every right to sleep in his bed. Right. "Thanks," she offered me a tight smile. Things weren't exactly easy between us, but I appreciated that she'd at least turned off her seek and destroy glare when it came to me. "Finley, your daddy sent this for you." I handed Finn the daisy, and her entire face lit up. "It's beautiful." She drew out the word with reverence. "He FaceTimed this morning. He told Mommy I could wear my skirt." "Against my better judgment," Claire muttered, sending an obvious glance around the much less ostentatious outfits in the room. "I'm putting it on my desk." Finley carried the flower like it was a nuclear bomb, dodging her classmates every step of the way. "Did you know you're supposed to volunteer?" Claire asked in a hushed whisper as I rose to my feet. "And not just every once in a while. They want classroom aides and story time readers, field trip chaperones, and I work. There are 1,000 sign-up sheets over there." It can be a lot, but school resources aren't always what we'd wish, so having parents step in can really help stretch our budget, I explained with a small smile. "But you don't have to. That's the whole point of being a volunteer. And I know you're taking on a lot right now." "Right. And all these other parents are just going to think I'm the loser mom who can't show up for story time Thursday. And they all know that I haven't been here as much as I would have liked. Gossip in a small town never dies." She pursed her lips. How well I know it. That was pretty much the story of my life. But the more you're here, the more they get to know you, the less they'll talk. She shook her head. How does Jax do all this and still get to keep his precious career? There was an edge of panic in her eyes. Oof, there went my stupid heart with the aching again. Well, first, be a little easier on yourself. Jackson hasn't been a kindergarten dad yet, so he hasn't done all this. It's brand new territory. Is something else stressing you out, Claire? The level of agitation seemed a bit unjustified. She warred with herself for a second, then sighed. I have an audition today, and they agreed to do it through video chat, which is pretty much unheard of. But the only time the director has is exactly when Finn gets out, and Mom has a doctor's appointment, and Bree has some meeting, so I'm going to have to cancel it. I'm trying so hard to do both, to figure out how to be Finley's mom and not lose my career, but... She shook her head and looked away. I bit my tongue and reminded myself that I couldn't judge her for the way she'd abandoned Finn for the last 5 years, since she was here now and obviously trying her best. Why don't I bring her home with me? Her gaze snapped to mine. Really, just leave her booster at the front office, and I'll carry her home. No big deal. It's not like you live across the island, remember? Just come grab her when your audition is over. I could get Finn's opinion on the paint colors for the guest room, and maybe even sneak in some shell hunting. I can't ask that of you, she protested, but there was a spark in her eye. Yes, you can. I love Finley. I love spending time with her, and honestly, you'd be doing me a favor. I lifted my badge, and I'm background checked and everything. But you and Jax, she hesitated. I suddenly wished I had his pendant around my neck instead of in the truck. This isn't about Jackson. It's about Finn. She glanced nervously as parents snapped pictures of every conceivable first of the morning. Okay, thank you. I guess I didn't realize it would be this hard. Or maybe I did, and that's why I stayed away so long. It's not a problem, I assured her. I'm always available to help, if you'll let me. She flashed a Hollywood smile, but it was tinged with a note of desperation. I started taking Finley home every day.
Chapter 27. Jackson. There was no such thing as a 3-day weekend here, so the fact that it was Labor Day weekend made no difference to me. I sat in the operations center with my laptop, scouring the internet for the world's most obnoxious blow-up apple for Morgan's classroom. Hastings rolled his eyes every time I sent him on random missions, but he never complained. The guy's cast had been cut off last week, but he'd been denied his request to replace me down here. Honestly, I couldn't be pissed. This was my job, and like it or not, deployments were a part of it. A fact Morgan knew all too well, which didn't exactly work in my favor. Once I got home and had her back in my arms, it would be only a matter of time before we went through this again. Hell, I'd be up for lieutenant commander in 2 years, so a PCS wasn't going to be far behind. I missed both my girls like hell, and we weren't even halfway through this deployment. Seeing Finn's face every morning and night was its own special form of torture. I could see her, but I couldn't hug her, and each time the screen went black, hurt my heart more than the last. I'd missed her first day of kindergarten, which was something I'd never thought I'd say. But she'd had Claire, right? And Morgan. Fuck. I missed Morgan. I missed her smile and her laugh. I missed walks on the beach and the moments she'd open up. I missed waking up in the middle of the night with her body wrapped around mine and her head on my chest. Did I miss the sex? I was a guy, and it was the best of my life, so yeah, of course, but I missed the connection more. I would have given up sex for the rest of my life if it meant I could just hold her every day. I'd probably negotiate a few kisses, though. I missed her kisses so much I nearly groaned just thinking about them. She'd never been able to hide her feelings when her mouth was on mine. The fact that Finley spent her afternoons with Morgan gave me hope. Not that I was using my kid to keep my girlfriend or anything. I wasn't sure there was anything I could do to actually keep Morgan. But that didn't mean I wasn't fighting like hell. I'd meant every word I'd said to her the day I left. I loved her enough to carry us through this. Hell, I loved her enough to carry her through 1,000 of these. But I still hated myself for putting her through it. There weren't enough gifts in the world to make up for the spike in her anxiety attacks. But a giant blow-up apple still might help. You know girls like chocolate and flowers, right? Sawyer asked, smacking my shoulder as he took the seat next to me. I mean, if you're ordering blow-ups, there are way better models that serve way better purposes. I scoffed. Leave the man alone. He's long-distance wooing, Garrett remarked from the corner of the room where he was playing a video game. Just saying. Sawyer waggled his eyebrows. And who the fuck says wooing anyway? What is this, the 1800s? Wooing is the only word I can describe for what's going on over there, Garrett threw back. What else would you call constant effort with 0 dates and 0 encouragement? Harassment, Sawyer quipped, then cringed. Shit, that was a step too far. I leveled a look at him over my laptop screen. I said I was sorry. He put his hands up. We all like Morgan. We're all pulling for you. We all understand why she did what she did. And we all think she's worth it. Don't say we all like we sit around gossiping about Montgomery's love life, Garrett chided. I honestly didn't give a fuck if they approved of my actions or my relationship, or lack thereof. The only two opinions I cared about in the world were Morgan's and Finn's. Right. Thanks. He spun his chair to face the monitor behind me. You keeping an eye on Ingrid? She's starting to look nasty. I looked over my shoulder at the named storms heading our way. Nah, looks like she might skirt by the Bahamas, and she's only at 2. The boys at Clearwater will handle her. Jerry's got my eye, though. When the fuck had I become callous enough to think of hurricanes as rescues and aftermaths instead of destruction and lives lost? We were called in for storms every year up and down the coast, and it never failed to affect me. But I'd stopped panicking at model projections years ago. Sawyer whistled low. He's a big son of a bitch, and headed this way if those models are right. The last thing Puerto Rico needed was another fucking hurricane, but we were here and ready to help if he hit. What do you think he'll end up at? Sawyer rocked back on his chair. That guy? Garrett slid his chair out from the console and peered at the monitor. He's going 5. Fuck that. 3, Sawyer countered. He'll lose steam as he passes over the islands there. He pointed to the model that took the storm south. Let's pray he doesn't hit them at a 3. I looked at the models closer, and if he follows that middle projection, then I'm with Garrett. He's going big. Moreno skidded into the room, grabbing the door frame. We've got a call. I shut my laptop. Time to save some lives. I cracked a yawn and reached for my phone when the notification went off. I'd already talked to Finn this morning, but the coffee hadn't quite kicked in yet. It was still weird as hell to see Claire in my home, moving around in the background. My screen flashed with Morgan's name, and I immediately smiled. Morgan. Why is there a giant apple in my classroom? I grinned. Jackson. Because you're a teacher. Duh. Morgan. This thing takes up my entire whiteboard space. I had half a mind to FaceTime her, but I knew she wouldn't accept. She never picked up my calls either. That was the demarcation line of our relationship. Text was fine, voice was not. Jackson. I don't believe you. A minute later, a picture came through of a giant red apple consuming her instruction space. Jackson. I failed to see the problem. Morgan. You are impossible. Jackson. I am in love with you. Just like it always did after I dropped the L word, the conversation fell quiet. At least she wasn't hot and cold. The woman made her choice and was sticking to her guns. Jackson. Are you leaving for Washington tomorrow? Morgan. Right now. I just stopped by to grab something. My chest tightened. I couldn't imagine how hard the next 2 days would be on her, and I wasn't even there to hold her hand. Jackson. I'm sorry I'm not there. Morgan. Me too. It was the closest she'd come to admitting that she missed me. Jackson. 8 more weeks. We'd already been here 7. She didn't reply. I grabbed chow, then headed to the ops center for another fun day of briefings, workouts, and waiting to be needed. We saved you a seat, honey, Sawyer said as he patted the office chair next to him at the long conference table. Thanks. I slid in between him and Moreno, with Garrett just across the table. Every one of the 22 guys in this room was from our unit at Hatteras, and it was standing room only by the time the captain walked in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Patterson said as he stood at the head of the conference table. Daily brief is as follows. He launched into the mundane and saved the important stuff for last, probably so we didn't sneak out or fall asleep. Jerry continues to be our primary concern. Warren, you want to talk weather? The meteorologist stood and nodded, heading to the monitor. Jerry is absolutely a concern. We're predicting a Category 4 landfall, but if he follows this model, he could pick up speed in the warm waters here and elevate to a 5. Damn, if that thing came anywhere near us, it was going to level the place. I told you, Garrett mouthed. Shut up, Sawyer retorted. Either way, we're looking at widespread destruction from here, he pointed to a string of islands, to here, which means we'll need all hands on deck. We're hoping this model is correct and he'll miss us, but you know how finicky storms can be. He pushed his glasses up his nose. Sir, would you like to Go ahead, Patterson said, his voice tight. Though this storm, he changed the monitor, and my stomach turned, won't affect us directly, it is cause for concern, as you can see why. Holy shit, Sawyer muttered. How the hell did that happen? Garrett snapped, like Warren controlled the weather. To be honest, the projections were off, Warren answered. She went right around the Bahamas, picking up speed to a 3, and we thought she might spin off into the Atlantic, but, well, early this morning her winds measured 113 knots. His jaw ticked. Captain Patterson took pity on the guy and grabbed the remote from the monitor. These are only projections, and you all know how quickly the models can change. That being said, he clicked the remote and the monitor changed to show the projected path. The entire room erupted with questions. I had my phone to my ear before I'd even cleared the room, leaving the briefing before I'd been dismissed. Pick up, I muttered. Morgan was already on her way to Will's ceremony. Jax? Claire's voice came through. You've got less than 48 hours. Get Finley and evacuate. Don't wait. Chapter 28. Jackson. There was nothing quite as ironic as an SAR pilot watching helplessly as a hurricane headed straight for his home while he was 1,000 miles away. Evacuations had been ordered yesterday. Finley and Claire had left earlier this evening. It was later than I'd wanted, but at least she'd gone. Vivian, however, was a diehard. She'd weathered every hurricane, including Irma, from her home, and since Bree took a volunteer position at one of the shelters on the mainland, that left Vivian alone with a Category 4 headed straight at her. I know this is killing you, especially those of you with families on Hatteras, but we just have to sit tight and see, Patterson told those of us who sat in the conference room, bleary-eyed, glued to the news coverage. Wasn't sure exactly what he thought would change. There weren't a lot of models forecasting anything but a direct hit on Hatteras in the next 12 hours. There was about an hour before my morning Finley call, and then I'd try to talk Vivian into getting the hell out of there. Not that she'd listen. The woman was probably planning a hurricane party. The reporter stood at the end of one of the smaller piers, getting pelted by rain as waves crashed at his feet. As you can see, the winds have increased here to 80 miles an hour, and it's very hard to stand. He leaned into the wind. We're seeing enormous whitecaps, and the surge is already approaching the tide line. Moron, Sawyer mumbled. Right. And Ryan, could you tell us what makes this particular hurricane so dangerous to the Outer Banks? The anchor asked through the earpiece. Sure, Sarah. No matter what, we're looking at a massive impact here on Cape Hatteras. Even if Irene veers into the Atlantic over the next 12 hours, the storm surge is projected to be devastating because it will coincide not only with the high tide, but tomorrow is a full moon. So, in effect, would you say that this is a perfect storm of sorts? The anchor questioned as the reporter was hit with another wave. He's going to get knocked on his ass, Garrett noted. Exactly. Hatteras has ordered all residents to evacuate, but we've been told that as many as 50% of the residents have not. All hospitals have been evacuated to the mainland, the ferries have shut down, and the bridges are only open to outgoing traffic. The residents here are being told that emergency services will not be available, and the governor has warned them that they are putting their lives at risk. Shit, someone cursed behind me. And yet this dumbass is standing out there, Sawyer added. My foot tapped impatiently in my boot, and I decided the pressure in my chest wasn't going to ease up until we knew that Vivian had made it out. And we've heard that some streets are already flooding? The anchor prodded. Yes, the low-lying areas are already taking on water, and as you can see, the sea is rapidly advancing. He leaned back into the wind. Ryan, we've just gotten news that Ingrid has been downgraded to a 3, the anchor announced. There was a small sigh around the table, but it wasn't big. The difference of a couple of miles an hour in wind speed wouldn't mean as much as that storm surge. That's great! A wave slammed into both the reporter and the cameraman, sending them sloshing down the pier. We told you, Sawyer said at the television like they could hear us. I followed Patterson out of the conference room. Sir, you cannot expect those of us with families to sit here. I don't. I expect you to do your jobs. Jerry has been downgraded to a 1, sir. Are you telling me that you think we'll be effective at rescuing people here, knowing our families are in danger at home? His jaw flexed. I'm telling you that until Jerry's path is certain, I can't do anything. Now your daughter evacuated, right? Yes, but not her grandmother. I can't do anything about that, Lieutenant. This is complete and utter bullshit. I don't care if you think Elizabethtown has this covered. It's bullshit, I snapped. His eyes narrowed, and I knew I'd overstepped but couldn't find it within me to give a shit. There's nothing I can do. Replacements are on their way, but until they get here, or Jerry dissipates, no one is leaving this island. Do I make myself clear? Crystal. I left him standing in the hallway and headed for my room, trying to calm down before I called Finn. The last thing she needed was me to worry her. Maybe she didn't even know Vivian had stayed. Once my pulse settled, I propped my phone up at the back of my desk and reached to dial Finley. Claire rang through instead. Hey, I answered, putting the phone to my ear. I was just getting ready to call Finn.
I just checked on her. They're fine,
she said, sounding out of breath. What do you mean you checked on her? I snapped.
Relax. I called and checked in. That one's mine,
she called out. My stomach hit the floor. Claire, what the fuck is going on?
I got a call for that sci-fi show. They want me.
I sucked in a deep breath and counted to 3. Please tell me that you're not in L.A.
Just landed and got my bag. They said I could only have the role if I was here and ready to film this morning, so I caught the red-eye out of Raleigh.
Holy fucking shit. Tell me you have my daughter, I shouted.
Jesus, Jax, stop yelling. Of course I don't. You told me I couldn't bring her to L.A., remember?
I pulled the phone from my ear and stared at it like this might be an error. Where is Finley?
I left her with Mom. Hi, yes, I'm Claire Lewis.
I froze. Me, the guy with the lightning reflexes and the great judgment. The one who never got into a situation I couldn't get out of. I fucking froze.
Jax, are you there?
That hurricane is headed straight for them. My voice shook with the effort to not scream at her.
Psh, don't worry so much. Mom has lived through every major hurricane, and she said there is nothing to worry about. Besides, it's already been downgraded from what I can tell. They'll stay inside. It'll be fine. Stop overreacting.
I'm not fucking overreacting. You left our daughter with your mother on an island in the middle of a hurricane, and you want me to what? Calm down? I paced the small confines of my room.
God, have you always been this angry? I had your windows boarded up and secured your house, Jax. Everything is fine.
Rage filled every cell in my body. I don't give a fuck about the house. I want my daughter safe.
I don't have to sit here and listen to you yell. We're not married, remember? Finley's safe, Jax. You didn't grow up there. I did. Everyone freaks out, buys all the bottled water, and then the storm passes, we clean up and move on. Your job has made you paranoid, baby. Now I have to go. My car just got here.
Go to hell, Claire. I hung up.
Chapter 29. Morgan. Bury me at West Point, would you? My mom is going to say I should be in Alabama, but I belong at West Point. I'm asking you because I know that out of everyone I trust, you're the strongest, the most capable of picking that fight, and I need you to. I slipped into my dress and tugged the zipper up my side. It was a navy blue sheath with a boat neck collar and 3/4 sleeves. Classic, demure, and exactly what Will would have wanted me to wear to his Medal of Honor ceremony. I clasped my pearls around my neck and applied minimal lip gloss. The ride from our hotel, just south of D.C., to the White House would take over an hour, so it wasn't like I couldn't reapply in the car if my lips got dry. I'd foregone mascara for the good of everyone. My FaceTime rang and Finley's picture popped up. Now there was a reason to smile. "Good morning, Finn," I said as I rested the phone against the bathroom mirror. "Hey, Morgan," she waved, her hair a riot of curls against her pajamas. Guess I was ready pretty early. What's up, Buttercup?
Not much. You said call when I want, right?
Her eyebrows rose in question. I glanced at the clock. Plenty of time. I sure did. How does Juno like the road? I asked as the tabby settled herself in Finley's lap.
She hates it here.
She shrugged. Travel is hard on kitties. I took the phone into the room and sat on my bed.
She peed on Grandma's shoes this morning, but she doesn't know yet. She's already mad about her leg, she whispered. That's why I'm upstairs.
I blinked. I thought your grandma didn't want to evacuate.
She didn't. She says we're safe.
What do you mean, we're safe? Nausea hit me hard. From what I'd seen in the news reports, Vivian's place was anything but safe. They'd pulled out all emergency workers, shut down the hospital, and were preparing for landfall in the next 12 hours.
I'm at Grandma's, silly, she grinned. She said we'll get to watch the water rush under the house and everything.
Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. You're on Cape Hatteras? I tried to keep my face as relaxed as possible.
Yep. Mommy had an audition, so she went to L.A.
My jaw dropped before I managed to close it. So it's just you and Grandma?
Yeah, but she's downstairs.
Her voice dropped to a whisper again.
She fell off the ladder a little bit ago. It's so windy.
Mercy, God. Please, mercy. Is she okay? Finley pursed her lips, then sighed.
It took forever to scoot to the couch. Her face fell. She told me to go upstairs and play because it hurt so bad.
My thoughts raced. Okay, I want you to take me to her. Go downstairs and take the phone.
I'll get in trouble.
No, you won't. I promise. Go. She sighed, but did it. The phone bounced at different angles as she plodded down the steps.
Grandma, Morgan wants to talk to you.
The phone moved forward, and Vivian came into view. She was on the couch, just like Finley had said. Morgan? She was pale as hell, and the lines of her face were etched with pain. How are you, dear? How hurt are you? I asked, throwing manners out the window. Oh, it's nothing. She tried to force a smile. Vivian, please, you have Finley, so let's not beat around the bush. My hand gripped my phone so tight, I was surprised it didn't crack. I think I broke something, she says quietly. I can't move anything from my hip down. Shit. Did you call 911? They pulled all the emergency responders, dear. It's okay. We'll just wait it out. Her eyes closed as she breathed heavily. Sorry, it's a bit uncomfortable. What were you doing on a ladder? I asked, unable to stay quiet. There's more that goes into hurricane prep than boarding up windows, young lady. Her lips pursed. It's going to be days until someone can get to you if you guys don't get out now. Can you drive? Or call someone who can. She shook her head. I can't move. And I'm not calling people to leave the safety of their homes. The winds are already up around 80 miles per hour. Now don't you worry that pretty little head of yours. I've weathered far worse hurricanes than this one. The phone beeped on their end.
Oh, that's Daddy. I'll talk to you later, Morgan,
Finn exclaimed. She didn't wait for me to say goodbye. My screen went black. My chest heaved and my mind raced. I'd seen Vivian's house. It was only a block or two from the sound, and the reporters had just said the surge would be unprecedented. She was immobile, and she had Finn. Go! The urge punched me in the gut. And do what? They'd close the bridges to incoming traffic. Was there anyone I could call? Christina had already evacuated, and I would never ask her to put herself in danger. Go! The urge filled me with unreasonable urgency. Instinct? Worry? Overreaction? Maybe all three. How the hell had Claire left Finley on an island facing a hurricane? Oh God, what if something happened? There were no emergency responders. No Jackson. He had to be sick with worry. And what the hell was I doing? Sitting here in my hotel room while that storm barreled toward them? She's not your daughter. There's nothing you can do. It didn't matter that I loved her. I had no control over the fact that Claire had left her there like an inconvenient carry-on in an overfull plane. Finn might not be mine, but she was Jackson's. And while I might not be Jackson's, well, he was mine. Go! I scrambled off the bed and threw things into my suitcase. The dress had to go. Knock, knock. I was mid-unzip as I reached the door and found Paisley and Sam on the other side. Come in. The zipper was down by the time I was back to the bed. Hey, are you ready to... What are you doing? Paisley asked. Finley's on Hatteras. Claire left her there. I stepped out of my dress and let it fall to the floor. Vivian fell and broke something. I think it's her leg. Sam's eyes widened, and she quickly shut the door. Oh, my God. Did they call someone? Emergency services were pulled 2 hours ago. There's no one. You're not thinking of going down there, are you? Paisley questioned. I stepped into the only jeans I'd brought and yanked them up my legs. A shirt came next. Morgan! Paisley yelled. I can't stay here and do nothing, Paisley. Hatteras is 6 hours away, probably less, since I'll be the only one going that direction. At least there's no traffic, right? I can make it before the storm hits. Socks. You can't be serious. Paisley's eyes flew huge. Morgan, tell me you're not serious. You can't just drive into a hurricane? Sure I can. I grabbed my shoes, thankful I'd packed some sensible sneakers, and put them on. I have the truck. Not the Mini. The storm surge will start about 2 to 2.5 hours from landfall, which means I looked up at the clock, 8.5 hours to get to Vivian's and get them back to my house. That's a 2.5-hour window for error. Plenty of time. I hopped up and raced to the bathroom, throwing my toiletries into a bag and pausing long enough to pull my hair up so it wouldn't get in the way. I can't let you do this! Paisley stood there shaking her head. What would you do if it were Peyton? Paisley sucked in a breath. I can't leave her. I won't sit here and do nothing. I tossed everything else I saw into the suitcase and swung my purse over my shoulder. You'll blow away. The winds are already throwing reporters left and right. There was enough panic in Paisley's eyes to make me pause. Darlin', I have a 7,000-pound truck, and we're not talking a tornado like that one. I pointed at Sam. Hey now. Now, as much as I love you, you're just taking time. I zipped my suitcase closed and hoisted it to the floor. I'll come with you, Sam said. You cannot, Paisley shouted. I'm sorry. If Morgan's driving into a hurricane, she at least needs someone riding shotgun. I took in her beautiful black dress and perfectly done hair. No, she's right, Sam. You are needed here. Sam narrowed her eyes at me. Tell her, Paisley huffed. Grayson was given leave for the ceremony. His plane lands in about an hour. He'll be waiting for you at the White House. Sam's jaw dropped. What? She asked softly. I nodded. Go. You only have 2 days with him, and you're not wasting them driving to North Carolina, so go. She was torn. It was all over her face. I'll be fine, Sam. Go be with Grayson. I hauled my suitcase through the door. But what about the ceremony? Paisley followed me down the hall. I hit the elevator button and turned around. I think this is exactly what Will would want me to do today. In fact, I think this is why he left the truck to me. The doors opened and I got into the elevator, then punched the button for the bottom floor. I love you, Paisley. I love you, Morgan, she cried as the doors shut.
Chapter 30. Jackson. My bag was packed. There was nothing else I could do but wait and think myself to death. I sat on my bed with my back against the headboard, uncaring that my boots were leaving footprints all over my bedding. Finley was at Vivian's. Vivian had most likely broken her leg, if not her entire hip. No one could get to them. Hastings had flown the birds to safety, and Christina was already in Tennessee with family. Everyone else I knew was here. The hurricane was due to hit in 4 hours. Replacements were on their way. It wasn't like we could leave the people here without aid. Logically, I knew that. Emotionally, I was clawing at the sides of my cage, cursing my own inability to protect my daughter. My phone rang and I startled. The power had gone out in Buxton an hour ago, and I'd told Finn to conserve her battery. Wait, Morgan? Morgan? I swiped the phone to answer. Shit, today was the ceremony, wasn't it? Was it still the same day?
They shut the Virginia Dare Bridge, she shouted. How do I get over the sound?
My heart beat just a little softer with the sound of her voice. God, I missed her. What? Kitty, it's really fucking loud. Are you in a car wash? Why was she asking about the bridge?
No, I'm not in a car wash. Why the hell would I be in a car wash? They shut the Virginia Dare Bridge, Jackson. I drove an hour out of my way because I knew the others were already closed. But now this one is too. How do I get over the sound?
She shouted. I sat up straight. I know you didn't ask what I think you just did.
Cut the shit, she yelled.
Kitty, please tell me that you're in D.C. with your friends. My chest constricted.
I can tell you that, but I'd be lying, Jackson. I need to get across the sound. Please, it's already so bad out here.
My eyes slid shut and I pulled the phone from my face as I fought for control. No. God, not Morgan too. No.
Jackson!
You turn around and you go inland. Those bridges are going to hell and the storm surge is already at the high tide line. Fuck, I don't even know if you can get across the Oregon Inlet Bridge if you do make it across the sound. So please, Morgan, please do not do this. She couldn't know, could she? How would she?
I'm not leaving without Finley, and Vivian can't move.
Fuck. How do you know?
Finley called me.
My door opened and Sawyer leaned in, no doubt because I was screaming like a madman. Morgan, you can't do this. The Mini will get swept away. Please, baby, don't do this.
I have the truck, and I know the rule. If you can't see the bottom of the water, don't drive through it.
My eyes flew wide, and Sawyer must have heard her because he nodded. It's a heavy-ass truck. That doesn't apply to ocean waves. I wasn't scared. This was 3 billion levels beyond scared. I was fucking terrified.
They're expecting a 12-foot storm surge. I've seen Vivian's house, Jackson. It can't take it. We both know it. And we both know there's only one house that can.
Hers. There wasn't enough oxygen in this fucking room.
I'm the best shot Finley has.
Sawyer leaned against the wall and nodded slowly.
Are you seriously going to sit there and let this happen? I'm right here, Jackson. I'm an hour away at most. That's 3 hours before landfall. I can make it.
I can't lose you too. My voice shook as hard as my hand.
Driving is driving no matter where you do it.
She did not fucking go there. Sawyer walked across the room, took the phone and hit speaker. Where are you, Morgan?
Sawyer?
Yep. Don't you fucking dare put her in danger. I hissed at my best friend. She already put herself in danger. For Finley, Jax. All I'm doing is helping her out. Where are you, Morgan?
I'm just outside the Virginia Dare Bridge. It's closed to incoming traffic.
They're evacuating as many people as they can. All right, I want you to go north to the William Umstead. Find it on the GPS. I fucking hate you, I seethed. Hate me tomorrow, brother. His mouth flattened.
Got it. I'm on my way.
Stay on the line, would you, Morgan? I think it might make Jax feel a little better.
Okay, God, it's hard to see. The rain is coming in hard.
And it's just going to get even sportier out there, Sawyer responded.
I see the bridge. It's closer than I thought. Shit, there's a guy and a concrete barrier.
Shit. Wait, I was supposed to feel relieved. I didn't want Morgan on the island. But if Morgan didn't get to Finley, there was a high chance she wouldn't make it. Morgan was right. Vivian's house wasn't made to sustain that high a surge. Was I seriously about to risk Morgan's life for Finley's? How the hell could I ask her that? There's always a guy in a barrier, Sawyer noted. Go to the left. There will be space to the left. I know how they set those up, I said, hating myself the whole time.
Okay, I see it. I can make it.
The rain filled the gaps in conversation hard enough that it sounded like she was in a storm of golf balls.
Sorry.
I snorted a laugh. Only Morgan would apologize to the guard when she blew right by him. Tell me you have gas.
3/4 of a tank,
she confirmed.
It's raining, but I'm okay. The bridge is good.
Well, yeah, she's not out there yet, Sawyer whispered, his face tense. She shouldn't be out there, I snapped. But she was Finley and Vivian's only chance.
Okay, I'm in Monteo. How's the weather down there anyway?
She shouted over the barrage of rain. My eyes just about popped out of my head. Could you just concentrate on driving?
Bet you're glad I'm not in your ear during a rescue, huh?
Don't even start with me, kitty. Fuck. I was going to throttle her the next time I saw her. Then I was going to kiss the shit out of her. Just let them live.
Here we go. There's 64. Sorry, I know, sorry. I think I just pissed off whatever's left of the state patrol out here, Jackson.
Trust me, they have bigger fish to fry than to chase you down. Now listen to me. You're getting out to shore and the wind is going to start throwing things around, so keep your eyes open. I leaned forward as if it would help.
Okay.
A minute, maybe 2 passed with only the sound of rain against the truck.
I'm on 12.
Good job, baby. Now just take it steady.
Whoa!
Morgan?
Sorry, I think that was plywood, but it missed me.
My heart jumped into my fucking throat.
Oh, look, there's another person out here. Nice to know I'm not alone. It's really windy, though.
It's just going to get windier, and harder, and rainier, and then the surge would hit. Sawyer flipped his phone around so I could see the screen. The station clocked the wind at 96 miles per hour 5 minutes ago. Fuck. Morgan, what's in the back of the truck? Why the hell didn't I think sooner?
About 400 pounds of sand. Grayson called before I got too far and told me to stop and buy some.
Good. Grayson was my new favorite person in the entire fucking world. Can you see the water yet?
I'm just now clearing the residential... Holy shit.
My head fell to my hands. How bad is it?
Everything is white and huge. Holy shit, Jackson. It's coming up the beach. It's past the high tide line.
The storm surge was coming. Sawyer leaned his head back against the wall and shut his eyes. Okay, let's look at the road, kitty. Can you still see it?
The rain is coming at me sideways, but there's no standing water on it.
I nodded like she could see me or some shit. I need you to listen to me. Can you hear me?
I got you.
Morgan, this is the easiest part of the drive. Soon, you're going to have to go over the new Bonner Bridge. Do you remember it?
God, I hate that thing.
Yeah, well, just be careful. It should drain the water, but you want to make sure you go a little slower on it so
I don't hydroplane. I know how to fucking drive, Jackson.
I threw my hands up, and Sawyer snorted.
Okay, I'm coming up to the bridge,
she said after what felt like forever.
And I'm on it.
She'd be up in the air for 2.8 miles.
This thing is moving,
she sang. I could almost see her biting her lip and gripping the wheel. Why the hell weren't we there? What good were we all the way down here when our families needed us? How's the bridge? Sawyer asked.
I'll tell you when I'm off it.
He lifted his eyebrows. Tense moments passed where all I could do was stare at the phone and pray. Sawyer flashed his phone. The winds were up to 99.
I'm off. Thank you, sweet baby Jesus.
My shoulders sagged in relief.
It really pushed me around up there, but I'm okay. It's getting hard to see, though. The windshield wipers can't keep up.
Okay, now before you bite my head off, do you remember asking me about the road washing out the day I took you to Avon?
Yeah, that's where the road's close to the beach, right?
You got it. Listen to me, baby. If that road is washed out, turn around and go back. You have no idea how deep and fast that water will be. It would be like driving the truck straight into the ocean. Do you understand me? Silence. Morgan.
I understand. I'm not leaving Finley to get washed away, Jackson.
I can't lose either of you. My head dropped. Sawyer put his hand on my shoulder.
You won't. I'm going to make it in time, I promise. The surge isn't up that far. It can't be. Now hush and let me drive.
But it wouldn't be the surge. That section of road would go down to the waves.
Holy Lord, that water is creeping up. I'm at Rodanth.
She called out the update. Okay. I didn't want her to think she was alone. My nails dug into my arms.
Shit,
she shouted. Morgan? Pretty sure I drew blood.
The wind.
Another minute passed.
I'm okay. The wind just pushed me clean onto the shoulder. I'm okay.
If I never heard the sound of rain again, I'd be just fine with it.
Avon! Oh my God, I think that's a porta potty. There's stuff flying everywhere. Shit, there's water on the road, but it's not up to the curb yet. I was going to vomit any second now. Leaving Avon. She was getting close. Do you know if the road is still there? I whispered to Sawyer. He lifted his shoulders and shook his head. She could be driving straight into the water. The waves. I can see the waves and... Shit! Skidding tires. Okay, well, the water's coming up over the road here with every wave. I jolted. Turn around. No. Morgan, I love you. Please turn around. Go back to Avon. What did you say to me that night? People will die if I don't leave right now? Every muscle in my body locked. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm okay, Jackson. It doesn't look that deep. I'm going to get your little girl. The rain cut out. The sound stopped. Morgan? Kitty, are you there? Morgan! Morgan was gone. The call had ended. I grabbed the phone and dialed her number. Ring, 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 ring. All circuits are busy. Fuck! I screamed and slammed my phone on the bed. She's okay. It's the cell tower, not her. She's okay. What can I do? Sawyer asked quietly. Put me on a fucking plane.
Chapter 31. Morgan. Morgan, when it's time to let go, you have to let go. Fall in love. Get married. Have all those babies you want. Just be happy. I hope the guy knows just how lucky he is, because I took way too long to recognize it. Go. Love. Live. I'll be watching. Cheering you on. My hands cramped around the steering wheel. I wasn't holding on so much as I was clutching the damned thing. NC-12 was washed over, but not washed out. Not yet. I made it through and onto Hatteras Island. Visibility was shit, and I'd skirted 2 pontoon boats before curving with the road into Buxton. The roads were underwater. How much? It couldn't be that much, right? I kept an eye on anything that could clue me into the depth and made my way slowly through the streets. Go away, Ingrid. You're not welcome, Ingrid. There were countless variations painted on the boards of houses I passed. Some had previous hurricane names lined through, and Ingrid painted over. Rain pelted the back window now that I'd turned, increasing the visibility slightly, but I knew it would only be twice as bad once we were headed back. There it was, Vivian's house. I pulled into the driveway, then said a prayer that she'd forgive me for assaulting her grass, and pulled up so the doors opened right in front of the staircase. I put the truck in park but left it running. I still had a half tank, and I wasn't taking any chances that something would happen and it wouldn't start again. I zipped up the raincoat I'd bought at the Virginia border and scoffed at the umbrella from the same store, like that was actually going to help. Then I pocketed my cell phone in the water-resistant pocket of the jacket. It was a gamble, but I wasn't going to chance missing his call if Jackson could get through. God knew it had only been his voice and steady, calming presence that had gotten me through Avon. I hadn't felt alone in those terrifying miles. The truck doors were sheltered from the worst of the wind because of the garage, and I got the driver's door open easily. The steps up to the front door were slick, and though the house was now blocking the wind, there was no quiet in the sound of rending metal as the gutters ripped from the house. Keep going. She's right here. I made it to the deck, and then pounded on the door. Finley, it's Morgan! Open the door! I waited what seemed like an eternity before starting again. Finley opened the door and looked up at me with wide eyes. I scooped her into my arms and slammed the door shut. The house was dim. Morgan? She clung to my neck. You're all wet. I've got her, Jackson. I made it. She was here and safe and alive. Now I just had to keep her that way. Hey, Finn. Taking a selfish extra moment to hold her tight, I pressed a kiss to her hair, then put her down. I'm so glad to see you. I thought you were gone. I was, but I heard you needed some help, so now I'm here. I smoothed back her hair from her face. Take me to Grandma, would you? She nodded and led me through the entry, past the dining room and into the living room, which was only lit by 3 small exposed windows that topped ones that had already been boarded up. "Hi, Vivian. How are you feeling?" I asked, sitting on the edge of the coffee table. "Morgan?" Vivian was in the same position as when I'd called last, but she struggled to sit. "No, don't move. I came to take you guys to my house." My eyes darted around the room, looking for something that would keep her legs stable. "Finn, honey, why don't you get dressed?" Juno wound herself through my feet. "And pack up the menagerie. We're getting out of here."
Okay.
Finn took off upstairs. "I'm not leaving." Vivian stared me down with a look of authority that might have gotten me about 5 years ago. "I stayed during Irene, and I'm staying now. Can I see your leg?" She pulled back the blanket and lifted the hem of her shorts. That sucker was broken, and if I had to guess, it was in multiple places. "Right, that's broken. What's the highest storm surge this house has ever seen?" I raised my eyebrows at her. 9 feet. She nodded. "They're now expecting 14. It's hitting at high tide on a full moon. Maybe I could break apart a chair or find some kind of bench to strap her to." "They always overestimate." She waved me off. "Lunar tide. Now that's a pickle. But I'd be willing to gamble that we don't see over 10. 10 would put water in her first floor." "Are you willing to gamble Finn's life?" I asked, keeping my voice quiet so Finn couldn't hear. Vivian startled. "You really think it's going to be that bad? Do you think I would have driven down from D.C. if I thought you'd be okay? Your leg is broken. Finn is 5 years old. What would you do when water gushes in your door? I can't leave Finn here. She is coming with me, but I won't leave you here either." Her mouth pursed as fear skated over her face. "But where would we go? My house can take a 14-foot storm surge. It can probably take 18. I remodeled to hurricane-proof it this year. It's supposed to stand through a Cat 4, and this is just a strong 3. But we have to go now. The water is rising, and if we don't make it to the shore in time, we'll be stuck here." I scratched Juno's head and mentally started counting. If she wouldn't come with us in the next 5 minutes, I was going to have to knock her out and drag her. "Imagine heading toward the shore and not inland," she humphed. "Let's go, then." My shoulders sagged with relief, but I couldn't afford the time to savor it. We had to move quickly. I found a shorter length of 2x4 by the door and used belts to splint the area under her leg the best I could. I apologized the whole time she screamed. Finley's eyes were wide as she watched. "Are the animals all packed up?" I asked, watching the clock. The house moved with a groan. Finn nodded.
"Except Cousteau."
"Right, the fish. Okay, get everybody by the door and put on your raincoat." I patted her on the back and she ran off. 5 minutes later, I had Cousteau in a water-filled Tupperware container. Philip and Barnaby were in separate carriers at the bottom of a large beach bag. I slid Cousteau in on top and met Finley in the entry, where she had Juno in her carrier. I got down to her eye level. "Okay, Finn, it's windy and rainy and really scary out there, okay?" She nodded, but her mouth trembled. "We have to go because Grandma's house isn't high enough to keep you dry, so we have to get to my house, understand?" I zipped up her raincoat. She nodded. "I need you to listen really carefully and do exactly as I say. And sometimes it might be scary, but we're going to be okay. I'm going to take Grandma to the truck, and I want you to wait right here until I come get you." I needed Finley in the safest place, and right now, that was the house. In an hour, it wouldn't be.
"My mommy left,"
she whispered, tightening her grip on Juno's carrier. I bit back the anger that saturated my tongue when I thought about Claire heading to an audition. That was the last thing Finley needed. I cupped her cheeks in my hands. "I will not leave you. Not now. Not today. Not ever. I promise."
"Because you love Daddy?"
Her eyes filled with tears. "Because I love you. I came all the way back. That's how much I love you. I even made a policeman very mad to get to you. I won't leave you, Finn. You're the only reason I'm here. I wiped her tears with my thumbs. Are you ready? She nodded, and I pressed a kiss to her forehead. You wait right here with Juno. Promise.
I promise.
The winds blew impossibly harder, and the rain fell in driving sheets as I took Vivian out of the house, dragging her by her armpits. Hold on to the bag, I ordered her, and she pulled Finn's pets closer. Then I walked backward down the steps, dragging her along at an angle so that the 2x4 slid instead of thumped. Hold on! I shouted once we made it to the bottom. A trampoline flew by, flipping end over end down the road. Don't even think about it. Just keep moving. I got the back door open, and with Vivian hopping, we managed to get her across the back seat. Buckle up. I'm grabbing Finn. I shut the door, which was no easy feat, even given the shelter from the garage. I raced up the stairs and looked out over the neighborhood from the top of the deck. The surge was here. Water pushed in with each wave, and it had already overtaken the houses up the block. The dune will protect your house. You can get there. I threw open the door and held my arms out for Finn, silently thanking Jackson for buying her backpack carrier. Finn rushed at me with obvious relief, and I lifted her into my arms. Do you have your phone? She nodded.
But not my clothes. They're upstairs.
We don't need them. Okay, hold on tight, Finn, no matter what. Understand? I locked one arm under her butt and clamped the other one around her back. Then I took the little girl I loved more than the world out into the storm. She plastered her face against my neck as I made my way down the steps, careful not to slip. Everything was slick. I opened the driver's door and lifted her inside. Crawl over the console. She did it. I climbed in and grunted as I hauled the door shut. It closed, thank God.
I'm not allowed to ride in the front seat.
Finn looked at me with raised eyebrows. And without a booster, too. I shrugged. I'm hoping your dad will forgive me. Wasn't I just Mother of the Year? Or stepmother? Or quasi-not-quite-girlfriend current custody haver? Whatever. Buckle up, I ordered as I did the same. She put Juno's carrier on the ground and buckled. Then I drove through the grass of Vivian's front yard. I'm sorry. Don't mention it, she said from the back seat. Her voice was weak, and I knew that both bracing her broken leg and moving her down to the truck had taken what little strength she had left. It was impossible to see. The rain drove straight at us. I memorized as much as I could between the squalls and crept carefully onto NC-12. Oh, my word, Vivian exclaimed from the back seat.
What's that?
Finley asked. Hold on, I ordered, watching the huge shape fly toward us. The wind took it left, and I swerved right. I think that was a roof, Vivian said softly. I was too busy gulping for breaths to say anything. We passed the bakery I loved and the auto parts store as the wind and rain tore at us, pushing us the way it wanted us to go as I fought to keep us on the road. There was a lot more water now, but it looked like rainwater. There was no foam. We turned onto Old Lighthouse Road, and I cringed. Here was the foam blowing in from the ocean in giant streaks of white between the huge beach houses. Sand had blown all over the road, making it hard to see the edges. Think of it as off-roadin', I told Finley as a powerful gust of wind pushed us close to the curb.
Have you been off-roadin' a lot?
She questioned, looking out the side because she was too short to see over the dash. Actually, yes. In this very truck, as a matter of fact. I gripped the wheel and forced our way through the sludge of water and sand. The houses drew closer to the shore, but I refused to look and see if the dunes held. We were committed now. We'd either make it to my house or be swept away trying. The houses ended, and we entered the tiny stretch of road that belonged to just Jackson and me. Without the other houses to shield us from the wind, we were exposed, and it took twice as much effort to keep us on the road. Almost there, Jackson. We're almost there. I would have given anything to hear his voice through the speakers, to hear him tell me that I'd made the right choice in bringing them here. We pulled into my driveway, and I nearly wept with relief until I saw the water cresting the dune, then breaching it. The waves came in time with my slamming heartbeats as the water carved a rivulet that quickly became a creek. It would be an inlet in a matter of minutes. I hit the gas, careful not to spin out, and took us toward my stairs. The wind was impossibly strong, and the water oozed forward, reaching my pilings. I parked with my side closest to the stairs. Okay, same thing, just in reverse. Got it, Finn? You're going in first, and then I'm bringing Grandma. She nodded solemnly, and I'd never been so glad that she was short. If she could see what we were walking out into, she would have sobbed like I wanted to. The door wouldn't budge. The wind was too strong. You have got to be kidding me. The water was coming in faster. There was no telling how long we had. We needed the height of the steps to get us all out safely. Think, Morgan. Think. Got it. I drove forward, then turned us around in the middle of our yards, taking out a section of Jackson's fence in the process. This time, I angled the truck close to 45 degrees and threw it into park when Finn's side was closest, pocketing the keys. Come here, Finn. I lifted her through the back seat to stand in front of Vivian, then climbed into Finn's seat, bracing my back on the console. I placed my feet on either side of the handle, opened the door, and pushed with everything I had. The wind did the rest. The door whipped open unnaturally, slamming into the steel on the other side and destroying the hinges. Forgive me, Will. Even with the relative shelter of the dune, the wind did its best to keep me inside the cab. Time to go, Finn! I lifted her over the console, then stepped onto my stairs and held out my arms. Close your eyes, baby! Through the slats of the staircase, I saw water gush beneath us. The dune was going quickly. Finley reached, and I gathered her tight. Her little legs wrapped around my waist as I took the steps one at a time, fighting for each and every one. I kept one hand on the railing, and the other locked around Finn as we climbed. My legs strained and burned with the effort it took to make it. Category 3 meant these winds were probably up over 100 miles an hour by now, but I didn't want to think about it. We made it to the deck, and I struggled across the few feet that lacked a railing to make it to the alcove that sheltered my front door. The scant amount of windbreak made all the difference, and with a twist of my key, we were inside. I lowered Finley to the ground. Go wait in the armchair right there in the living room, okay? I'm getting Grandma Vivian. Her eyes seemed frozen in the widest position, and I thanked God that I'd closed the steel shutters. Otherwise, she would have had double the reason to be terrified. We were about to be surrounded by water. I will come right back. I promise, you are not alone. Finn nodded, and I raced for the door. The wind knocked me on my ass as I ran for the deck, sweeping my feet clean out from underneath me. Damn it! I shouted, already fighting to get to the staircase. I bumped down on my butt to give myself the smallest profile possible. The water was up to the rims on the truck, and Vivian's back filled the front passenger doorway. How did you get up here? I shouted over the roar of the wind. I'm not helpless, she yelled back over her shoulder, the beach bag safely in her lap. I gripped under her arms and hoisted her from the truck, then began the long trek back into the house. By the time I reached the foyer, I was exhausted. My muscles shook with the effort it took to get Vivian to the couch, but I got her there, now to close the door. Juno! Finn cried. I turned, expecting to see the cat involved in something awful as usual, but Finn stared at me. She's in the truck, she sobbed. I forgot her. Okay, I said mostly to myself. Okay, I was not going to let her cat drown in a damned backpack. I was more cautious this time, crossing the rain-slick deck, and made it to the truck as water crept up the rims. A quick glance behind me showed a canyon forming in the dune, and not just one. The ocean was coming. I stepped into the truck and grabbed Juno, slinging her onto my back. Then I looked up. Will's wings were still tacked to the visor, and my sea glass pendant from Jackson dangled from the rearview mirror. I had time. I could get them. The dune gave way behind me. Wings or sea glass. There was only time for one. The water was coming. Wings, sea glass, Will, Jackson. I gripped the sea glass pendant in my fist and yanked with all the strength I had in me, breaking the clasp on the chain. Then I lunged for the staircase. Water soaked my shoes as it flowed through my stairs all the way to the 3rd step, and I stumbled up a few steps higher to relative safety before I turned around. The sea rushed into the cab through the open door, and I watched in horror as the truck rocked slowly toward the driver's side. The next wave came. They were only seconds apart now, and swept the truck away with the torrent of water that now flew freely from the ocean. "Goodbye, Will," I whispered into the howling wind. Then I made my way up the stairs and into the house, shutting and locking the door behind me as the storm raged hungrily against the frame of the house. "Juno!" Finn came rushing at me, and I slid the backpack down my arms and handed it to her. She undid the top, and Juno scurried out and away with Finley trailing after her. I took my cell phone from my pocket. No bars, no service. The towers had to be down. We made it, Jackson. Then I collapsed against the wall of the foyer, just like I had the day Jackson told me he was deploying. How scared I'd been that I would bury him when I'd just spent the better part of 3 hours taking every chance that he'd bury me. I could have died and left it all unspoken, left him wondering how I really felt when I'd known all along. Known and been too stubborn and scared to voice it. And for what? To protect my heart from the very pain I nearly caused him? The house groaned as the ocean rushed beneath us. I'd rebuilt this house as I'd rebuilt my soul. Strong enough to withstand the storm, but where I'd hurricane-proofed the frame so I could survive, I'd failed to rebuild my heart to live. And I desperately wanted to. I wanted a life and a future. I wanted kids and laughter and sleepless nights. I wanted those things with Jackson. I wanted Finley. I wanted everything that came with loving both of them. And the minute the cell service turned back on, I would tell him. I wouldn't waste another day avoiding the things beyond my control, and instead I would grasp every chance at happiness that came along. I made my vow, held the sea glass pendant to my forehead, then tucked Finley into my side and prayed we'd survive till morning. Chapter 32. Morgan. Was this how Noah felt the first time he cracked the door open on the ark? By noon the next day, the winds had died, the rain had ceased pummeling the windows, and I finally felt brave enough to raise the steel shutters. I held my breath as the ocean came into view, still angry and white-capped. "How bad is it?" Vivian asked as I opened the sliding glass door. The wind blustered, but it wasn't a full-on assault. "I'm about to find out." I glanced from my cell phone, noting the lack of bars, to Finley, who sat at my dining room table playing with my iPad. The deck felt solid beneath my feet as I walked toward the railing where my knees nearly gave out. The dune was demolished. So was Jackson's house. My hand flew to my mouth when I saw the devastation. The pylons had completely collapsed, taking Jackson's house down to the sand. That must have been the thunderous crack in the middle of the storm. Half of his home had washed away, leaving the rest like an open-faced dollhouse that had seen a war. My heart ached for what he'd lost. "Can I come out?" Finley asked from the dining room. I whipped around and forced a smile to my face. "Not yet, Finn. It's still pretty windy." She wasn't able to see the damage from where she stood, and I wasn't about to break her heart. I closed the door behind me and kissed the top of her head. "What do you say we put on a movie?" She nodded, her eyelids already drooping with exhaustion as I set her up in the armchair so she wouldn't bump Vivian, who took up the couch. There hadn't been much sleep last night. "Give me a couple minutes to check things out," I said softly to Vivian. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Of course, I was worried. She was in some serious trouble. I opened my front door and sagged with relief. This portion of the deck had made it too, and the stairs were still there. Seaweed covered most of the steps, and there was a scent I couldn't quite place that would probably have overpowered my senses had the wind not still been whipping. My stomach sank. I didn't need to trudge through the mud around the base of my house to check on my Mini Cooper. It was lodged in the wall of the boathouse. My garage door? Who knew? There was no sign of Will's truck. We were good and stranded, and we weren't the only ones. According to the emergency radio, Hatteras Island had been cut off when a stretch of NC-12 washed out south of Avon. It could take weeks to repair. Vivian didn't have weeks, or even days. She needed medical attention now. I looked up to the skies and assessed the ceiling. It was still overcast, but safe for flight. We just needed a big enough signal. In hushed tones, so I wouldn't wake Finn from her well-deserved nap, I explained my plan to Vivian. "You're sure you want to do this?" Her face was tight with pain that Tylenol wasn't touching. "I think it's our only shot. Cell service is still out. Your leg needs to be set, and we didn't grab your insulin while making our escape. If you have another idea, then I'm all ears, but right now, this is all I've got." She sighed, the skin puckering between her eyebrows. "Okay, but only if you let me help repaint once the weather is nice enough." "Deal," I offered, though I had zero intention of taking her up on it. "I'll be right back." I pulled the 5-gallon bucket of red paint from the storage closet, stuck a paintbrush and screwdriver into my back pocket, then carried it all onto the deck. Then I started painting. It took the better part of an hour, but I was now the proud owner of a giant red X on my deck and enormous letters that read HELP. Then I checked on Vivian and Finn and settled in for the long haul. I evaluated our supplies, then gauged the fuel level in the generator. Just as I'd come inside and made peace with becoming a somewhat more eccentric version of Tom Hanks in Castaway, the sound of rotor blades beat the air. "Daddy!" Finley raced for the sliding glass door. "Hold up!" I barely beat her there. Sure enough, hovering above us was a rescue swimmer descending from the rope of a Coast Guard SAR helicopter. I knew it was impossible, but my heart skipped anyway. I hadn't seen Jackson in almost 2 months, and while these weren't the best circumstances for a heart-to-heart, I was ready to keep the vow I'd made last night. "Are you Montgomery's girl?" he shouted as his feet hit my deck. I nodded. "Is that him?" The guy looked at me like I was crazy. "No, he's deployed, right?" "Right." Guess this was not my movie moment. "Hastings is flying. He saw the X. The entire island is cut off. They'll probably start evacuating who they can tomorrow, but we have room for 2 more. He had to yell the words to be heard over the noise. 2, not 3. This wasn't even a made-for-television moment. So I did what any woman in my situation would do. I sent Vivian and Finley to safety, even though they both protested, one loudly and with many tears, because I couldn't hide what had happened to her house. Then I was alone. Unless I counted the 4 animals I was now responsible for. Juno wound herself through my legs, confirming that she counted. I was one of the only humans she found acceptable, but I still made a mental note to hide all my shoes. Finley and Vivian were safe, and my house still stood. I sent up a prayer of thanks. Exhausted beyond all belief, I curled up on the couch and propped my cell phone on the coffee table, watching those service bars like a hawk in hope they'd return. I had a vow to keep.
Chapter 33. Jackson. "You fucking what?" I charged at Hastings in the middle of the Elizabethtown Air Station. "I only had room for 2 more, Montgomery. So you just left her there?" I came around the table at him. "She's been out there all alone since yesterday? There are hundreds of people out there. What do you want me to do?" He put his hands up, which caught me off guard long enough to stop myself from beating him to death. I wanted you to rescue my girlfriend, I shouted. That term didn't even remotely come close to what Morgan meant to me, and she'd probably deny it was even true. Sawyer flanked my right, and Garrett took my left. We're running round-the-clock evacs on serious cases, Jax, and I rescued your daughter and her grandmother because Morgan chose to save them. Now calm the hell down. 3 other pilots stared at us like we were the evening entertainment. Calm down? Where's Christina right now? I spat. In Tennessee with her family. Morgan is on a hurricane-ravaged island. I have no idea how much food she has or gas for her generator, so do not tell me to calm down. Why don't we back this up a little? Garrett suggested, laying one hand on my shoulder. Recognizing that I was only 6 inches away from Hastings' face, I retreated a few steps and rubbed a hand over my eyes. My eyelids felt like sandpaper. Finley's at the hospital? I confirmed, making sure I'd heard him right. Yes, they admitted Vivian for observation and they're all safe and sound, Hastings assured me. Finley was safe. Morgan wasn't. Give me your helicopter. I'm sorry? Hastings' eyebrows shot up. You heard me. I want your fucking helicopter. Did I stutter? Startled, Sawyer's gaze swung between Hastings and me. Yeah, what he said. We want your helicopter. Exactly how much crew rest have you had, Jax? Hastings folded his arms over his chest. 8 hours, I answered with a shrug. Over the last 3 days, Garrett muttered. I turned a slow glare on him. Just trying to keep you alive, my friend. Love you like a brother, and you know I'm down for going after Morgan, but you're not safe to fly. I didn't say I had to fly it. Hastings tilted his head. I'm listening.
Chapter 34. Morgan. I had a fish in a vase on my kitchen counter, a turtle in my bathtub, a guinea pig in what was supposed to be a shabby chic decorative bird cage, and a cat curled up on my lap as I rested on the couch. Finn had been a ridiculously responsible pet owner and packed food for all her charges in a pocket of the cat carrier. But since Juno had gone through her 2 allotted cans of cat food, she was now licking tuna from my pantry off her paws. My hands ached from setting my garage to rights, which had consumed my morning, but I still managed to hold my book. I checked my cell phone for the 100th time in the last hour, but there was still no service. Logically, I knew Finn and Vivian were fine. They'd probably been airlifted straight to the hospital, but I wanted a little reassurance, and I would have killed to hear Jackson's voice. Hopefully, he knew they were safe. I had a billion things I wanted to tell him, none of which included the state of his house. Rotors beat the air, but I didn't jump off the couch. The Coast Guard had been up and down the island, evacuating emergency medical cases, so the sound had become more than commonplace. The police officer who stopped by this morning told me they were hoping to have cell service up by tomorrow, and they were evacuating people by ferry based on levels of need. With Finley and Vivian safe, I figured my need wasn't as pressing as the others around me. And I definitely wasn't about to ask to evac Finn's zoo. The steady thump of rotor blades didn't retreat. Bang, bang, bang. I jumped, looking up from my book to see a coastie at my sliding glass door. Guess Hastings had come back. I climbed off the couch and tried not to trip over Juno as I made my way to the door. Then I flipped the lock and slid the glass open to look up at my own reflection in a visor. "Hi, can I help you?" I shouted over the noise of the hovering helicopter. He said something into his helmet, and the bird flew away. He'd unhooked his tether. What the hell? The guy unsnapped his helmet, yanked it off, and tucked it under his... Jackson! This had to be a dream, right? But the air still smelled like post-hurricane funk, and surely I wouldn't imagine that. I threw myself at him. He caught me, tugging me close as the air fell quiet around us. Thank you, God. We stumbled backward, and he set his helmet on the table, then wrapped both his arms around me and held tight. It was the first time I'd felt safe since he'd deployed. "Tell me you're okay," he said against my temple. I lifted my head and smiled. "I love you." His eyes flared wide. "I love you Jackson, I said again, just so he knew I meant it. I promised myself that the minute the cell service came back up, I'd tell you, but doing it in person is so much better. Our mouths met in a kiss, and the world righted itself as his lips moved with mine. It was sweet and desperate, all in the same breath. He yanked back with narrowed eyes. But you're okay, right? You're not hurt? Well, Finley and Vivian were evacuated. Finn was fine, but Vivian's leg was a disaster, and we didn't pack her insulin when we fled her house, but I'm assuming they're okay since Hastings flew them out. How are they? He told me, and we'll get to that in a second. I'm asking about you. His eyes raked down my frame. Wait, you haven't seen them yet? I told you that the minute I got off that plane. I was coming for you. Remember? Marcy, I did. And he'd come for me. My heart didn't just fly, it soared. And I knew they were safe, but you weren't. So I'm here. Now put me out of my misery and tell me if you're hurt. His eyebrows furrowed. I'm fine. A little scraped up in places, but nothing to worry about. My stomach dropped. Oh, Jackson, your house. His mouth set in a firm line. I know. It was kind of hard to miss as we flew up, but there wasn't anything in it that can't be replaced, except the house itself. That might be a little tricky with the location, but I'm not worried. I was scared shitless about you. His hands rose to cradle my face. You came back for Finn. Of course I did. But I also put her in so much danger, we almost didn't make it in time. Had I made the right judgment call? You saved her life, and Vivian's. That house, and 3 more on that block, collapsed. I'll never be able to thank you enough. His voice broke. You don't have to thank me. The thought of what could have happened was enough to weaken my knees. I only did what you would have. I don't deserve you, he whispered, setting his forehead on mine. I could say the same exact thing. So why don't we agree that we deserve each other and go from there? His neck was warm and strong under my fingers. I love you, Jackson, and I'm sorry it took me so long to say it. I don't know if I can stay, he blurted, stroking his thumbs over my cheeks. They granted us all emergency leave, but it's still up in the air if we'll need to return. My belly churned, but I nodded. Okay, then we'll deal with it no matter what they decide. He startled. What changed? 2 months ago, that would have put you on the floor. And it still might, I confessed. But my love for you is bigger than the fear, and I'll handle the months you're gone if it means I get a lifetime of loving you. He kissed me hard and quick. I get it now. And I don't blame you for telling me to get out months ago. That half hour on the phone with you was fucking terrifying. You were in so much danger, and I couldn't do shit but sit there and pray. I cringed slightly. I put the rescue above my life, and I'm sorry, but I'm not. I also recognize the irony that I couldn't keep the very promise you made for me. He huffed a laugh. I knew you were doing it for Finley. You risked your life to save my daughter. I was so furious with you. And yet I'd never loved you more. I smiled. So you do still love me. I love you more than my own life, Morgan. You're all I want, you and me and Finley. For the rest of my life, you're it. I will spend every day making you impossibly happy and incredibly aggravated. But I hope the first more than the last, if you'll have me. My heart leaped. That sounds like a proposal. If I thought I had the barest shot of getting you to agree to marry me, it would be. But I know you're cautious. Yes, I blurted. His eyebrows rose, and his eyes lit up. Yes, I repeated. I'm done waiting to be happy or looking for the other shoe to drop. I'm done being careful and keeping my heart in a box when it already belongs to you. If anything, the last few days have shown me how quickly it can all vanish, so I'm grabbing onto this. I slid my hands down to his chest and gripped his flight suit, grabbing onto you with both hands and a full heart. Kitty, he whispered. "And if you were just joking, that's okay too. But if you really meant it, then feel free to ask whenever you want, because my answer is yes." He laughed. "I should plan it all out, but I'm not going to." "Wait, do you want kids? More kids, I mean. That's probably something I should know, because I did. Lots of them." He blinked, then smiled with his whole face. "I do. Do you want the one I already have?" "More than anything," I answered. It would be a shame to toss her out after all the work I just went through to save her. "God, I love you." He kissed me, soft and slow, and when our lips parted, he swept in deep. My fingers curled in his flight suit, and I returned his kiss with all the love I felt for him. "Marry me, Morgan Bartley." 2 years later. The peach cobbler looked perfect. Everything about this weekend was pretty perfect, actually. The weather was gorgeous. I'd scored 6 uninterrupted hours of sleep last night, and Jackson even managed to have all of Labor Day weekend off. "Whoa, that smells good. Need any help?" Sam asked as she walked into the kitchen, tying her curls into a ponytail. "Thanks. I could definitely use a hand. I think that's the last of it." I pointed to the gallon of ice cream I'd just pulled out of the freezer. "Got it." She grabbed the gallon by the handle and nodded toward the door. "Let's get out there." I stacked the peach cobbler pans so they didn't get smushed, then followed her out of the beach house. She shut the door behind us and we started down the steps. It was still in the low 80s, but the late afternoon breeze kept it tolerable. "Boathouse looks good," she said, as we reached the bottom. "Last time I was here, it still had a giant hole in the side." I scoffed. That was almost 2 years ago, which tells you how long it's been. I eyed the spot my Mini Cooper had gone through. We'd long since rebuilt, but I still missed that little car. And the truck. It had been found a few days after the hurricane, thank goodness, and though we'd had to salvage it, I'd gotten back the only 2 things I'd cared about. Both Will's wings and his dog tags now resided in the bottom drawer of my jewelry chest. Jackson had offered to frame them for me, but it felt right to tuck them away safe and sound. "It's been too long," Sam agreed. It really had. "You'd think you were still stationed in Colorado instead of Fort Bragg," I teased, hip-bumping her as we turned and walked toward the dune steps. She laughed. "We've been there a month. Cut us some slack. I'm sure we'll harass you guys plenty in the next 6 months." 6 months from now, we'd be at our new duty station in Cape Cod. "We're keeping the house, so just let me know whenever you guys want to come and use it," I told her as we climbed. "You guys thinking you'll retire here?" "That's the idea. We both love it, and Vivian and Bree are both here." The breeze whipped the strands of my hair that had come loose from my braid as we crested the dune. The sight brought an immediate smile to my face. The bonfire was set up, ready to be lit at sunset, and our friends had already staked out their seats. Garrett and Sawyer manned the grill, while Javier lectured and Christina laughed at something her husband had said. "I said I would help," Paisley chided as we carried the food past the giant, empty sunshade and put it on the table. "You're not supposed to be carrying things," Sam lectured. "I'm pregnant, not useless," she grumbled. "And how is little Ms. Bateman?" Sam asked, hunching to put her hands on Paisley's growing belly. "I'm still voting he's a Mr. Bateman," Ember stated with a smile. Sam scoffed. "No way. I'm telling you, this little one is going to skew the scale to the girl's side in the Bateman household. Aren't you?" Paisley rolled her eyes. "Whatever this baby is, it's the last in the Bateman household, that's for sure. 3 kids under 5 will be more than enough." "But you make such pretty babies," I pouted, throwing my arm over her shoulder as Sam stood. "Speak for yourself, Morgan Montgomery." I glanced down at my wedding ring, smiling as it twinkled in the sunlight. It had been over a year, and I still got giddy whenever I heard my new name. "However many we have, you have to admit, they're freaking cute," Ember said with a laugh, pointing toward the beach. "And I don't just mean the babies." My heart melted. and we all headed in their direction. The guys stood in a line just far enough that waves came over their feet, all decked out with various sizes of baby carriers. Josh stood on the left, wearing his and Ember's 2-year-old Quinn in a rugged framed backpack. Next to him stood Jagger with Annabelle, his and Paisley's 13-month-old in a front carrier. Then came Grayson, who somehow managed to look even bigger with Delaney, his and Sam's 15-month-old, strapped to his chest. Finley walked Peyton through the smaller waves just in front of them. And then there was Jackson. My Jackson. I slipped my hand into his and peeked at our sleeping son, who was tucked away in the sling Jackson wore. Grant was 3 months old, and he was everything. His little breaths were even through his tiny, perfect lips, and Jackson had him completely shielded from the sun as he napped peacefully. We'd named him after Jackson's father, and all 3 of us had fallen in love with those big blue eyes at first sight. Jackson pressed a kiss on my forehead and slid his arm around my waist, pulling me close. He was an amazing father, no news there, and Finley had jumped headfirst into the role of adoring older sister. We were now a family of 4, with 6 pets. If you wake him, you wear him, Kitty. He joked in a whisper. I laughed. If the roaring of the ocean and the booming voices of the men beside us didn't wake Grant, nothing would. The kid slept like a champ. You're fixin' to have some pretty awkward lines with that thing, I noted, devouring the bare skin of his chest and stomach with my eyes. You can always lay out naked with me and help them fade. His lips brushed my ear. A shiver slid down my spine. Jackson Montgomery. We have company. I dropped my jaw and raised my eyebrows in mock indignation. He laughed. Leaning my head away from Grant, I cupped my hands around my mouth. Finn, there's cobbler. It had become her favorite dessert this year. Last year it was apple pie, and who knew what she'd pick next summer. Her eyes lit up, and she raced out of the waves, her hands still gripping Peyton's. Can we get some? Finn asked, looking up at me with an excited smile. Fine with me, but he'd better ask his mama. I smoothed back an errant curl. Aunt Paisley, can Peyton have some cobbler? Finn asked down the line where Paisley stood with Jagger. You want cobbler, right? She asked Peyton like an afterthought. Mama, please? He asked, jumping. That boy might have looked like Paisley, but he was all Jagger, constantly moving. It's okay with me, she answered. Yes, the 2 exclaimed at the same time. They took off at a run, kicking up sand. A few years ago, I never would have thought I'd be raising my kids with Paisleys, and sometimes the sheer reality of it, the happiness that flooded my heart when we were all together like this, was too much for words. We wouldn't all be together like this again for a while. Jagger had just gotten home, but Josh was headed out one last time in a couple of months, his last appointment before his 6 years was up, and he'd be eligible to get out of the Army. Grayson would be gone before Easter. This was a rare, complete moment, and I knew none of us would take it for granted. We'd all learned that we couldn't control the storms in our lives, but we weathered them better when we were together. Phone calls, Skype, texts, and visits. We always made time, and I had the feeling that we always would. Friendships like ours, forged in fire, were the kind that lasted. Ember lifted Quinn from the carrier, then took off after the Spitfire toddler when she made a dash for the waves, scooping her up and blowing kisses on her neck. Slowly, everyone but Jackson and I headed back to the barbecue, leaving us alone on our beach. What are you thinking about? He asked, stroking my side. How long it will be until we're together like this again? I hooked my arm around his waist and leaned into him. Bittersweet, a little, but I'm just happy for the time we have. I looked up at him, and my heart filled to bursting. I'm happy for every day I have with you, and I'm happy for every night, so we're even. His smile made me glad I'd passed the 6-week postpartum mark a while ago. I love you too. I rose on my toes and kissed him long and slow. Rotor blades beat through the air and we broke apart, watching as the Jayhawk flew overhead, heading out to sea. My stomach clenched, but it wasn't in fear, even though I knew Jackson wasn't on call. There was always the chance he'd get called in, and I didn't want to miss him for a single second this weekend. "Do you think they'll need you?" I asked as the bird grew smaller and smaller. When I tilted my head to look up at him, I found his eyes already on me. "No." He cupped my face and pressed a soft kiss to my lips. "I'm right where I need to be." God, I love this man.
Daddy,
Finley yelled.
I saved our seats.
She pointed to the beach chairs she'd claimed. "Will," Jackson started to yell, then glanced down at Grant and thought better of it. "Go ahead. I'll be right over," I assured him, letting my hand trail down his side where 2 more coordinates had been inked. The first led to the very spot we were standing now, where we'd first met. The second, the hospital where Grant had been born. "Don't be too long," he said softly. "You going to miss me?" "Nah," he smirked, and I felt it between my thighs. The man was lethal. "I'm just not sure I can keep our daughter from eating your share of the cobbler." I shook my head as he threw me a wink and walked away, cradling our son carefully. The water was cool as it washed over my sun-warmed feet, and I let the peace of the moment sink in and fill my soul. My toes brushed against something hard, and I bent down, scooping the object free and letting the water rinse the sand away. It was a piece of green sea glass, the size of my thumb. Its edges were soft and worn, much like the pendant I wore around my neck. I smiled softly at my find, then tossed it underhand back into the sea.
Why did you do that?
Finn asked, appearing at my side. "So someone else can find it." I glanced from my daughter to the water where the glass had disappeared. Maybe one day it would turn up at the feet of another broken-hearted girl and speak to her the way countless pieces had spoken to me as I'd carefully rebuilt myself. Her brows puckered.
You don't want it?
"I think someone might need it more than I do. I have enough." I took her hand and smiled. As we walked back to the barbecue, I looked out over our little crowd. Jagger, Paisley, and their kids were camped out in a set of chairs, with Ember, Josh, and Quinn taking the next set over. On the other side, Grayson held both Sam and Delaney in his lap as he pretended to eat his daughter's cheeks, much to her delight. Jackson glanced tenderly at our son, then smiled at us as we made our way to him. I had more than enough. I had everything I'd ever wanted.